cup of coffee, please do so. And then we will kickstart day 2 of this Telangana Global AI Summit 2024 with the same energy and the same passion that you saw yesterday. And hopefully all of you had very, very good rest. Did you all have that? Maybe a little hungover from the entertainment and all the late evening networking. A cup of coffee will help. Anyway, we'll come back to that, but a really good morning. I can see people trickling in from the back into the main hall, which is a really nice sight to see. Fireside chats, panel discussions, and exciting events, and even a prize distribution ceremony during the course of the events this entire day. So please don't go anywhere. And I'll make a few housekeeping announcements as well. People at the back who are there on the chairs, feel free to come forward behind the barricades. I can see all of you. Come forward, come forward. You have plenty of chairs to be occupied here. All of you at the back, please come forward. Yeah. All of you behind the barricades, yeah, come forward. You can occupy some of the chairs that are available here. There's plenty of room. We do expect more people to be joining in as the day goes by. We also have a lot of the delegates, the panelists, the speakers who have joined us here today. So welcome, good morning to you. Some of you I've seen you yesterday as well. So welcome back to some of you, and those who are joining us only today, hearty welcome to all of you to this very beautiful and a grand Telangana Global AI Summit. We brought together leaders, researchers, and visionaries from every corner of the globe yesterday to explore the limitless possibilities and address the pressing challenges that AI poses in front of us, right? Our summit promised to be a vibrant exchange of ideas, groundbreaking research, and collaborative discussions. I hope it has lived up to all those expectations and more. Do you agree? Were there wonderful takeaways from each of the sessions that you attended? Apart from the plenary sessions that were held here, there were other parallel tracks that went on behind us in the parallel track rooms, the conference rooms that are there on this floor and on the first floor as well. For those of you who are joining us just this morning, there's one track conference room, parallel track conference room right behind this main hall, and there are 3 of them above in the first floor. So I'll come to those list of the parallel tracks as well in a very short period of time as well. But before we move on to what's there in the agenda, just to re-jog your memory, what was day 1 like? What did we do on day 1? Day 1 started with a phenomenal, a spectacular inaugural session that included the Honorable Chief Minister of the Government of Telangana, Shri Revanth Reddy Garu, the Honorable IT Minister, Mr. D. Sridhar Babu Garu, Special Chief Secretary, Shri Jayesh Ranjan Garu, Ramadevi Lanka ma'am, the Director of Emerging Technologies Department, and plus a host of other luminaries, dignitaries, sponsors, partners, everybody else who had joined us here in that inaugural session, where a couple of MOUs were signed, the AI compendium was released, the Telangana government's AI roadmap was released as well. We also had the beautiful AI City launch, AI City logo as well. It was unveiled yesterday in a pompous fashion. In addition to that, there was a publication on the Telangana's growth story and inaugural of the AI exhibition itself. So if all of that happened in just the inaugural session, which lasted over an hour and a half, the rest of the day was a mix, potpourri of different kinds of keynotes, especially a couple of keynotes which I wanted to highlight. Was one by Ms. Devyani Ghosh, the president of NASSCOM, quickly followed by a peek into the future of our world by Dr. Peter Diamandis. He talked brilliantly about the need for AI in India, for India, how it's going to shape the future. So it was a brilliant, brilliant session by Dr. Peter Diamandis. After that, there were multiple other rapid keynote sessions, cutting-edge innovation demos. There were fireside chats, panel discussions, And all of that culminated with an evening gala, which also had a fashion ramp walk. If some of you missed it, I'm so sorry about that, but it was a phenomenal evening, one where some of the best dressed people walked the ramp, showcasing unique Telangana handloom and the weavers where their designs were presented here. So all of that happened on day one. How does day two look like? Day two is also packed with a lot of different kinds of fireside chats and panel discussions, so on and so forth, right? There's going to be talk around governance, regulation, protection, and much more, all right? Are you geared up for day two? Fantastic, thank you. So without further ado, let me see if we are ready with an online link to invite Mr. Salman Khan from the Khan Academy for, do we need to do a quick check or? All right, just getting ready there, making sure all the technical connections are all done, and then we can get started. So with that aside, let me take a minute to thank our title sponsors, World Trade Center, Shamshabad, Evernorth Health Services, our partners, NVIDIA, Yota, Google, Microsoft, Meta, our industry partners, HICC, Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, the World Economic Forum, BAI, our knowledge partners, NASCOM, our global partners, the British High Commission, the Consulate General of France, Consulate of Netherlands, Australia, our innovation partners, Ola and Kruthrim, our social partners, Geese, our social innovation partners, the Public Health Impact through AI and Vadhwani AI, and last but not the least, our research partners, the Dialogue. So it's been, this event of such a grand scale has been possible only through the support, generous support and partnership with all of these different entities, different bodies. So we are grateful to each and every one of them, and we thank them from the bottom of our heart. And during the coffee breaks, so quickly for those of you who are joining us only today, so if you're wearing one of those blue tags, coffee breaks will happen to my left, behind the main hall seating area where you can see, to that corner where the AI exhibition is happening. The coffee breaks will take place there. Even the lunch will happen there. For our speakers, esteemed guests, lunch and coffee will be served behind the main hall in the speakers lounge. So you can interact, you can network with the other speakers and panelists in that particular area. Right? Now, one other thing that I wanted to mention, right? I know yesterday there's a lot of excitement, but we have to also be respectful about every speaker's time. So what I will do, I'll play the bad cop today. I'll also try to request each of our speakers, the panelists, to keep to the time, so that we are being mindful and respectful for the next set of speakers and panelists who are going to come on stage. So that we can keep all our coffee breaks intact, our lunch breaks intact, and keep to the schedule by the end of the day. Okay? Any questions so far? Does it look good? All right. All right. Let me see. Let me quickly check if you're ready, if you're good to go. Okay, still setting up. Meanwhile, let me talk about the parallel tracks. So for those of you who are interested to know about what are the parallel tracks that are going on behind this main hall. So today, the track 1 will be about AI adoption for enterprise success. This is being organized by HICC, and it's targeted at industry, faculty, and startups. The panel for this will include Mr. Rajesh Dudu, Mr. Arijit Sarkar, Mr. Anand Raman, Mr. Kishore Seshagiri, Miss Sangeeta Yanamandra, and Mr. Sai Guma. And Mr. Rajesh Dudu will act as a moderator for that particular panel. Followed by that, in track 1, will be about strategic integration of artificial intelligence for the skill development ecosystem in Telangana. This is being hosted by the United Nations Development Program and T-Hub, and the target audience is everybody for this. Right? This particular panel will include Mr. Dinesh Mysore Sidhu, Mr. Srinivas Ganji, Mr. Varun Jain, Mr. Raghu Kambampati, and moderated by Ms. Thoya Snyders. The next, which will be in the afternoon, the next track, on track 1, will be about reimagining the new code of innovation and transformation in GCCs with GenAI. Again, this is aimed at the industry and startups, and it will include people which will be on the panel will be Ashish Kumar Jha, Mr. Kapil Daga, Mr. Vijay Morampudi, Mr. Ramana Vadavalli, Mr. Kapil Runja, Mr. Vivek Mahindra, and Mr. Mausam Deb. I told you, we've got a packed agenda, so please bear with me. Track 1 in the afternoon, 3 o'clock, Just AI Awards. So this is again aimed at everybody, so feel free to go into the track 1 at that point. The moderator for this particular track on the Just AI Awards will be Mr. Osama Manzar, and the panel will have Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, our Special Chief Secretary, Rakshita Swami, Ms. Pragya Mishra, and Mr. Nikhil Pahwa. So that was all of track 1 today. In track 2, parallel track 2, at 10:55, there would be pitch games. This is being organized by Math and T-Hub, and this is again aimed at everybody. There are no registrations required for this. In track 2, after that, would be a masterclass on Google Cloud's generative AI tools and services. This is being led by Google, and specifically representing Google would be Mr. Vijay Kumar Jangam Shetty. And track 4, sorry, that was track 3. And track 4, we will have an open source AI, the opportunities, challenges, and governance. This is being hosted by Deutsche Gesellschaft for International sorry if I get this wrong, but Zusammenarbeit, and in association with NASSCOM. The moderator of this will be Mr. Ankit Bose, who heads the AI for NASSCOM. And the panelists will be Mr. Amitabh Nag, Mr. Sunil Abraham, Philip Olbrich, and Mr. Zainab Bawa. Track 4 in the afternoon, we'll have AI for social good, innovation for impact, which is being hosted in partnership, Vadvani AI and partnership with NASSCOM. Again, Mr. Ankit Bose will be the moderator for this session, and Dr. Kalika Bali, Mr. Sachin Malhan, Dr. Makaran Tapaswi, Miss Amrita Mahale, and Mr. Gaurav Godwani will be the panelists on this particular session. And the last session for today will be around accelerating AI in public health, fostering South-South collaborations. This is being hosted by PATH, aimed at everybody. The moderator for this session will be Mr. Samir Kumar, and the panelists will be Michelle M. Lang Ali, Dr. Karthik Adapa, Professor Andrew Farlow, Mr. Anurag Meral, and Mr. Madan Kumar Upadhyaya. Phew. So those are our parallel track sessions today. Day 2 has got plenty of action, like I mentioned. Right? So if in case you want to be able to attend any one of those parallel track sessions, please feel free to do so. Yes, I did speak about all of them right now, but these are also being displayed on the giant electronic boards outside the main hall. So you can check the agenda. You can feel free to walk out into one of those rooms and attend that. Right? All right, so Mr. Sal from Khan Academy, can you hear me? We're doing a quick mic check.
I'm here.
Fantastic. How are you doing, Mr. Sal, today?
I'm doing well. How are you all?
We are good. We're good. We have a huge crowd here at the Telangana Global AI Summit 2024 on the day 2. We're all eagerly waiting to hear from you, sir.
Well, great. Well, first of all, it's a huge honor to be here. What I thought I would do is just say a couple of words about a little bit of my journey, how I got here, and obviously now how we're thinking about AI and education. Many of y'all might know, Khan Academy, we're a not-for-profit, which means no one owns Khan Academy. We're a charity. Our mission is free world-class education for anyone, anywhere. And it started in a very organic way. My background was originally in technology and then in finance, but about actually almost exactly 20 years ago, I was an analyst at a hedge fund in Boston, and I had just gotten married. I was a year out of business school, and my family was visiting me from New Orleans, which is where I was born and raised. And we're originally Bengali, but I was born and raised in New Orleans. And it just came out of conversation that my 12-year-old cousin Nadia was having trouble in math. So I offered to tutor her. She goes back to New Orleans, and slowly but surely, she gets caught up with her class. She even becomes the head of her class. I remember I called up her school. Most schools don't appreciate these types of calls. And I said, I really think Nadia Rahman should be able to retake that placement exam from last year. And strangely enough, they let her. And the same Nadia who was struggling with math only a few months before then became an advanced student. So I was hooked. I started tutoring her younger brothers. Word spreads in my family that free tutoring is happening. And so before I know it, I'm tutoring 10, 15 cousins, family, friends. And I quickly see a common pattern. The reason why my cousins were struggling in math wasn't because they weren't bright. It wasn't because they didn't have great teachers or didn't go to great schools. It was because in a traditional academic system, you're moved ahead at a fixed pace. And even if you don't learn the material well, even if you get an 80% or a 70% on, say, basic exponents, the whole class will move on to a more advanced topic, say negative exponents or logarithms, somehow expecting you to understand the more advanced thing without having understood the more basic thing. And the value of tutoring, what I was able to provide my cousins, is that we could review those gaps and fill in those gaps, or even things that they might have forgotten. And that when you fill in those gaps, then and you have a strong foundation, everything else becomes a lot more straightforward. And middle class, or actually I'd say especially affluent families, educated families have known this for hundreds of years, for millennia, that the school system is going to move lockstep, and you need oftentimes to provide extra support for students so that they don't fall behind. Now, I had a background in technology, and even when I started tutoring 15 cousins, I had a day job. I was still working as an investment analyst. I said, well, maybe I could use technology to help scale these sessions. And so I started creating exercises, practice exercises for my cousins to fill in their gaps, to get some practice there. That was the first Khan Academy. I had dreams that maybe it would turn into something big, but I said, you know what, this is a family project. I'll just call it Khan Academy. The domain name was available, and my cousins were getting a lot of benefit out of that. About a year later, 2 years later, 2006, I was at a dinner party showing this software that I had written to the host. I'm a very fun dinner party guest. And while I was doing that, the host suggested, well, how are you scaling up your lessons? And I said, well, it's hard to scale up my lessons and with 15 cousins. And he said, well, why don't you record them as YouTube videos and upload them for your family? And I initially said, that's a horrible idea. YouTube is for cats playing piano, not for serious mathematics. But I gave it a shot. And I started making lessons on a lot of the things that I found I was repeating from my cousins, on a lot of the things that I knew that they might have questions about. I was doing a lot of worked examples, and after about a month of that, my cousins, somewhat infamously, told me that they liked me better on YouTube than in person. Now, it's important to think about what they were saying. They weren't saying that they didn't appreciate me in their life as a family member, as a cousin, as a tutor, to motivate them to dig deeper. But what they were saying is, if it's 11 p.m. and you're trying to do your homework, it's really nice to have an on-demand version of your tutor there that can pause, that can repeat. If you're in algebra and you're a little shaky on some of your 5th grade dividing decimals, you don't have to feel embarrassed because you can just watch a video. No one has to know. You don't feel like you're wasting your cousin's time. So I took that as positive feedback. I kept making videos. It started becoming clear, and working on the software. And it soon became clear that people who are not my cousins were watching, and they started sending letters from all over the world about how it was helping them, how it was helped them get through their class, how it was helping their children. So I was hooked. I kept doing this as on the side. By 2008, 2009, there were about 100,000 folks who were using this every month. That's when I set up Khan Academy as a not-for-profit. Once again, it's somewhat ironic. I live out here in Silicon Valley now. We moved from Boston to the Bay Area, but it just felt that it was the right thing to do, to not make this a business, so to speak. That it should be a social good, hopefully fundable with philanthropy or government or other or corporate sponsors. And that's where we set up Khan Academy, or I did at the time. It was just me. Actually, I was in this closet at the time. And it was a bit of a grand statement: free world-class education for anyone, anywhere. But the reason why I felt that was possible, and I didn't think this was going to be by ourselves, obviously the global public education system should have the same mission statement, free world-class education for anyone, anywhere. But it felt like you can, the free anyone, anywhere part, the access would be even more possible with technologies like the internet, with devices becoming more available, with on-demand video and software. And then world-class to me is always, I always say that Aristotle was Alexander the Great's personal tutor. That's what world-class has always looked like. It's just we had to make a compromise a few hundred years ago when we had public education. We couldn't afford to give everyone a personal tutor. But the idea was, well, maybe we can get more world-class if we can start to personalize with videos and exercises. And as I'll talk about in a few seconds, artificial intelligence, which wasn't on my radar back then. But that first year, whenever you quit your job to do anything entrepreneurial, whether it's for-profit or nonprofit, you almost have to start with the delusional optimism. It was a hard first year. I could go into details on that. But by the end of the year, it went from nothing to almost something. Folks like Ann and John Doerr, Ann is still our chairperson. They gave some of the first significant philanthropic donations to get off the ground. And then it just came out of the woodwork that Bill Gates was using Khan Academy with his own children. And I say that because a lot of times efforts that are there for everyone, especially kids of need, kids who don't have it, what we tend to do is like, oh, well, we're not going to be able to give them the best, but maybe we can create a cheap approximation. But what's exciting about the time that we're living in now is that the same thing that Bill Gates' children used, they're now grown now and in college, we can now give to every child on the planet. But that obviously helped us, the Gates Foundation, Google became some of our first significant funders. And so we were off to the races as a real organization. Now Khan Academy is much more than me. We're over 300 people around the world. We have thousands of volunteers. We're in 50 plus languages. India is one of our most focused markets for many reasons. We think there's a lot of need there. Obviously, some of us are connected to the region and see so much potential there if only we can support them. And we realize that the best way to do this is in partnership with the school system. So we started, that journey from 2008, 2009, we had that funding. You fast forward to now, or maybe a few years ago, and Khan Academy had grown from 100,000 users a month to now we're, in the tens of millions per month and 160 million users around the world. As I mentioned, 50 plus languages. The team is much more than me. And we've just continued to do what I was saying, cover more subjects and grades. People know us in math, and we're very comprehensive in math from pre-K through calculus and statistics and beyond, but also add the sciences, humanities, and many languages, et cetera. Many of these regional efforts that I've talked about. And we've just constantly been trying to make the personalization better. Now you fast forward to 2 summers ago, and we've had 50 efficacy studies. This is an important point, that if students, even before artificial intelligence, if students are able to put 30 to 60 minutes per week into Khan Academy, about 18 hours per year, that those students are accelerating their math outcomes by 40% in many cases. Different efficacy, we had 50 plus efficacy studies, some show 40, 50, 60, some show 30%, but it's a pretty profound acceleration. So you now fast forward to about 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I get a email from Sam Altman and Greg Brockman at OpenAI. They were acquaintances. I'd met them in several different situations out here in Silicon Valley, but I didn't know them well, but I had a lot of respect for what they did. And they said, look, we're about to finish training our next generation model. It's the model that would have ended up becoming GPT-4. We knew that GPT-3 already existed. And they told me that they thought that this was going to be the model that really opened people's eyes to what AI could do. And remember the context. This was 4, 5, 6 months before ChatGPT came out. And even ChatGPT was not based on GPT-4. It was based on GPT 3.5. So I was skeptical, but I had respect for what they did. And when they showed me what GPT-4 could do, immediately a lot of issues were there. It made math errors. It would hallucinate, worried about safety with students. But it felt that if you could mitigate those risks, you could actually use this technology to get that much closer to a personal tutor for every student, and actually a teaching assistant for every teacher. Help a teacher do things like lesson plans, progress reports, grading papers, things that teachers have to spend hours a week doing, but it doesn't face the student. And so that's when we started working on Khanmigo, which is the AI tutor and teaching assistant on Khan Academy. to support that work. You know, the learning is happening on the pre-AI Khan Academy, but now Khanmigo can nudge students forward, can answer questions if the videos, the articles, the hints aren't enough. And we're trying to work on it so every day it's becoming more and more engaging and more helpful. And obviously it can help teachers with reports and things like that. And it's not going to fix everything overnight. I don't want to give anyone the impression that AI is a panacea, but I do want to double click on when ChatGPT first came out in November of 2022. Immediately, people, first of all, I was a little bit bummed because we were under a non-disclosure agreement with OpenAI. We were going to launch Khanmigo on the same day as GPT-4, which was going to be March of 2023. And all of a sudden, this ChatGPT thing comes out. I Slack the OpenAI guys. I'm like, what's going on? You guys launched something. And they said, we didn't launch anything. We just put a chat interface in front of our old model, in front of GPT 3.5, and the whole world exploded. And I was bummed because ChatGPT was a very superficial chat interface. It wasn't designed for education. It didn't have any education guardrails. It was clear it could be used as a cheating tool. It was clear that it could have hallucinations and all these other factual problems. It wasn't good at math. And you immediately saw globally, education systems started to ban AI for good reason. They were afraid that it would be a cheating tool, et cetera. So I was really afraid that this was going to be the end of AI in education. But luckily, by March of 2023, educators around the world started to realize, look, AI is going to be a part of students' future. And if only someone were to build AI tools that support the student, support the teacher, and put appropriate guardrails around that don't cheat and actually can undermine other forms of cheating, then that could actually be really powerful. And that's when we launched Khanmigo. And frankly, we were bracing ourselves when we launched Khanmigo. We thought that people might not be ready for it, but we've had an unusually positive reception for it. And you know, some of the guardrails we put is that teachers and administrators can see what students are doing. The AI won't cheat. We have things like a writing coach that even if a student tries to use another AI, our AI will let the teacher know that, hey, I don't know where this essay came from. They didn't work on it with me. So we actually believe that all technology throughout human history is neither positive nor negative. It's neutral. It just amplifies human intent. Fire can burn you, it can destroy, but fire can create, fire can renew, fire can cook, can give you heat, can keep you alive. A knife can kill, a knife can be used to build things. Similarly, AI. AI can amplify negative intent, and there are going to be negative people using it to amplify their negative intent, doing deep fakes, cheating, misinformation. But I tell everyone it's very fashionable these days at dinner parties to debate about AI, whether it's going to be utopian or dystopian. And I tell everyone, look, this is not a flip of a coin. This is up to us. We know the bad actors are going to amplify their bad intent with AI. So the question is, how much are the good actors, hopefully all of us, willing to invest on the positive side? If the good actors amplify their positive intent and put more resources behind AI in things like education and healthcare and productivity in good ways, then AI is actually going to be a net positive for humanity. On the other hand, if the good actors kind of say, well, I don't know about this AI thing, I'm just going to go do something else, then you've just ceded this very powerful technology that's getting better every day at an accelerating rate to only the bad actors. And I think that's the most likely scenario that we get to a dystopian scenario. And I tell this to the Khan Academy team, and I know there's some educators in the audience here as well, that I actually think education is the ultimate app for artificial intelligence. One, there's a need. We will be seeing economic dislocation because of artificial intelligence. There will be shifts. There will have to be new skills that people develop, although I still believe some of the old skills are very, very relevant. And so what could be a better and more poetic use of AI than using AI to improve human intelligence, human HI, or human purpose? And so if we do that, then we're going to have a pretty exciting world to live in. And so with that, thank you. And I'm happy to answer questions or anything else that you'd like to do.
No, thank you, Sal. Thank you so much for that wonderful, wonderful insight. I was so inspired by what you just talked about. I just had something very unusual happen here while you were actually speaking. So one of the members from the audience just walked up to me and said, oh, I thought Sal was going to be here in person. So first of all, we'd like to appreciate that you're able to join us from Mountain View, California. It's probably, 9:45 p.m. there, roughly, thereabouts. So thank you so very much for taking the time out during your evening hours to talk to us about Khan Academy, how that the entire idea emerged. So we are really, yeah.
No, well, thanks for having me. And I do hope to go to India in the not too far future. Fingers crossed for 2025. But yeah, I would have loved to be in there.
Hi, Mr. Khan. Can I ask a question on behalf of the audience here?
Absolutely.
So let me introduce myself. My name is Jayesh Ranjan. I work for the government here in Hyderabad, and I'm one of the main organizers for this Global AI Summit. First of all, we are very, very appreciative of the fact that you took time while you could not join us in person, but you took time to interact with all of you. My question is like this. So you spoke about AI in education, but I want to speak about AI education. In fact, today, as the moderator explained to you, is the second day of this Global AI Summit. The day one was yesterday, in which we announced an AI roadmap for the state of Telangana. I don't know how familiar you are with India, but India has 28 provinces, and we are one of the 28 called Telangana. Our capital city is Hyderabad. So yesterday when we released our AI roadmap, one of the announcements which was made by the Chief Minister was that we will introduce AI curriculum in the schools. We will teach AI, how to train models, how to build algorithms, and so on and so forth. And the other important announcement to tell is that, as you would know, while writing algorithms, building models requires higher levels of intelligence and academic achievement. But there are also basic AI tasks like data annotation and data cleansing, etc. So all that also will be encouraged in the state. So we would like to know from you if Khan Academy would have any interest in supporting government's agenda, government's vision. Would you like to kind of collaborate with us? Have you tried out, just as you offer maths and other disciplines to school children, have you also built an AI curriculum which is appropriate for different grades? And what else is your advice and guidance for a government like ours?
Yeah, well, first of all, one of the reasons why I was very eager to speak at this conference was we absolutely want to work with y'all to support students on both their traditional skills, which we think we can do to great effect with you in partnership with the state. And also, we have started developing AI courses. Right now, they are more on the, I would call it AI literacy, digital literacy level. But we hear demand globally for exactly what you're describing, all levels of AI courses. And we have a pretty large team in India that develops content in India, in the regional languages. So I'm very eager to partner here. And there's a few. I have a good number of people in my wife's family, especially from Hyderabad, so they would be excited about this.
Wonderful. That's good to know. You will be winning lots of brownie points amongst your in-laws if you start something here in Hyderabad. So let me ask anyone else in the audience. You may not be able to see us, but there's a very large and a very attentive audience. Let me ask if anyone else wants to ask something. Come, please, take the mic from me. So, Salman, it's okay if we continue the Q&A for a few more minutes?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Jayesh Ranjan Garu. Thank you, Sal Khan. I thought you'll be here in person. I bought a copy of the One World Schoolhouse. Arya, my son, has been your oldest student on Khan Academy since grade 2 and is the highest certified tutor on Schoolhouse. You have played a large influence in him being at Imperial and getting an admission at Cornell. Thank you so much. And this is, I can say with 110% confidence that learning on Khan Academy and giving it back to students through Schoolhouse has been his single most important volunteering activity that made him also become a RISE Global Scholar. Thank you. I bought that book to see if I could get an autograph. But my question is, Khan Migo is still not available for Indian tutors. When is that going to come?
Yes. So, well, first of all, I love to hear the story about, never gets old to hear stories like that. And when your son is very successful, remind him that we are a nonprofit. So when he, starts a $1 billion company, he should donate back. to answer your question, and first of all, the audience might not know about Schoolhouse.world. Schoolhouse.world is another sister nonprofit that I helped start, and this is free tutoring over Zoom. Zoom gave us a bunch of free licenses, and the way that we give free tutoring is there's young people, like just mentioned, who are tutoring on the platform of other young people, and they get rated, and it helps them get into colleges, etc. So there's also a free tutoring platform that is global that I hope that we could also use in the state. So I think that's another interesting dimension here. But in terms of Conmigo, the teacher tools we now have, they are now accessible in any English-speaking geography. So I believe the teacher tools we have been able, and those are free, make available in India. We are starting pilots in India of Conmigo by partnering with ministries of education. So I hope that we can do that. And the main issue right now, obviously our mission is free world-class education for anyone, anywhere. But I'm sure this is an AI conference, so many people are aware that if you want to use the best models, which I think is the only responsible thing to do, the computation cost for these models is not small. The good news is the costs are coming down dramatically. We received a $32 million computation grant from Microsoft in order to give the teacher tools away for free. And the cost on the student side is coming down dramatically. India also has another benefit of, our capacity, it balances it because it's complementary to when the Western Hemisphere is using it. But the simple answer is, we think we have figured out a way to offer it so that the marginal cost is very low, just so we don't get bankrupt on the compute cost, but it's affordable for schools and states in India. Obviously, core Khan Academy has always been free, and I hope that AI over time will get pretty close to free, but we think that the quality has to be quite good. But the simple answer is yes, we are already exploring. We have partnerships. We actually already launched a pilot in Brazil, and we hope to launch a pilot in India in the next few months. And I hope we can grow those and do them in the state as well.
Thank you. And please do come to Hyderabad, extending the invite from Jayesh Ranjan Garu. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have one more question here.
Hello, sir. My name is Dr. Shravani. I am Assistant Professor in History. So when we are talking about this AI and education, particularly, across the world, there is a debate like whether we should allow mobile phones in the schools. So when we are talking about bridging the digital gap and taking the AI revolution to the grassroots levels, so how far we can integrate and how dynamic should be textbook-based education and how we need to adopt this change at the classroom level. Because in the schools, still we are sticking to what is there in the context textbook. This is the situation not just in India, but across the globe. And in most of the Telangana schools and colleges also, that is the situation. So what you think will be the change needed at academics level?
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. So, I also have fears about cell phones, especially with young children. The school that I helped start out here, Khan Lab School, where my own children go to school, has a no cell phone policy. Some of you might find that ironic, but the reason why I think that's consistent is we know cell phones have a lot of things that are addictive that aren't productive for students. Social media, certain games, even the phones themselves, they keep pulling you back in, even to adults. It's very hard for us to regulate our behavior with cell phones. With that said, we want to make, and Khan Academy is accessible with an app and with a cell phone. So if someone has no other device, we do think that the cell phone should be a way to access someone's education. So that's why we do build for cell phones, and we'll probably do more in the future. But in an ideal world, in schools, there's intelligent use of devices, low-cost laptops, etc., for doing things like Khan Academy, writing papers, programming, learning about AI, whatever it might be. One of the things, and we haven't made Conmigo do what I'm about to describe, but I hope in the next 2 or 3 years, what I'm about to describe exists, and this is something that we want to work on. Right now, when you go on the internet, every website has AIs, especially social media websites, that are trying to get your attention, that are trying to pull you in, and they do that by triggering you. They do that by making you insecure. I actually think that generative AI can help balance the table here, where if you have an AI on your side, especially on a student side, that's maybe at the operating system or at the browser level, that can observe what the student is doing and then filter it and say, look, I'm not going to let you go and play Minecraft unless you've done 30 minutes of Khan Academy or unless you've read this book. Or it can be in communication with parents and teachers and say, hey, did you know that Sal has spent this much time doing this? Is that okay with you, or should I stop him? So just as we imagine AI as a tutor and as a teaching assistant, you can also imagine AI as something of a guardian angel while someone surfs the internet. In fact, I think that'd be even good for adults. I wouldn't mind having an AI say, hey, do you really want to send that email now? It sounds like you're kind of angry. Maybe you want to meditate first and then send it in the morning. Or didn't you say that you were doing research for work? Why have you been on Facebook for the last 30 minutes? That would be good for all of us, I think. That doesn't exist yet, but I think it will. But in the very near term, I think we need to. We do have to be very careful about cell phone usage, honestly, for everyone, but especially for kids. But that doesn't mean no technology, because obviously things like Khan Academy, you need technology if you want to program, if you want to write papers, if you want to design things. If you want to learn about AI, you have to use technology. So it's about intelligent use of technology. Once again, devices are neutral. They amplify intent. Right now, cell phones, unfortunately, are amplifying the intent of marketers and social media companies. We want to use these devices to amplify the intent of learning, productivity, mindfulness, safety, etc.
Right then. Mr. Sals, thank you so very much. I know we have to be mindful of your time as well. It's pretty late in the night. We really appreciate you joining us here today. I wish we could have taken a few more questions, but Mr. Sal has to leave. But thank you so much for joining us today. A big round of applause for Mr. Salman Khan from the Khan Academy. Thank you for being here with us this morning.
Thank you.
And look forward to seeing you in India sometime pretty soon.
I do too.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next item on the agenda will be a keynote. The person that I'm going to invite on stage, he's a Harold Price Professor of Entrepreneurship and Technology at the New York University's Stern School of Business. He also is the director of the Fubon Center for Technology, Business, and Innovation. He's an internationally recognized expert on artificial intelligence governance, digital strategy, and policy. He has also written the award-winning book, and you should check it out, The Sharing Economy. He's provided his inputs to the United States Congress, the European Parliament, United Nations, and the accomplishment list just goes on and on and on. Without further ado, please put your hands together for our next keynote speaker, Mr. Arun Sundararajan, sir. I'm sorry, I should correct that. Dr. Arun Sundararajan, sir.
Oh, that's fine.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that very warm introduction. I'm delighted to be here. I'm actually going to take a picture of all of you before I begin. And the logic for this is that I figure at some point I won't be giving any talks anymore. I'll be old, I'll have grandkids. They probably won't listen to me. So I'm going to take out all these pictures and show them these pictures and say, see, people used to gather to listen to me when I was younger, so maybe I have something useful to say. Anyway, that's the plan. So I'm delighted to be here in Telangana. I have interacted with Hyderabad for many years now. And it's really exciting to see the forward-looking vision of the Telangana government in establishing AI leadership in India. It's very inspiring to me sitting in the United States. So I'm delighted to be a small part of that effort. I thought I'd start by just taking us a little bit under the hood of the technologies that Mr. Salman Khan just talked about, because when we think about how to be responsible with AI, how to gain business value out of AI, what are the societal challenges that are going to emerge from artificial intelligence, it's useful to try and understand exactly what's going on under the hood of these technologies. We've all been exposed to generative AI. We've used ChatGPT. Perhaps we have composed music using a generative AI system. I'm sure many of us have generated art. And so we know that this is a new class of artificial intelligence, and it is generating new content by learning it from patterns and examples in existing data. And so it's a fascinating leap forward that we've seen go mainstream over the last 2 years. And it raises this question, right, of like, artificial intelligence has been around for a long time. How did we go from AI that can make decisions, decide what to recommend to you, what ad to serve to you, should this person get a loan, is this fraudulent, is this credit card transaction fraudulent, to systems that are actually sort of composing poetry in the style of Shakespeare, like, creating paintings, creating videos. And to understand the present, I think it's useful to spend a minute looking at the past, because AI has been around for 70 years. And 30 years ago, AI was all about taking human expertise, interviewing a bunch of people, codifying their knowledge, and putting them into what are called expert systems. And then we had the machine learning revolution in the 1990s, where we took the step forward of getting computer systems to learn from examples by themselves. So human beings would say, here are the features that matter, and the machine learning system would come up with its own rules by learning from examples. Now, this was followed a few years later by the deep learning revolution, which was another step forward, where you gave a large neural network raw data, and it would not only come up with the rules by itself, but it would come up with the features by itself. This started with image recognition, and now this is the most widely used technology under the hood. And a massive, large neural network, a deep learning system, is what is sitting underneath these powerful generative AI systems like GPT. But we have now entered this platform era, where you have these general capabilities of artificial intelligence that are embedded into these large machines that we can draw on in the same way that applications draw on the capabilities of operating systems. So 2 questions that come up are, why did it take so long? Well, and this is an important point to think about, it's because these deep learning systems are incredibly reliant on computing power. And so computing had to become cheap enough for massive deep learning systems to become affordable. This wasn't possible 10 years ago, even if the technology had existed. And I bring this up because leadership in AI isn't just going to be about talent, it isn't just going to be about skills, it isn't just going to be about scientific breakthroughs. A very important part of the competitive landscape, both within companies and globally, isn't just these other dimensions, it's a scale game as well. There are going to be tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars of computing power infrastructure that are going to drive who is going to be the eventual leader. And the second question that comes up is, how did we make this leap from prediction to generation? Well, over the last few years, we've done 3 things. We've said, well, if we want to understand language, we break it down into these little pieces called tokens. These aren't just English language words or Telugu language words, they're also proper nouns like Hyderabad or Charminar, Paris, France. And we create what are called embeddings. This is like, 1 more minute of lesson, and then I'll get into like, sort of the more, I'm a professor, like, I like to teach when I'm on stage. And then we create these things called embeddings. These are sort of mathematical representations of these words or phrases or tokens, but they are not created based on specifying to the machine that these 2 words are synonyms. They are learned by how these words are used in practice. So an embedding then discovers that Hyderabad is close to Charminar, or that the relationship between Paris and France is the same as the relationship between Berlin and Germany. And then finally, in 2017, we had the attention mechanism breakthrough, where words that, for example, have multiple meanings, that you can learn how to generate words by understanding what they mean from the context that they are used in. So if I have a sentence that says, I'm going to paint my car orange, you know that orange is being used as a color rather than a fruit. If you say that this apple tastes good, you know that you're talking about apple as a fruit rather than Apple, your iPhone, at least one would hope. And so you put these 3 things together, tokens, embeddings, and transformers, the attention mechanism, and then you get to the point where sitting inside this massive machine is a system that has learned from massive amounts of text, the patterns that are contained in grammatical structure, common sense, And it works fundamentally by predicting the next word. That's how we make the leap. We are building a system that can now, given a bunch of content, can predict the next word. You take that word, you attach it to the next thing, it predicts the next word, and so on, and so on, and so on. And so that's how we've made the leap from predictive AI to generative AI. And how these machines are trained is really important in what follows. So you might say, okay, now we've got things like GPT, Claude from Anthropic, we've got Llama, there's a whole bunch of homegrown large language models. How do we take them and make them into something useful? How do you create an investment advisor? How do you create a medical diagnostic system, a legal advisor? How does a company create an HR system that answers questions about vacation policy? How does a company create a customer service system that knows enough about your products to be able to answer these questions? Well, there are three broad approaches. Very few people are building their own systems from scratch anymore. Perhaps Bloomberg was the only company to do this a couple of years ago. Most people use one of two methods: fine-tuning, where you're giving the system new data and changing the underlying foundation model, and systems like RAG, where you're not changing the underlying large language model, but you're doing all of the context discovery on the outside. You're saying, well, I'm going to build a separate search system that figures out what document I should provide as context, and then I send this to a generic large language model. So that's the state of the art today. Now let's take a glimpse into the future. Where is generative AI going? Some of you have already used image generating systems. Some of you perhaps have seen the early examples of video generating systems. But that's certainly on the horizon. Over the next 5 years, we'll have increasingly sophisticated AI systems that can generate video on demand based on specifications. That's a very exciting development. Another development that doesn't receive as much attention in the popular press is that generative AI is revolutionizing drug discovery. I told you that we have tokens and embeddings of language from which you can use that to find out, you can learn grammar, to learn word usage, to learn common sense. In a similar way, a generative AI system for drug discovery is not generating text or images, it is generating molecules or proteins, and it is generating them having learned from millions of examples the patterns of chemical dependencies, the patterns of biological relationships that exist. And so this is perhaps one of the most exciting frontiers for generative AI. And then if you think about human intelligence or species, living things intelligence, there's certainly among human intelligence, language is a very big distinguisher. But our ability to navigate physical space on our own, to learn how to move, is another distinguishing intelligence characteristic. And to me, that's another really exciting frontier of generative AI. Of course, we have seen autonomous vehicles already. They gather data using LiDAR, which is what you're seeing, one sort of sensing technology, using video cameras to sort of map their surroundings. They even use radar, that old technology that has been used for a long time. They combine this with satellite data on precise locations and very detailed maps. But they are fundamentally today still rule-based systems. There are millions of rules that are sitting under the hood. But if you think about how you and I might drive a car or drive a motorcycle, we're not reacting instantaneously to our environment. We are making sort of intelligent predictions about what is going to happen in the next few seconds. You're approaching an intersection, someone is approaching the same intersection. You are making tacitly a prediction that perhaps the person is going to be crossing the road when I reach the traffic light, so I need to slow my car down. So this is the next frontier of generative AI, which is creating systems that are called world models, and there are already prototypes of these, which given data about what the world looks like today, what your physical environment looks like today, encoded as video data or LiDAR data, what will the physical world look like in a couple of seconds? And the generative system is generating this prediction of what the world is going to look like in a couple of seconds. So this is definitely a space to monitor, but this brings me back to the computing power point, which is that the language models themselves have required these massive infrastructure developments. World models are 2-3 orders of magnitude more computationally intensive. And so countries around the world are realizing that a big part of staying on the frontier of AI isn't just getting enough NVIDIA chips and building these massive infrastructures, but that electricity or power is going to end up becoming a constraint as well. Just to give you a sense for how power-intensive AI is, a typical large tech platform to run its AI systems uses the power output of the equivalent of a nuclear power plant. So even a single company requires as much power as is generated by a typical nuclear power plant. And that is today, when generative AI is in its infancy. It hasn't yet been deeply integrated into our lives. And so part of the reason why there's been so much recent interest in nuclear fusion technology into sort of next generation power systems is because there's an anticipation that at some point in the next 10, 15 years, electricity is going to be an access to cheap and affordable and sustainable electricity to power these massive AI infrastructures is going to be on the boundary of what constrains or enables a country or a government to sort of move forward. Now let's spend 5 minutes talking about how companies are getting business value from these generative AI systems. Over the last 2 years, there have been dozens of studies that have established, not surprisingly, that generative AI increases individual productivity. It makes people who write faster. It makes people who translate faster. It makes people who edit documents edit faster. It allows people who write computer programs to program faster. It allows consulting teams to come up with better solutions faster. And so these rises in individual productivity have been established. But to me, that's not the exciting thing. The exciting thing is going to be what's in the future. And to understand what's in the future, again, let's look at the past. 20 years ago, Amazon, a large retailer, was faced with a new challenge. And I'm using Amazon as an example because I've got a good video of them. I mean, I could be using Flipkart, which has incredible automation technology in its Malur sort of fulfillment center. But Amazon was faced with a new problem, which is when someone places an order, you have to put a bunch of different items in a box and ship it to them, right? And someone might have ordered a hairdryer, they might have ordered some clothes, they might have ordered some toothpaste. All of these are in different parts of the fulfillment center. How do we efficiently get someone to go around this fulfillment center, collect all these things from these massive shelves and put them in a box in a cost-effective way? And so the productivity increasing approach would be to say, let's build a robotic system that rapidly moves around the warehouse, maybe a drone that sort of flies around, picks things off and puts them in a box. But the approach that ended up being used and the approach that is going to bring the revolutionary gains in AI, to companies, was taking the people to the shelves. Imagine a system where the shelves come to the people. So 20 years ago, if someone had made this suggestion, people might have said, well, what kind of psychedelic drugs are you on? Shelves moving to people, that's a great vision, but, sort of like go home, take a nap. But you look at the Amazon warehouses today, and this is what has been implemented. There are robotic systems where the shelves move around the warehouse in sort of this orchestrated dance, orchestrated by AI, and they move to the human who is then picking items out of the shelf and putting it in a box. So a critical lesson to be learned here is that value from these revolutionary new technologies may initially come from simple productivity gains, but the true business value comes from rethinking, how can my process be different? How can I do work differently based on the new capabilities? And part of the reason why I am confident that this is going to be the case is that history is on my side. Over 100 years ago, before the advent of electricity, factories were built around the power source. because they would be powered by a steam engine or a water wheel. And so you'd build the factory next to the river. And the transmission of power was through these belt and line shaft systems. And so you had to sort of construct these rickety structures that people were surrounding the power source because you couldn't transmit. There was one power source, and the entire design of industrial production systems was constrained by putting people around the power source. Now, once the electric motor came along, maybe early productivity gains came from taking out the steam engine and plonking in the power source, but the revolution came from understanding that I could reimagine how work is done unconstrained by the fact that I need to put people next to the power source. That's where the assembly line, division of labor, scientific management came in, because everybody had their own little machine, and you could start to build production systems based on productive efficiency, not based on proximity to power source. And a final point on business value, humans have to trust the AI systems. Trust is a powerful driver of business change, and without sufficient trust in these AI systems, you're not going to see the business gains. Some of my research has established that when you have a familiar human-human interaction environment that someone can map the human-AI environment to, trust builds more rapidly. And I'll give you an example. In the United States, people are more likely to trust an AI system that is doing medical diagnosis than an AI system that is providing investment advice. And this seems mysterious, right? Because medical diagnosis is so much more high stakes than investing your money. The reason is that in the US, the typical interaction you have with your doctor is it's a stranger in a white coat who says, I'm an expert, here's what's wrong with you, and you agree. So talking to an AI system that says, I'm an AI in a white coat, here's what's wrong with you, you've been Googling your symptoms anyway. It's a familiar step from the human-human to the human-AI. Investment advisory, on the other hand, most people don't have this. The people who have it have long-standing relationships with their advisors. So talking to an AI stranger is something where building trust is a lot harder. And so understanding what builds human-AI trust is also central to getting business value. Now, that's the positive side. I think one of the challenges we are going to face in the near future is that AI is going to redefine what it means to be human. We are not sort of strangers to AI systems mapping who we are. All of you have a digital twin at every major tech platform that has understood your preferences and that is doing things like recommending products to you, deciding what's in your news feed, deciding what ads to serve you up. And so our preferences have already been digitized and mapped into AI systems at tech companies. This is not new. What generative AI allows us to do now is to create more sophisticated human twins. And so you can train a system now to write like you. And that's how these generative AI systems work, right? You give them some examples of what you want done, and they can learn how to do that in that person's style. So you're probably going to welcome the creation of your digital twin initially, right? I mean, like, it can write your emails for you. It can answer emails for you. Maybe, when you go on vacation, there's a chatbot version of you that your colleagues can talk to. The trouble is that, if you leave your job and go to another job, who's to say that your digital twin isn't going to stay behind, right? Or better yet, worse yet, compete with you for your next job. So this idea that AI can replicate the creative style of individuals isn't just restricted to writers and musicians and artists. A very skilled foundry worker, their movements can be recorded to create a robotic system that encapsulates 30 years of experience there. You can put cameras on the wrists of a surgeon to gather really rich training data for a robotic surgical system, but that is also extracting at the same time the capabilities of this highly skilled surgeon and encapsulating them into a machine. A good business development executive who knows the cadence of when to email, when to call, when to take the person out to dinner, when to send flowers, when to pull back. Those patterns can be codified into an AI system that replicates that expert and given to novices who then may not be 100% as good as the expert, but can sort of get up to speed really fast. So we are entering a world in which the body of work that you create isn't just your body of work anymore. It is a blueprint for your productive process, for your creative process. You might say, well, the law must have thought about this already. It has, but it's come on the side of saying that what you produce, you own, but you don't own the process of production. You own your works, but you don't own your style. You own your expressions, but you don't own your ideas. And this was the trade-off that copyright law created, because the idea was that if you wrote the first detective novel, that doesn't mean you should own all of detective novels. You want other people to also write detective novels. If you wrote the first hip-hop song, that doesn't mean you own all of hip-hop, right? And so that trade-off made sense in the pre-generative AI era. However, now, if based on the works that you have created, someone can extract the blueprint of your productive process, it raises the societal question of what are the boundaries around human capital and what facets of our human capital should we own. So to me, this is one of the most important policy questions that is raised by generative AI. I'll conclude by moving from human autonomy to strategic autonomy of countries. I know that there is a great amount of interest in AI sovereignty around the world today. I recently participated in a discussion among the ASEAN countries about the boundaries around what they want to put, sort of their partnership about digital interoperability, should that be extended into AI sovereignty. I think some of the plans that Telangana government has about the AI city, about the creating of the infrastructure, skilling, hugely exciting. The two guidelines I give governments I talk to when thinking about sort of how do I approach the question of how sovereign should my AI be, what is the level of strategic autonomy should I attain, is to think about the right layers for independence. Do you want to be independent at the chip layer? I'm just checking the time, making sure that I haven't run over. Okay. Do you want to be independent at the semiconductor layer? This is not something that very many people can aspire to. Do you want to be independent at the cloud layer? Do you want to be independent or autonomous at the foundation model layer? Do you want to be autonomous or independent at the application layer? I use the LLMs of other countries, but I'm building my own homegrown applications. Do I want to be autonomous at the talent or skills layer? Each of these are a different level of autonomy, and I think thinking about what is the circle I want to draw around my strategic autonomy and where do I want to be sort of economically interdependent is a very important strategic question. And the other thing that I tell them is balance autonomy with regional partnerships. There are some things where you want to go it alone, whether it's a state, whether it's a country. There are other things where you want to lead the partnerships. You want to sort of create the standard that a whole bunch of other people follow. So these are the two important questions on strategic autonomy. I think we should all think about human autonomy and the boundaries around human capital ownership. I'm almost out of time. If you don't get to ask me a question now, I'm easy to find online. It was a delight to see all of you, and I look forward to your questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Dr. Arun Sundararajan. Do we have time for one question, sir? Yeah. Maybe one or two questions, Doctor, if that's
Sure,
okay.
absolutely.
Thank you very much for that lucid presentation. I'm Director of Center of Excellence on Artificial Intelligence at CHSS. Thank you for that clarity. But I just have one question to ask. The power of autonomy. We have not given any technology so far invented by the man to have a power of autonomy, right? And this is the one matter of serious concern. And the GPT-4 or the chat GPT seem to have what is called emergent capabilities.
Yes.
Unintended consequences, which are likely to be harmful. They may go rogue, or they may go out of control. That is the most dreaded scenario. I mean, the worst possible nightmare scenario. So how are you going to have the rail guards against that? What are the safety measures? How can we curb those unintended consequences which can be detrimental to the human species and poses existential threat to human species?
That's a great question. I think that part of the fear that we have around existential threats comes from the term artificial intelligence. If we think of these as incredibly powerful optimization systems or prediction systems, then the idea that they are going to go rogue and kill all of humanity becomes less of a concern. So I think in the near term, we don't have to worry about existential threats to humans. But to put the right guardrails around AI, even in the short term, to make sure that there's alignment, make sure that these systems aren't saying things that we don't find societally acceptable, to make sure that there's cultural alignment between our AI systems and the country that they're used in, to make sure that these systems are free from bias of different kinds. It's going to be a combination of new government laws, reinterpreting existing laws within the AI context. So agencies that say, well, deepfakes are bad, but we don't need new laws against deepfakes because these existing laws already make deepfakes illegal. We just have to reinterpret them. And deciding the boundaries between what should the government do and what should be delegated to the platforms. Like if you take censorship as an example, historically this has always been a government mandate, but today algorithms at YouTube or Facebook or TikTok are doing a lot of our censorship for us de facto, right? So choosing the boundaries between platform and government, and these two other points are really sort of at the core of how we can put the right guardrails around AI. The existential threat, I think, the scenario that worries me the most is where we imbue the AI with its own objectives and it thinks it's doing the right thing for us and humanity falls by the wayside. If you look at the history of how human beings have ended up wiping out other species, it's not like we went to sort of kill them, right? We were just progressing and they fell by the wayside by mistake. So if you have an AI system in the future that says interplanetary travel is really important, my humans have told me that this is important. They drill a hole in the atmosphere to sort of reduce the power consumption of rockets by 99%. And then that has sort of detrimental consequences to humanity. So that kind of unintended thing is something that we should wire safeguards into AI for. But that's a great question.
It has the power to improve, so it may improve on the negative side.
Yep.
Well, that's the most serious concern. Yeah. Thank you so much for that.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. We have one more question, and then we'll come to you. That'll be the last question, because we have to be respectful of the next speaker's time too.
Sir, Arun sir, hearty congratulations. Wonderful presentation, sir. I am Dr. Ramesh Kannaganti. Given the geopolitical, geostrategic realities of the global order which we are living, the AI for Global Summit is happening in Hyderabad. We have Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, and many other conflict zones happening. My only point, because I am also a professor, can we give some kind of artificial intelligence coalition of sorts to bring out a framework where they, in the geopolitics of AI, in the race to catch the best of AI, there are so many ups and downs, and there are some countries who are really on the upside, some countries who are really yet to catch the AI revolution. The digital divides is really very bad. Given this scenario, can we give a framework of the global world order like United Nations for a global body, for AI to regulate, AI to, the narrative of AI to be at least equidistant or equilibriumly. Can you throw some light on your thought leadership on that particular area, sir?
Okay, I mean, this is a great question. I think, this has been a discussion point for the last few years. Can we have a world body for the regulation or the governance of AI? I think the reality is that there is one power center that is emerging that is US-centric. There is another power center that's emerging that is China-centric. India's opportunity, I think, can be to lead a lot of the rest of the world, especially the global south, in defining standards around both technology deployment and responsible use. But I think it's, while it would be ideal to have a world in which there is one body that governs all of us, the genie is out of the bottle in some sense. AI is not going to be a winner-take-all technology. There are going to be multiple competing systems. The threshold for implementing a small-scale system is extremely low. So every country can, in fact, take a step forward. And then the governance issues have to be aligned with that country's principles, that country's laws. So I think we will end up in a decentralized AI governance world. And what we want is for the world leaders like India, like the US, to step up and provide the leadership. I think that is going to be a better model than saying, well, let's create a UN-like body, that it sort of comes bottom up rather than top down. Thanks.
Dr. Arun, we have one last question here from this gentleman.
Thank you, Dr. Sundararajan. That was very enlightening to look at it from different perspectives of the AI future. If you go to the traditional model of land, labor, capital, we're saying labor is no more human labor. A good part of it will be machine labor. And labor today is not only used for livelihood, but also for organizing your day. And when you come to the capital, these models also look like the capital holders will have outsized returns because of the machine labor. How should policyholders, governments think about it?
Okay, again, a great question, sort of like, lots of interesting facets to it. When I was writing my book about the sharing economy 10 years ago, part of what inspired me to get interested in there was the possibility of capital decentralization. We know that when capital is concentrated, inequality grows because the returns from capital grow faster than the returns from wages. And the sharing economy promised to create millions of small sellers, millions of small video creators, millions of small hosts, millions of small sort of like, taxi company owners of one. But you realize that that promise would only come from government policy that nudged platforms away from capital centralization and favored capital decentralization. I think we're at a similar phase with AI. The capabilities that are in these AI systems can be tremendously decentralizing for entrepreneurship. You can create a new generation of educators, of healthcare providers, of investment advisors, of data scientists. So you can have millions of new entrepreneurs who are creating their own AI-powered businesses. You can have that foundry worker who I was talking about, whose movements are being recorded, sign a contract with the factory to have their capital, their intellectual capital embedded in a machine, and a contract that gives them capital returns from that. Now, all of this will only happen if the government says that those are things, if it pushes the evolution of these things in that direction, where it says, well, you need these kinds of intellectual property contracts when you train a system on a specific person's AI. I don't know exactly what the right policy solution is. Nobody does. But the simple answer to your question is that these fears can be overcome if we put the right rules of the game in place to nudge our economy away from a capital centralizing direction and towards a capital decentralizing and entrepreneurial sort of empowering direction. All right. Thank you all very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Dr. Sundararajan. If you could please stay on the stage for just one more minute, I would request Ms. Ramadevi Lanka ma'am to come on stage and thank Dr. Sundararajan with a memento as a token of our appreciation for this wonderful keynote. Dr. Sundararajan, you took us back to B-School days, where there's no right answer sometimes, and you have to always continuously push and pull between the boundaries of the boundaries that ChatGPTs and the GenAIs are constantly trying to expand, versus how you actually have to refine the policies and everything around it so that there's a fine balance with which we continue to push forward. So thank you so much for that insightful keynote there. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please put your hands together for Dr. Sundararajan. Meanwhile, continuing on the topic of GenAI, there's an open AI parallel track going on. It started about 10:55, starting right about now, and it's being moderated by Mr. Ankit Bose, head of AI at NASSCOM, and has got great panelists, Mr. Amitabh Nag, Mr. Sunil Abraham, and Ms. Zainab Bawa. So if anybody's interested, you could look at the parallel track that's going on right now.
Yeah, thank you. Good. How are you?
Okay. So a couple more announcements. There's another session that's going on, which is called the AI Adoption for Enterprise Success. This is being driven by HICC. This is on the ground floor right behind the main hall. Anybody who's interested, you can probably attend those sessions. And we see a lot of other people coming into the main hall here right now. So please take your seats. Don't go anywhere. We have got fantastic fireside chat coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce that the Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce that we are joined here today by the Honorable Minister for IT, Electronics and Communications, Industries and Commerce and Legislative Affairs, Mr. D. Sridhar Babu Garu. A big round of applause because it's his vision that has driven Telangana towards this kind of a path where we are taking the step forward to building the AI city, being the AI capital of the world, of India, and hopefully the world one day as well, sir. And in that endeavor, I thank Mr. D. Sridhar Babu Garu for his presence this morning. And we'll be moving ahead with the awards shortly. So please be seated. Don't go anywhere. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, like I mentioned, we're ready with the award ceremony right now. I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Pankaj, who's going to talk about the hackathon and the award winners here. Mr. Pankaj, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I'm very glad to announce the hackathon, which was conducted for the last 36 hours, called Math Hack 2. By far, this has been the largest hackathon that has ever been conducted in India, with more than 10,000 registrations flowing in. And we finally shortlisted about 40 teams, about 150 participants because of the physical space constraints. And then, of course, we also had a parallel online hackathon going on. Very glad to say that this was a hackathon conducted by Government of Telangana under the aegis of Global AI Summit, by MATH, which is Machine Learning and Artificial Intelligence Technology Hub, a joint venture, COE, by DST, Department of Science and Technology, and T-Hub, which is an entity of Government of Telangana. So without much ado, I would request Minister Garu also to be on stage, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Special Chief Secretary, to be on stage, Ms. Ramadevi Lanka to be on stage, the team from HICC to be on stage, which has been the industry partner for this hackathon. The hackathon partner for this event was Idea Labs, and the platform that was used was an AI-based platform called talentfarm.ai. So I would request everyone to join on the stage. And we have 3 winning teams here today. So we would call those winning teams here so that they are felicitated by Minister Garu. And of course, Ben Franklin has been the sponsor for these cash prizes worth about 10 lakh rupees. So the first prize will be 5 lakh rupees, the second prize 3 lakh rupees, and the third prize 2 lakh rupees. We have Mr. Ram Mohan, who's representing the sponsor, Ben Franklin. May I request Mr. MSR also to come on stage representing T-Hub. So this has been a wonderful event, sir, with about 36 hours of non-stop hacking. Yeah. So with now I'll invite the second runner-up first. And interestingly, they are students of second year of engineering from Gitanjali Engineering College. So may I invite the team, second runner-up. They've built a solution called Soul Support, which actually is a AI-based chatbot which helps for upkeep of mental wellness. So when people are in depression, and now we see a lot of young people also sometimes get stress and mental depression, and they have an AI-based system where you can connect with people, you can connect with systems and get advice as to what can be the steps, how to manage the situation. They're also creating a metaverse of sorts where they can have some kind of entertainment and gaming which can be associated to help them get over that. So may I request you to come in front and hand over this symbolic fruit check, and of course we have a check ready for all of them. Can we have a round of applause for these young students? And that's why the future of Telangana is so bright, because if students of second year can build this kind of solution. Guys, why don't you come?
Such a bright sight to see all these youngsters up on stage. Brilliant minds. Out-of-the-box thinkers. Fantastic, guys. Congratulations. Wonderful.
Hello, everyone. So we are Team Soul Support, and the vision behind our team was so everyone can have access to the mental health support system that everyone needs. So our base agenda was that mental health should be free and available to everyone. So we wanted to have free therapy for everyone. So we are from Geetanjali College of Engineering and Technology, and we just completed our first year. And this is our first hackathon, so we're really happy that we have come to the stage. So thank you.
Thank you so much. The first runner-up is Salubrity Healthcare. May I request the team, Salubrity, to come on the stage. And by the time they come here, sir, I also want to inform you that more than 100 mentors participated all through these 36 hours. And HICC gave a great support in terms of providing the mentors. So I think we had a wonderful mentor network which was supporting all through. Salubrity Healthcare or Hair Care actually works on an AI solution for hair growth or hair regrowth. I would probably ask the team here on stage to talk a little about.
Give it up for the first runners-up. Everybody, put your hands together. Congratulations, guys. Phenomenal achievement.
So Salubrity Healthcare is all about AI, hair loss, and nutrition. So we are combining trichologists, nutritionists, and AI bots to cure hair loss and basically prolong the hair regrowth that happens.
Thank you, everybody. There are enough people on the stage who have already become her client. And with this, I think we have the last team, the team which has won this hackathon, a cash prize of 5 lakh rupees sponsored by Ben Franklin. May I invite the team Flatmates on stage? Their solution is to find like-minded people as co-living, for the flats. So they have, based on how, based on your interest, based on your like-mindedness, you can find people who can share your flat. When students and people search for flatmates, so they have an AI-based solution which does that looking at multiple parameters.
Louder cheers, guys. To the winners of the hackathon. Please give it up for our winners.
Hello. Yeah. Hey everyone. This is Nitin. I am from IIT Kanpur, graduated in 22, and I'm working in Sprinkler. So we all formed as a friends group and started working on this. And yeah, we finally won it, and we are very excited that it's all happening in Hyderabad. I'm like from my childhood, I'm a big fan of Hyderabad as a city. So yeah, and hope soon you all will use our platform. So our application is mostly on finding flatmates or rooms based on your preferences. So right now, all the Gen Z and the next generation wanted their preferences to be upfront. Like they wanted someone who is staying with you. They wanted who will be staying. That is very important for them. So based on your profile, we will curate list of people whom you can contact and discuss what you wanted to do. Like let's say take a flat or take a room. That's what we are building, leveraging AI technology to match the users and cluster them based on the preferences that they give. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity, everyone here. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Once again, I would like to thank the sponsors, Ben Franklin, the team of Math for organizing this hackathon, Idea Labs, TalentFarm.ai, HICC. And may I request Minister Sir to speak a few words on this hackathon.
On the second day of this AI Global Convention, on behalf of Government of Telangana, welcome all the delegates, all the eminent AI professionals again today. With me here and my special CS of the IT and Industries Department, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, and also our team here over the past 2 months have been trying to bring awareness, educate our people, including our students. And today, we are also happy, and world is also witnessing. And the hackathon winners and the hackathon participants are also over here. On behalf of our government, I would like to congratulate all the young thinkers, all the young grey matter, young team who got involved themselves and participated in this hackathon, which has been sponsored by HICC and their team, Ben Franklin and the team. I would like to thank them too. And this sort of hackathons, and tomorrow when, our Jayesh and we speak again, so these sort of hackathons will be done in each and every school. And our idea and our planning is to take AI into curriculum of the schools in the near future. With these few words, I will again congratulate the hackathon winners and all the participants. And I wish them all the best for the future. Thank you.
All right, congratulations to all our hackathon winners, and thank you so much, Honorable Minister for IT, Electronics and Communications, Sridhar Babu Garu, for that wonderful, inspiring speech. With that, let's continue with the agenda for the day 2. Coming up next, we have a wonderful fireside chat. We want to talk about, the future of the world. and what kind of a world do we live in? So to talk about that, we have a short panel here comprising of Mr. Eric Smith, who's a senior advisor in the Office of the Special Envoy for Critical and Emerging Technology in the US Department of State. We're very privileged to have him here. And along with him, to talk about this particular topic, is my namesake, by the way. My name is Prashant Kumar Ivaturi. And my namesake, Mr. Prashant Kumar, he's the CEO of Entermind.ai, as well as he sits on the board of Astro, which is one of Malaysia's largest media group. He dons a lot of other hats also, mentoring startups and so on and so forth. So please welcome our panelists. And moderating this session will be Mr. Anjani Kumar, who's a partner at Deloitte. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our Fireside Chat panelists. They're going to be talking about the worldview on India. Pleasure to have you here.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to this fireside chat on the worldview on India. If you look at what's happening in the India AI landscape, over the last several years, we've seen a significant growth in the India AI landscape driven by a very vibrant startup ecosystem. You know, we just gave awards to hackathon winners, somebody who's still in college, so we've got a very vibrant startup ecosystem. We've got great IT talent. And equally importantly, we've seen significant emphasis by state governments like Telangana in identifying AI as a critical growth driver. Some of the statistics clearly call out that over the next 2 to 3 years, AI is expected to contribute about 10% of India's GDP. So, you know, as a nation, we are aspiring to get to 5 trillion economy, and AI could contribute about 500 billion of that. And if we move to a global context, you know, today the world economy is about $110 trillion. According to some estimates, by 2030, about 17 trillion will be contributed by AI. But the catch is, the same estimates also assume or say that about 70% of that 17 trillion will go to US and China. And that's where, ladies and gentlemen, we have these two gentlemen on the stage with me who will talk about the opportunity that exists for India. You know, 17 trillion in 2030 is a large number. So how can we as India capitalize on that opportunity and make sure that we get a lion's share of that incremental value, the incremental GDP that is going to get contributed by AI? So maybe I want to start with you, Eric. You know, given your role in the US Department of State and your experience, what are some of the mega trends in AI that you're seeing in the US? And how does US view India's evolving role in the AI landscape?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Anjani. Let me start out by thanking the Telangana government for the invitation to be here today. I'm from Washington, D.C. I'm from the U.S. Department of State, our foreign ministry. I cover critical and emerging technologies, which are so transformative, so disruptive, so important that our Department of State created this special office with the acknowledgement that we need to have a foreign policy for how it is that we're dealing with what is indeed a geopolitical implication. So when I received the invitation to visit Hyderabad for this event, I typically go to New Delhi. We're dealing with, of course, the Indian federal government, our counterparts. But I leapt at the opportunity to come to Hyderabad because I kept being told, you've got to go to Hyderabad. That's where the action is in tech. And I can tell you, Yeah, I spent the last couple of days touring around a little bit. We went to T-Hub, we went to T-Works, and I just am blown away with what I've seen. And it's my understanding a lot of the buildings that we visited, had you been here 20 years ago, they didn't even exist. So I'm really in awe of the accomplishments, and a lot of credit, I think, goes to the policies of the Telangana government. To answer your question, Anjali, I don't know about mega trends, if this would qualify as a mega trend, but I can tell you, you asked about my own experience. I mean, the way that I personally am seeing AI being harnessed is in the work that I'm doing, and I think it's probably typical of what a lot of the people here today and throughout the world are doing, where it's helping in doing the job that I already do. I'm talking mostly about text generation. The Department of State, which has not always been the most tech-savvy institution, has really leaned into using AI for our work. So it's enabling somebody like me, who has to do a lot of writing for my profession, as many of us do, to take what had been a blank page, you know, and it's always that kind of difficult part of where do I start writing this thing? I've got, and it gives you a great first draft. And what I've heard is 20, 60, 20. You spend 20% of your time getting the prompt right. It gives you 60%. It gives you a pretty good draft, and then the value add is the last 20%, I think, where you do the editing and the fine-tuning. And then as far as your question about, where we see India in terms of its evolution with AI, I mean, we couldn't be more, from the U.S. government's perspective, more positive and supportive in that partnership, which one need only look around Hyderabad and see all of the major U.S. tech companies and their presence here to understand the deep, deep ties between our two countries in terms of technology.
And Prashant, you spent a lot of your career in India and Asia Pacific. So from your perspective, what are you seeing in terms of the AI ecosystem in the other Asian countries? And are there any learnings for us as India? And how do they view us as an AI power?
Sure. So if you look at the global AI landscape, there are two ecosystems that are pretty holistic, means across the value chain, whether it's chips or whether it's cloud or foundation models or applications and so on. One is the US ecosystem and other is the China ecosystem. And those ecosystems are fairly autonomous in certain ways. However, if you look at other countries, they realize that they cannot do everything and they cannot be great at everything. So they are going with a more focused approach. So if you look at South Korea, for instance, South Korea is trying to work on the AI space bottoms up because they realize that a lot of foundation models that are being developed in the West, a lot of thinking there is very top-down. And because of that, once you apply it to the local, heterogeneous, diverse context, a lot of time the applicability is very low. And so they believe that they want to work on hypercontext, right? So that is I won't call it a niche, that's a space they have identified for themselves because they do not want to take on the big foundation models head on, the big firms head on, because they believe they can't, right? If you look at, for instance, Singapore and UAE, I mean, both of them have developed their foundation models, UAE, I mean, the Falcon and stuff like that. A lot of their focus on the space is in terms of government transformation and public access and so on. If you look at Malaysia, for instance, Malaysia has had historical strengths in semiconductors. So we just saw Intel in the last 2 years making billions of dollars of commitment there. You see now Microsoft having committed to data center upskilling and training to help. So if there are two spaces that they are focusing on, it's chips, and they want to be the neutral semiconductor hub of the world, not pro-US, but not pro-China, and data centers, right? Chips and data centers, that's how Malaysia is looking at it. So that brings me to India. As to where should India focus? I think the question goes back to where India's current strengths lie that we can build upon, and that leverage allows us a better chance to win, right? So then let's look at our strength. We have lots of people, which means we generate humongous amount of data, whether it's UPI, whether it's retail and e-commerce space, whether it's our telcos. That's the kind of data asset that very few countries in the world have. And a lot of that data is very high quality data, very scalable, and very friendly to AI applications, right? The number 2 asset is the massive IT workforce. By 2027, India will have the world's largest IT workforce. That is a huge asset. The third strength, I would say, if you look at currently, the big 4 areas where a lot of applications are gaining momentum, somebody put it as 4C. So there is coding, there is content, there is customer service, and then there is Copilot. And if you think about our GCC/IT/BPO industries, the export-facing industries, a lot of their work actually comes from these 4C areas. So we have humongous amount of data, we have humongous amount of IT workforce, and we have tons of global work we are doing here, which relates to exact spaces where there is tremendous momentum. I think India has everything going for it to give it among the top countries for AI status. Unfortunately, that is not today's reality. Because if you look at global rankings, various, depending on which ranking you look at, we are at number 14, sometimes number 10, or sometimes number 16. So we have got a long way to go, but I think we are placed extremely well if we bring our ambitions to it. Thank you.
So, Prashant, I think that's a very good articulation of the segments of the AI stack, starting from hardware to deployment of the hardware via cloud, to LLM models, to AI services and AI products. And what you're also saying is, for each of these elements of the AI stack, there are certain skills needed, there are certain leverage needed, there are land, labor, capital needed, and each of the countries in Asia Pacific, you're seeing them play to their strengths. So Eric, just coming back to you on that, if I take that argument forward, one of the large strengths of India is both the tech workforce, and according to a report we recently published, we will have about 1.2 million people trained in AI in the next 2 years. So that's a large strength for India. How should India leverage that strength, and how does somebody like US look at India from that perspective?
Well, I couldn't agree more with Prashant's points about those strengths, not only the vast talent pool, but also the vast amount of data as tremendous advantages that India has, and I would say is already harnessing. In terms of from my perspective, from representing the U.S. government, I think that we're partnering with that workforce in a variety of ways. At 3 different levels, really. At the top, from a government to government level, we are engaging with our Indian partners through institutions like the Indo-US Science and Technology Forum, which facilitates academic exchanges and provides grant funding for technological entrepreneurship to identify talent on both sides. At the academic level, I mean, I need not tell anybody in this room about the number of students that go to the United States. Indeed, I know that in 2023, it was roughly 205,000 Indians that were studying in the United States, the most of any country in the world. And I learned this morning something to the tune of 40% of them come from right here in Telangana. And then at a third level, between private industry, of course, there's a tremendous flow of mobility, the workforce back and forth. I'm
sorry, Anjani, what was the second part of the question? In terms of how does the US perceive the talent, both for solving problems in India as well as India solving problems for the rest of the world?
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I think on that question, I would point to an example that I learned of in a conversation I was having with a contact of mine at Google, which an example I'm sure everybody here is familiar with, this Bashini app that provides for, as I understand it, real-time language
translation across multiple languages.
For me, that's a tremendous example of harnessing all of this data and for a societal good. Again, I think a very wise policy, well executed on the part of the Indian government. And yeah, those are examples of I think where India is on the right track and is already harnessing its vast pool of talent.
You know, one of the things we've been hearing both yesterday and today, Prashant, with the growing prevalence of AI, questions around bias, around governance, and around safety are becoming very prevalent. So what strategies do you see globally are organizations and governments using to solve for that? And how can India become a leader in that? Because if we can do that well, clearly set the standards, you know, that will be a huge achievement. And to your point that India has to leapfrog, this can be a great way to do that.
So first thing is regulation itself. I think the California draft bill, SB 1047, came out just a few days back. Before that, a few months back, you had the EU AI bill, which I felt was very well thought through. I mean, still 2 years to go before it will be implemented. But I think a very serious set of proposals have been floated around there. And I see somewhere between the two becoming the norm for rest of the world outside of China, all right? So clearly, the first imperative for India would be to join the conversation into a government-to-government and maybe some industry thrown in relationship. Maybe India should champion the setting up of a World Intelligence Organization, a WIO, given that AI is going to so fundamentally transform the world that we live in. I mean, you spoke about $70 trillion out of the global economy coming from there. Yeah. So a World Intelligence Organization championed by India, but bringing all the key players into that fold is definitely one way India can try to enable an ecosystem and bring some decisive guardrails into that. The second part is, and certainly I have to bring you down to the grassroots, the truth is that all the content labeling and tagging and, you know, if you want to eliminate bias, human feedback is one very good way to do it, but there is no very simple way to do it. You just got to have lakhs and lakhs of people sitting there tagging it and saying what's good, what's not good, what's right, what's wrong, and so on and so forth. That is a lot of jobs there waiting to be harnessed if we play it right. So if you talk about India's role in addressing the issue of bias, maybe that is one, right? I mean, some of the fundamental fine-tuning technologies like reinforcement learning on human feedback actually depends on humans to train AI at a mass level instead of a few coders sitting there in Silicon Valley and telling the model what to do, right? The third thing I would say, one issue of bias is ethical and legal bias, but then there is I think, an even softer and subtler issue of cultural bias, that AI can become a force for brute homogeneity in terms of culture, and that in order to ensure a heterogeneous foundation model, for instance, a heterogeneous output applications, which contextualizes outputs to local hyperculture, I think India can stand for a hyperculture layer. India can build a hyperculture layer. If you look at India with all the insane diversity we are a microcosm of the world, right? I mean, we have 9 darshanas, which talk about different ways of thinking, you know what I mean? Yeah. And that's exactly what AI model builders are looking for, which is new learning theories and new ways of how humans really look at answering different questions, right? So I believe that India, should champion World Intelligence Organization, should incentivize jobs per dollar basis, give incentives to create jobs at the bottom end of the pyramid in AI ecosystem, And third thing is, to set the cultural biases right, India should create a hyperculture layer. And I think all the translation work that some companies are doing are fantastic towards that. A lot more can be done, a lot more needs to be done. I think the government needs to function as almost an industry CEO in this respect, bringing all the players together into one collaborative ecosystem.
And Prashant, your point of lakhs of jobs being created at the bottom where we are doing tagging and some of the foundational work takes me back to the late 90s when, because of the Y2K issue or the threat, there were lakhs and lakhs of jobs were created, and that laid the foundation for the IT services industry, which is 250 billion plus today. So probably something like that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Maybe, Eric, one of the things that India's approach to AI distinguishes itself from rest of the world is because of our focus on inclusivity, affordability, and social impact. And that's just the nature of what we are as a country. So how do you see elements like this being incorporated when rest of the world looks at integrating AI into society?
Yeah, it's a very important question. And I would say that India's approach to AI is an example of our like-mindedness with the U.S. approach to AI. We share common values in terms of democracy, human rights, and innovation, with a mindfulness that innovation, needs to be promoted while mitigating risks. And so, to your question about how this is shaping influence around the world, I would give you the example, again, from a U.S. diplomatic perspective of a recent event that we point to as a great success for setting global norms. In March of this year, the United States tabled in New York at the United Nations a resolution for safe, secure, and trustworthy AI. This was to establish a global consensus around the need for guardrails for how we achieve an AI for good, where the benefits are shared for all of humanity. And we ended up getting that resolution adopted by consensus with 123 countries. And I want to point to this because this is an example of where India is such a vital, consequential partner of the United States. Because, candidly speaking, when the United States tabled a resolution in the UN, there were a lot of countries who were a bit skeptical about what it is that the objective was. But once our Western friends signed on early on, but soon thereafter, so did our partner India. And once India did, basically the whole rest of the world followed, which underscores the importance of India's position as the voice of the global South, which we are fully supportive of. And we see such an important role for India in setting the right norms around the world as its rightful position as the greatest influence for the rest of the world.
Thanks. And I think before I let you two gentlemen go, I do want to run a rapid fire round with you. So just think about the first thing that comes to your mind. Don't think. So maybe I'll start with you, Prashant. What's the most unusual use case of GenAI that you've seen?
Okay, so, well, at the cost of sounding narcissist, there is this POC that my team developed a few months back, where it was AI for afterlife. So let's say as a loved one in your around you passed away, but you have a lot of voice samples of that person, you have a lot of emails, you have a lot of letters, you have photos, videos. How do you use those to recreate a virtual shrine where you could actually, say, speak to your grandfather when you are feeling down and out? Maybe he can read the letters that he wrote in his voice by using voice cloning and by simulating the tone and manner. And actually, technologically, it's not difficult anymore. So yeah, it was AI for afterlife. How do you recreate memory by bringing back our loved ones in virtual form? Not to the extent as you see in the Black Mirror, but so not to the creepy extent, but still in a believable, space. Yeah.
So more present, Eric. Which movie, book, or TV show do you think has the most realistic portrayal of AI? And I'm not talking the Terminator series here.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to say HAL 9000. For those of you who know the reference, the 2001 A Space Odyssey, of course, was this HAL 9000 was this very prescient, because I think the movie came out in like 1968, and it was this, what became this malevolent computer, but it was artificial intelligence, and for those of you who haven't seen it, it's really phenomenal.
So one last question, Prashant, which is, and the same question to both of you, which is your most favorite AI app on your phone today?
Well, the most frequently used would be Midjourney. But if you asked me the app that impressed me the most, I mean, I used it at one point of time as just to test what's behind it. It's eva.ai. It's a dating app. You date a virtual person, and the whole emotional simulation of how a girl behaves or a boy behaves, and she even kept diaries and stuff like that. I thought it was really impressive. And mind you, it wasn't the technology that was impressive. It was the human experience that was impressive. And I always say that humans are the true magic in AI. We often forget that part. Even when we are trying to do AI transformation in organization, we forget that human AI teaming, how that teaming dynamics will work, how will that teaming psychology work, is often a very overlooked area. And that is why a lot of AI pilots do not produce the results that we train them for. So yes, it's the human experience. Humans are the true magic in GenAI.
Eric, last word to you. Which is your favorite app on your phone? AI app.
Yeah, I would say, okay, so I've got this one, it's called Picture This. And what it is an app where you point it at a plant. I could point it at any one of these flowers here, and it immediately identifies, I think there are several like this. It immediately identifies whatever flower or tree or plant or shrub, anywhere, it does so instantaneously. And not only that, like you can use it for like my house plants when the leaves turn brown, and you point it and take a picture and it'll tell you, oh, you're overwatering it, or it needs more sunlight or something. It'll help you to better care for your house plants, which I know is kind of a mundane example, but I think that's an example of like the power of AI. I mean, we didn't have anything like that as recently as 5 years ago,
Great. Thanks so much, Prashant. Thanks, Eric, for your time. I just want to close by one of the statements that Jensen Huang made. India's IT will be the front office of world's AI revolution. So clearly, given by what we heard from both of you in terms of the opportunity in front of us as India, then as states, as Telangana, clearly there's a large opportunity. 2030, we are looking at 17 trillion or more. And it's up to us to make the most of our competencies, of our advantages, and capitalize on that. Again, thank you so much for your time. Thank you, audience, for your...
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Check. Thank you so much, Mr. Ranjani, Mr. Eric, and Mr. Prashant. Please stay back in for just a quick minute, please. And I request Deputy Secretary Shri Bhavesh Mishra ji to come on stage and felicitate our panel members here. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the three panelists here. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Again, a big round of applause for all of them. Thank you. Yesterday, 2 MOUs were, and today got 2 more MOUs that have been signed and exchanged at this point of time. So while we have the gracious presence of the Honorable Minister for IT, Electronics and Communications, Sri D. Sridhar Babu amongst us here, I'd like to call upon stage the representatives from World Trade Center Association, Mr. Robin, the Executive Director and his team, to come on stage, please. And for the second MOU exchange, I'd like to call upon stage the members from TASK, Mr. Abhishek Sinha, the CEO for TASK, as well as Mr. Prashant Nandella, the President of HICC, and joining him, Mr. Saidam Vedam on stage. Please come on stage. I stand corrected. It's Mr. Shrikant Sinha, who's the CEO of TASK. My bad. And Mr. Jayesh Ranjanji and Shri D. Sridhar Babu are here. Thank you so much, sir. We're exchanging the MOUs for World Trade Center Association here. Mr. Robin, who's the Executive Director. This is an MOU exchange on establishing the World Trade Center's future city in the AI city. Check. Sorry, the mic went off. So this is an MOU exchange on establishing the World Trade Center's future city in the upcoming AI city. Fantastic. And next, I'd like to call upon the TASK and HICC members for working towards training 10,000 students and 1,000 teachers in the space of AI. Phenomenal work that's being done here. Both TASK and HICC have partnered for several years, and HICC has been working in the Telugu-speaking states. They've been doing great work, and this MOU exchange will set a new benchmark. So thank you so much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause. I'd like to call upon stage the UNDP representatives. Welcome on stage, sir. Welcome on stage. I request representatives from UNDP. This is going to be a poster launch by UNDP. As the suspense unveils, let's see what's in store. What's the poster launch? Once the photo op is done, I'd request the representatives from UNDP to talk about the innovative AI strategies poster that they have launched here this afternoon. Oh, sorry, this morning. Please, sir. Mr. Jayachandran here from UNDP. Please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you. Very good morning, sir. And so UNDP is technically supporting many state governments on policies and creating frameworks. So one of the model which we have proposed for government of Telangana is to create the innovative AI strategies for skill development. Because the skill development in AI sector needs to be emerged, as the government also launched a lot of AICT and skill development university. So we would like to create this framework for the government of Telangana. So this framework is going to be helpful for the all the stakeholders, including the supply side and the demand side. So we have a multiple round of discussion with the industries, educational institutions, and employers to create the framework. So today in the first floor, we are having a discussion with all the stakeholders to create an effective model for Government of Telangana. Thank you so much. And I thank sir for all the support and guidance. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you so much, Jayachandranji. Now, I'd like to request our Honorable Minister for IT, Electronics and Communications, Industries and Commerce and Legislative Affairs, Shri D. Sridhar Babu Garu, to address the gathering here this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, the IT Minister, Shri D. Sridhar Babu Garu.
With a welcome back again. You know, I thank UNDP and also I thank World Trade Center for evincing their interest and come forward to put a WTC in our future city, that in AI city. And this shows their commitment and conviction, and it also reflects our government commitment, sincerity, and also how the government is pursuing each and every word what we have mentioned on the day one. So here I would like to say, for the past 1.5 days, I just had, opportunity to see the fight chat, where the fruitful and the meaningful deliberations and discussions are taking place here. And we are all excited here. We and our officers team who are here are excited. What we are seeing, India's first time capacity building initiatives, cutting edge startups in the demo zones, and very thought-provoking session since yesterday. The overall buzz in this conference since yesterday are energizing not only the citizens of Telangana, but also nation at large. And we are all convinced that when industry, startups, academia, and the government come together, wonders can happen. Today, as we delve into transformative potential of artificial intelligence, I would like to address both sides of this powerful technology. As we all know, AI is often referred to as a double-edged sword, capable of doing a remarkable good, but also poses too many challenges. At Telangana, our commitment is not only an AI-driven future for the greater good, but also we shall ensure that AI is trustworthy, transparent, and aligned with ethical standards. We would be delving AI to make it very safe, secured, and would like to see that the AI over here will be a responsible model for the globe. Telangana journey to become a global leader in AI is visionary, but is also grounded in responsibility. We are developing an AI-ridden ecosystem that balances innovation with accountability. Telangana approach to becoming an AI powerhouse is not only visionary, but we shall execute it meticulously. We are in the process of building AI ecosystem with cutting-edge infrastructure, unified services, and robust funding for startups, which shall ensure ethical practices. Our commitment to transparency, fairness, data privacy, and accountability is integral to our strategy. Our vision of Telangana includes 5 fundamental initiatives and 3 additional ones, all designed to drive comprehensive growth while upholding high ethical standards. This comprehensive approach, if you can see over there, how do we proceed with this and achieve the grand dream and vision of a Chief Minister and of our government for a 1 trillion economy? If you see the first initiative what we would like to take and ultimately end up becoming 1 trillion economy is, we would like to see the AI-powered governance here. Absolutely, from tomorrow, we shall see that the best examples or the suggestions and opinions which have come during the deliberations within these 2 days, and we are eliciting opinions, suggestions, and the models which have been dealt earlier, and also through crowdsourcing of information. We would like to see that our governance moves with AI integration, starting from one department and the core departments like education, medical care, agriculture, and in fact, with our own information and my own department of industry. And we would like to delve into also to see that, I being the Minister for Legislative Affairs too, how I can equip these institutions and integrate AI and embrace AI to move robustly to deliver the services, and that too a qualitative services for our people. And the second thing is, after coming into governance, we would like to go for the AI-ready data sets and models. So we would be gathering the information, especially the data. Data is a key tool for the AI as such. And we would be taking different models into account. And this governance, and also whoever thinks that they would be integrating and embracing AI, we will be ready with all the data sets and the exemplary models of AI, the curated models of AI applications. We would like to really integrate and move forward. So next comes, the AI skilled population. Yesterday we've been telling about how Hyderabad and state of Telangana, with the talented engineers who does lots of work for all GCCs and all software companies stationed here, they have to reskill themselves and engage themselves in this technology of AI. How do we do it? That's where our government thought of having a skill university. The thought process have come to see that the high-end technologies or disruptive technologies and the exposure to our highly skilled engineers who are into the other software tools as to get exposed to the reskilled and upskilled too. the AI. That's the real reason we just started Skill University. When we started, when we thought and we formulated our policy in initial stages, we just thought of high-end technologies. AI being the prime focus. But later, it has become one of the part to reskill and upskill the technologists over here who are into AI, and also we have gotten different faculties into this, our skill university. This is how we would like to become. The other part is we would like to become the skill capital tomorrow, who would come here, the companies or the organizations who needed the skill in any vertical of the industry will be looking up to the state of Telangana and to the city of Hyderabad in the near future, and we will be ready with the skill required. So the skill required will be positioned here in all terms, especially as, you know, we have just seen the task and the other organizations which have entered, they are on the process of training about 10,000. HICC, the ICA and task has joined a memorandum of training 10,000 people on the lines of AI and also into different disruptive technologies. These are all, you know, few skill initiatives what you are taking. And if you see the AI enhanced ecosystem which will be created, any vertical, if you see the ecosystem in tomorrow's world will be AI powered. That's how the stage will be going by. And next comes the HICC, which our Chief Minister has mentioned. And yesterday we made a strong mention about it, and we have shown the AV also. And in all parts of this, where we try to introduce the centers of excellence for everything. We have a center of excellence of artificial intelligence, which hosts so many startups and innovations in this center of excellence. And also tomorrow, we will be having the center of excellence. Now we have been having a center of excellence for the cyber security. And the next would be quantum computing and data analytics. These all centers of excellence will make us drive to see that we excel in each and every part in terms of the innovative hubs which are there and which are stationed here, and we take pride in terms of the centers of excellence which are existing over here. And coming to AI for grassroots, the caption goes like this: AI for everyone. Why did we mention AI for everyone? In the process, the new technologies comes. In the process, the new technologies advance. You know, we, especially the state of Telangana and the people of India, would like to see that the new technologies reaches them. We tend to see the democratization of the new inventions, new discoveries, and also the new technologies which will be coming up. That's how we would like to take it, because if we see, and there is also an element of danger tomorrow, all the AI applications, or the programming, all the algorithms can be cornered by one section of people, and there is also an apprehension that that cannot be accessible to other section of people. Maybe the poor, maybe the upper middle class or the lower middle class, if they would like to have the access to these new technologies or the fruits of these new technologies, the products of the new technologies, the cost may be too high. That's the real reason government comes into place. The regulatory framework will be coming into place. The new policy which comes into place. And we would like to see that the fruits of this new technology should reach each and every body in the state of Telangana. So that's the real reason we said AI for everyone. AI for everyone is for the grassroots citizen who would like to enjoy the fruits of the AI. And coming down to ethical AI, yesterday we've been mentioning about how a country like Japan, when they have envisaged a policy on AI, the strongest point to see that the ethical AI is driven into their policy making. So we would love to draw the best examples, the used examples erstwhile in the globe, and see that our policy, whether it may be an integrated part of our information technology, or we will be moving as a new AI policy, that the ethical, the unethical will be taken into consideration, and the new paradigm for our regulatory framework will be integrated into the policy making. So these are all, we are trying to do it, and we plan to implement an integrated digital governance platform that shall enhance government to government, G2G and G2C, government to citizen interactions, delivering more efficient and effective public services. A statewide capacity building program that I mentioned about in, in enhanced ecosystem will be developed to identify AI tools that streamline operations and improve government productivity. So here, I would like to mention, we have already embarked, as I mentioned earlier, on a skill university which is named as Young India Skill University. We have drawn this name on the thought and also on the inspiration of the father of nation when he has started his paper by name Young India. So this is the age for the young Indians, with a large population of young Indians who literally see what government is doing for their future. So that's the real reason our Chief Minister and government thought of putting our skill university on the name of Young India Skill University of Telangana. So we would like to literally see that to integrate 100% AI curriculum, what I've been mentioning earlier, when the hackathon winners got the prizes, we are trying to integrate 100% AI curriculum across 5,000 government schools, which shall impact about 20,000 teachers and 5 lakh students. So this, where do we draw the inspiration from? This inspiration is, especially from the Finland pioneering AI education model, which introduced AI courses nationwide to equip its population with critical future skills. Telangana also aims to refine and tailor this approach to our unique needs. By having equal access to AI in both Telugu and English, we are ensuring that our students not only gain foundational AI skills, but also prepare to lead a rapidly evolving digital landscape. As you know, the computing capacity marketplace, we tend to democratize access to essential resources, and we would love to support over 100 AI startups with subsidized shared services. This initiative ensures that the Telangana remain at the forefront of the AI innovation. To increase compute capacity through partnership, such as yesterday, we have signed an agreement with Yota, which shall be crucial for accelerating our hyperscale capabilities. Additionally, expanding data center capacity from 1 gigawatt to 2 gigawatts over the next 5 years will sufficiently drive our AI ecosystem forward. The upcoming 200-acre AI city near Hyderabad will serve as a dedicated ecosystem for AI research, which I mentioned yesterday, and also for application and learning ecosystem with the launch of AI School. Building on top of this fundamental initiative will more three initiatives which shall fuel the growth and truly position us as a global leaders and drive our state towards 1 trillion economy. The first pillar, if you see, we are also trying to have our specialization in terms of having centers of excellence, not only pertaining to the cutting-edge technologies or disruptive technologies. We would be having centers of excellence in terms of aerospace and also finance and also in the driving industry. Specific AI advancement and fostering and bringing competitive advantage for our state. And as we are all witnessing the global shift towards AI, over 70% of the company are allocating more than 20% of their IT budgets to the digital and emerging technologies. Telangana is equally and uniquely positioned to capitalize on this momentum. The Global AI Summit 2024 is not just an event, what you're witnessing today. It is and shall become a pivotal milestone in our journey to establish Telangana presence on the global AI stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the future is unequivocally AI-powered, and Telangana is ready to lead the way. We invite again the academia, industry, startups, policymakers to join us in this transformative journey. Together, we can make Telangana not only a hub for AI innovation, but a beacon of progress for the entire world. And I'm proud to say that, in the recent visit of our Chief Minister, including me, to United States of America, our Telugu diaspora over there, Manat American Telugu Association, as a part of their MOU with our government, which they have started their classes on 2nd September with 250 students with collaboration with our task office. I thank Mr. Srinivas Ganagoni, the president over here, who had come from US, Nagesh, the director, the Kalyani, and Dr. Vijay Bhaskar, for making this initiative and making it happen. We make lots of MOUs over a period of time. We have seen many governments keep saying that, MOUs to make it operational and functional and make it to the ground is a different aspect altogether. And I thank, all the people who have joined this movement, joined the movement of artificial intelligence, and who have come all over here to partner with us, to partner with the state of Telangana, to partner with the Department of Information Technology. And I again appeal to all of you who have come all the way from different parts of the globe. Let us join together. Let us move forward in our journey to see that AI becomes an integral tool for each and every citizen, and they should enjoy the fruits of this new innovation. Otherwise, there stands no meaning. I thank you once again. I thank one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir. Thank you so much for that inspiring, laying out the footprint for how Telangana will become a $1 trillion economy with the help of AI and all the work that's being done at the grassroots level. So thank you. That was wonderful. A big round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. And we are so thankful for you to be here this afternoon. So one quick photo opportunity with the delegates from UNDP. I forgot to mention earlier that this is done in partnership with the government of Telangana's Y Hub and the poster launch that actually happened that was towards building a skill development framework for the youth of Telangana around AI and AI skill literacy. So it's a wonderful initiative. Guys, if anyone is interested, please do speak to the UNDP representatives and the YHub team here. It's a wonderful opportunity to do that. The team from YHub. Meanwhile, while the photo op is happening, I know there were a couple of mics which we had sent in the audience for a couple of questions. If you do find those mics somewhere next to you, please bring them over to the stage area. We need them. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing the occasion. So with that, let's move on to the next panel discussion, which is a spotlight panel discussion around the governance of AI. And to lead this panel discussion on building sovereign AI for India, I call upon stage Mr. Manish Chheda, the managing partner in India for India CEO of YCP Octus. And on the panel will be Mr. Vishal Dhupar, who's the managing director, Asia South of NVIDIA, and Mr. Sunil Gupta, who's the managing partner and CEO of Yota Infrastructure Solutions. Please put your hands together for this next set of panelists. Welcome on stage.
Wonderful to be here. Can you guys all hear us right at the back? If somebody can just wave and let us know that we can be heard, that's fantastic. Thank you. So we had like this fantastic address by the IT minister, and really nice to see all the initiatives that Telangana is running on the AI side and how it will help to build a 1 trillion economy. As you all are aware, our panel here, kind of talks about building a sovereign AI for India. And we have Vishal Dhupar from NVIDIA and Sunil from Yota. Both the speakers here are very, very passionate about India and the fact that it's poised for some significant growth in the times to come. Very passionate about AI and how AI is going to help propel India's growth, and how AI also needs India. I think they believe in both of these kind of paradigms, and willing to do more than their bit to help build that digital infrastructure which will propel this growth. So we have about 20 minutes. I've kind of got a few questions for them, which I'll request them to kind of share their views on. So the first one, and this is for you, Sunil. You just signed a big MOU with the Telangana government yesterday, and the IT minister also mentioned it, to establish an AI supercomputer, an AI factory. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
India is the use case capital of the world. So, when we talk about sovereign AI, and help us demystify this a bit, what are the focus areas for sovereign AI for India?
Thanks, Manish. Good morning, everybody. So I think I take this topic of sovereign AI from two perspectives. One is that India builds the models for its own use cases, for its own citizens. So we have so many of I would say, issues and avenues where AI can solve our issues and increase to our better life and productivity, whether it's in healthcare, whether it's in education, whether it is in agriculture, whether it is in industry for, let's say, customer care, or in banking for fraud and risk management. So the list is endless. And given India's population, given India's very, very highly digitally enabled population, the list is endless. So we use Indian data sets, we use Indian skill sets, and we use India's GPU infrastructure to build models in India. That is one aspect of sovereign AI. And for the second, I will take a quote from what Professor Arun Sundararajan spoke in the morning, that how much control, how much sovereignty we have on our AI, this value-added layer. Are we talking about sovereignty at the chip design layer, that we design chips here? Are we talking about chip foundry layer, we start manufacturing chips here? Whether we start having our own data sets and have a control on that, or whether we start building our own models, foundational models here, or are we having the use cases and the applications here? So everything has its own perspective. I would say chip designing possibly is a little far off. We may or may not do that even in longer future. Chip foundry thing has started in India, at least with some chips. GPUs, again, may be far off. But for sure, we should have our own India-based foundation models based in our own languages and data sets. And for sure, we should have our own applications for our own use cases. That's how I take sovereign AI.
Thanks for that, Sunil. So our own foundational models to start with, and our own sets of large data sets, which can kind of propel our domestic AI. Vishal, NVIDIA has captured the global imagination. It's amazing, the journey the company has had, and you've seen it, up front there. So what is this sovereign AI opportunity? How has NVIDIA seen this unfold in other parts of the world, the US, Europe, Japan, China? Any insights for us here in India regarding this sovereign AI opportunity?
We stand at a very, very interesting period of time. Most of the people in this room represent the IT industry. And I know that there are consumers of IT, but this IT industry today stands approximately at about $3 trillion. $3 trillion producing software, which is at a brink of moving into producing intelligence. Now, what is intelligence? Intelligence is uniqueness that differentiates me over Sunil, Sunil over Manish, you between you and me, our organizations, our states, our countries. That uniqueness keeps us separate and allows us to prosper. And that's the essence of the sovereign part. Now, a lot of people ask me this question, is this the right time for India? Will India be able to do it? Why should India do it now? And the answer is pretty clear, this is India's time. Because India is not following India's leading. India is at a stage where we are innovating, we are not just copying. India is at a stage where we are having grand challenges, which at a scale and diversity are absolutely more unique than anywhere else. And therefore, sovereignty in India is to start in India and build for India, and more importantly, build for globe. So what we build for India will be also applied on the global canvas. That's why India has the importance. Now, what does India have? India has a blueprint. India has a blueprint to basically have the skill sets that are needed to build uniqueness. India has a diversity where you can bring in multiple scenarios around. And more importantly, India has a division among the people who've been able to use and not use. All three of them can come together and make India truly the intelligence capital of the world. And I believe that's our opportunity.
That's fantastic, Vishal. Intelligence capital of the world, built for India, and then take it global. That sounds fantastic. Which brings me to the next point, right? Everything in AI today is English-led, right? But we are also starting to talk about AI in Indian languages. We had Pratyush from Sarvam here yesterday, and we saw everybody really excited about the stuff that he was talking about. So how important is this, Sunil, from a user standpoint and taking AI to the masses? If you could just enlighten us on that.
See, I think AI is not the end. AI ultimately is a means to achieve an end purpose. And that end purpose possibly can be a better interpersonal communication, connecting Indians together who talk so many diverse languages, increasing their efficiency, and there can be many other benefits. So if India, with its diverse cultures, diverse languages, we are talking about 22 official languages, but if we start talking about the various regional dialects and other languages, I think we are talking about 300 plus languages. If we have to achieve this purpose of all the Indians very seamlessly being able to communicate with each other and take the benefits of everything which a digital world has to offer, the AI use cases have to be in Indian native languages. And I think today we have already seen that so much of content which we all Indians are producing and consuming every single day, thanks to very cheap smartphones, thanks to cheap data rates which in India are there. Majority of the content Indians are creating are in native languages in our town Bs and town Cs and not into actually urban cities like this. So if AI use cases, which ultimately will become some agent or some app on your mobile phone, have to really find success, it has to be in native languages. And all the more important why when Vivek and Pratyush of Sarvam are talking about making their models in Indian languages, training the models in Indian languages, and even taking care of the various small dialects. Second thing which they are also doing, and I think which is the need of the hour, is we don't make AI text heavy, which means that we have to write on a screen to take the benefit of AI, right? People like you and me are very comfortable doing that. But if we want to have our fathers and mothers and our uncles of the previous generation, our maids, our drivers, if we want to have everybody take the benefits of AI, let's make AI voice-centric. I'm able to talk with my mobile or with the agent in my language, in my dialect, the language I'm comfortable with, and AI should do all the magic at the back end and produce me the answer again in a voice which I understand. So I think if we have to have a deep penetration of AI and have a benefit of AI percolating to every single person in India who is digitally enabled, we make it native, we make it Indian languages, make it sensitive to our cultures and languages. That is something which will have a much more effect and penetration. Instead of just leaving AI, trained in English and giving us answers in English.
That's great, Sunil. I mean, we do need it, and it's great to see that there are companies out there and startups out there which are really making an effort to get this going in the local languages.
And Manisha, may I just augment the point
Sure.
that Sunil is talking about? And I think it's absolutely crucial for the people to understand that everybody is talking about the language because the computing paradigm has learned to understand the representation of the language. That's the structure of the language. Now, in Telangana, for example, in 2014, is a period of time which is a golden period for you. But if you go back the history, the coming of the Persian culture, the Urdu culture, coming down of the colonialism, the fact that Telugu has so many dialects, every 50 kilometers change. If you can solve that, that's such an important part. And that's what Sunil said. But I'll go one step forward. You can learn the representation of anything that has a structure. It could be chemicals, it could be proteins, it could be biological structures. Even tomorrow, in the city of Hyderabad, if we want to safely drive in an autonomous vehicle, the steering articulation can also be understood. And that's the larger benefit. So language is a great inspiration because it's inspiring. You narrate based on language, but everything has a structure which complicates our life. To unravel the complications and find solution, this is a moment of truth. And that's what exactly it means. Just wanted to add this point.
No, that's wonderful. And kind of which segues well into that next question that I have, and that's for you, Vishal. The local AI industry, and Sunil also talked about it, them starting to build foundational models, them kind of processing large data sets, and hence requiring that large compute available on tap. What is this local demand? How are you seeing that? That's, kind of the next question for you.
Right. So I think our biggest advantage is that we have, thanks to the skills that India has possessed, because of the software engineers, the people around us, we became the back office of the world. So our biggest advantage is that we have the skills, we have the people who speak the computer program language, and therefore they're able to interact. Today we stand at a brink where the computer can understand human language, and everybody can go to teach the computer how to program. That augments the work of not the software engineers, but augments the work of every single person. Now, what do you need when you are working? You require infrastructure. You start with the infrastructure. Once the infrastructure comes in, all your ideas starts propelling. In the session prior to this one, the one before this one, they were talking about, hey, I have many, many mentors in life. Can I have the digital avatars of those people so that even when they don't exist, can I gain from their knowledge, from their motivation, from their inspiration? If we need to do all that, those are the opportunities, but that opportunity comes if you have a tool to do the AI work, the infrastructure part that we need. And then the skills come on top of that, because you now need to move the infrastructure into utilization. And then really comes is your end use cases. And those use cases need to be solved so that we have smiles on every person who sits in this room, not only just in this room, all across the people. We were born to have happiness, and we should be happy. And that's the power of AI.
Wow, yes, we were born to be happy. Yes, I mean, so that demand that we talked about, we are also seeing the government of India trying to back that, right? They're procuring 10,000 GPUs as part of the India AI mission. That's equivalent to $500 million, $500 million worth of GPU compute-led investment. What is the GOI's objective behind this, Sunil? Where are they getting at?
See, fundamental objective obviously is to percolate AI in, in everybody's life, whether it is corporates, industry, various government use cases, intergovernmental or government to citizens, or citizen to citizen use cases, right? And like we have seen in India that for last 3 or 4 decades that we in India may be slow in adopting some technology, whether it was computers way back in 90s, or whether it is internet, or whether it's smartphones, or whether it is 4G shifting to 5G. Everywhere India possibly was lagging maybe a US by 2 years. But once we were able to bring that technology on a mass scale and on a very, very cost-effective way, we all understand the geo effect on telecom in the Indian markets. Suddenly we have seen the adoption of that technology by India at a much larger scale compared to rest of the world. We understand digital payments, how India is far ahead of rest of the world. Same, I would say, moment of truth now is before us for AI. AI India will be the largest use case capital of the world, given our population, given our digital enabled population. But what is stopping our industries, our startups, our government bodies or research labs to go whole hog in making AI models is the availability of AI compute infrastructure. And that compute infrastructure is something which is very, very costly, right? You have to put billions of dollars of capex. And even if you do that, you obviously need then data centers and power and many other things which will make those AI models work. What government of India is trying to do is actually to supplement. Possibly they are understanding that in the initial 1 or 2 or 3 years, they will have to supplement the efforts of the private sector in bringing that high capacity GPUs to India, make it very affordable, make it in the hands of startups and the research and education institutions so that they are propelled to make AI models. And once, let's say, a certain proportion of those AI models and use cases are commercially viable and public adoption is a reasonable mass is achieved, then the government will say, okay, now we are coming back and you guys take the front. I think that is essentially always the government role. And I think and I'm always appreciative of India AI mission at Center is doing. And what they have done, number one, they have decided not to do it themselves. So what the India AI Mission 10,000 GPU story is, they are not saying they will procure GPU, they will build data center, and they will make the industry to use it. They're actually asking private sector people like us to invest into this GPU, invest into data centers, invest into skill sets, make it cloud, make it affordable. But even while we are doing it, we are contributing into bringing it to the masses at a lower prices. But even that price is not good enough. And that is where government is saying, we will subsidize the rates which you people are giving commercially and further make it much more cost effective in the hands of startups. So this is, I would say, although it is just one part of that whole India AI mission, they have obviously taken many other bids in a very comprehensive way, like funding the startups, going for skilling, going for data sets creation and many more. But I think it is a great step which Government of India is taking. And by the way, yesterday and today when we are hearing, and today we were hearing the Minister Sir, IT Minister Sir of the Telangana AI mission, it is looking like a reflection of which Government of India is doing at a center stage. They are actually trying to, again, looking at the whole thing in a very, very comprehensive way, touching upon every aspect of AI. And starting with, and that was, I can take it very openly, publicly, I would say zeal and the hunger which I saw in the government of Telangana in getting somebody like us to build up a large data center and put up a GPU capacity of 25,000 GPUs, which is very large even on a global scale. I think that is something which you saw in government of Telangana. And if we have that here in, let's say, next 2 years, almost every use case which we want to do in India we will be able to make that, realized once we do this.
That's wonderful, and I'm sure it's music to the ears of the startups here that they will have access to all that compute facility, and that too here in Hyderabad. Which brings me to that next question, right? Because this whole kind of creation of the digital infrastructure, NVIDIA has almost a monopolistic situation, right? In the whole as the GPU provider for the AI factories, which is a huge responsibility also that NVIDIA has. So how do you think of this, and what do you think is required to build that resilient supply chain which enables creation of these AI factories? Vishal, if you can.
No, it's extremely an important aspect of it. We're working very hard to increase the supply lines. Obviously, the demand is exceeding. And the way to think about this problem is that at the dawn of a modern computing period, the scaling law that was applied, which then often got referred to as Moore's law, was to allow you to bring more software within the same price point. So every 2 years when the performance of computing doubled, one way of looking at it, or reducing the cost of the software by half, you allowed more software applications to come upon it. And yet the industry grew at a 40% compounded growth. That was a demand that was existent, and the industry continued to grow. In the previous session, they spoke about that the global GDP stands approximately between $100 to $110 trillion, and it can see an upliftment of 7 to 10%. Now, the reason this is possible because the scaling laws are being applied to learning. And learning scaling laws are moving double every 6 months. The demand is so high that you have to have opportunities to continuously find innovative ways to keep increasing the supplies, and we are at it. And every time you do that, you end up having even more demand because the problem statements in front of humanity are so high that if you can find solutions to it, you can have humanity that is healthy, humanity which is safe, humanity that is happy. And that's why this is an angle that we need to keep working on. So that rang on happiness.
No, which is great. I mean, we've got just one last question, Prashant, that I have for the panel. I hope you can allow me that grace, right? But we've managed to stick to time otherwise. So, you know, it's fantastic hearing of all this and you know, supply trying to play catch up, and each time you catch up, then demand kind of crawls ahead or like leaps ahead. But, you know, in the interest of time, we could have continued endlessly otherwise. So what is your message, and this is to both of you, to the government personnel who are tasked with developing the AI roadmap? So that is one constituent. And then the local AI startups. Several of them are listening to this talk or able to view it on YouTube. So if I would like, Vishal, for you to first do that, and then Sunil as well, and we'll have to wrap up, unfortunately, after that.
Okay, I'll do it quickly.
Absolutely.
Prashant is getting angry there, but for very quickly, net, we are into the new industrial era. The new industrial era is the era of intelligence. Intelligence that can be transported from one modality to the next modality of your choice. Come benefit from it. Do not wait. Enjoy the ride. The train is moving fast.
Yeah, my message to Government of India is just appreciative of what they are doing. Keep up the work which you are doing. Very, very balanced. I can tell the audience, I think some very, very serious thoughts is happening in Ministry of IT at the central level. The India AI mission is a great step forward. So my message to them is keep up that good work. Enable AI, enable the system. Don't start doing it yourself, which they are not doing. Just enable the industry, and industry will do the rest. Of course, put guardrails also. Make sure that there are reasonable regulations about ethical use of AI. And that's what, I'm sure government is taking care of that. My message to startups is I think this is the time, right? Just about 6 months back, there were no GPUs in India, right? And of course, you were restricted. Either you were not making any AI models, or you were trying to be happy only by making small applications connecting to some, open source models which were available publicly. Now you have abundance of compute infrastructure in India. So this is the time, I would say, achieve your dreams. Your dreams are going to be India's dreams, and we can make India the AI capital of the world. Thank you.
Thank you to both Vishal and Sunil. Just Prashant, one sec. And, I just wanted to share with this audience, I had a wonderful opportunity to spend time both with Sunil and Vishal over the last couple of days. I hope you guys had probably at least half the fun that I did, hearing from them. I mean, such tremendous passion. It's been wonderful. Thank you.
I don't mean to be the spoiler to the party here, but thank you so much, Mr. Manish, Mr. Sunil, and Mr. Vishal for a wonderful, lovely session there. And I'd like to request Ms. Ramadevi to come on stage, please, to thank our esteemed panelists here with a token of our appreciation. Thank you, Mr. Vishal. That was wonderful, wonderful insights. Thank you, Mr. Sunil. And thank you, Manish. So while the photo op is happening and the mementos are being provided, just a quick announcement. So we made a small change in the scheduling because we're running a little behind schedule. There were a couple of reasons why we're running late, but there was a session regarding AI for all, ensuring equitable access and benefits. That was going to be a panel discussion around governance and AI, which includes Shri Jayesh Ranjan Garu, Special Chief Secretary. Joining Jayesh Garu is Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, who's the CEO from Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. And moderating that panel is Mr. Iqbal Singh Dhaliwal, who's the Global Executive Director at JPAL at MIT. So that session is happening in a parallel track behind the main hall in MR Room 1 and 2. So anybody who's interested in learning about the governance or around AI for all, please join there. That's in MR Room 1 and 2 behind the main hall, right? And let's move on to the next discussion. So we've spoken about the governance and AI. Now let's talk about responsible AI and how do we build trust into AI systems, right? To have this panel discussion, I have the privilege of calling up on stage Ms. Veronika Leskova, the ICT Counselor, Delegation of the European Union to India and Bhutan, who's joined us here today. And along with her on the panel will be Mr. Arghya Sen Gupta, who is the founder and research director of Vidhi Center for Legal Policy. Mr. Sunil Abraham, Public Policy Director, Data Governance and Emerging Technologies at Meta. Mr. Vibhav Mittal, Associate Partner at Anand & Anand. And moderating this session will be Mr. Ankit Bose, who's the head of AI at NASCOM. Welcome, panelists. Over to you. A big round of applause for our panelists here. And we'll need some mics. I think we'll need 2 more mics on the stage.
Thank you so much. I think, again, a warm welcome to everyone and the co-panelists, right? So we are here to discuss a very important topic, right? We have been seeing AI has been in every discussion, every sphere what we hear. But how do we really trust AI, right? How do we really make it useful for us? That's what we have to think through. And here we have industry experts and global experts to discuss how it can be trustworthy. So let me start with, the first question, which is, bringing everyone on a single same point, right? What they view, how the AI should be trustworthy and responsible. Let me ask this question to Vibhav first. Vibhav, a quick definition on how AI, in your view, can be trustworthy, responsible.
Thanks, Ankit. So I think this answer comes in straight from the principles of responsible AI that the Niti Aayog had laid down, which is that if you're looking at trustworthy AI, there are certain parameters, which could be safety and reliability, which is that you build safe systems that are reliable, which they overall demonstrate equality, which is that you ensure individuals are treated same in the same circumstances. There's inclusivity and non-discrimination, which means there's no bias. There's privacy and security, transparency, accountability, and protection and enforcement of human values. This is a macro picture, but if we take the abstraction of responsible AI, we've given some contours which come in from principles of responsible AI.
Let me move to Argo. Argo, you would want to probably give your thoughts. How do you see trustworthy, responsible AI?
I think Vibhav has laid out the definition in terms of the principles. We are talking about this at a time when the EU, the UK, the US and Israel have signed a framework convention on artificial intelligence, which is in some sense the first global treaty that tries to govern the use of AI and mitigate the risks. And the principles we find there are largely similar to what Vibhav has laid out. So I think I'll just use one example. I was recently seeing that Apollo Hospitals has developed a clinical intelligence machine, which has inputs from about a large number of medical professionals from within the Apollo ecosystem to try and help them make better decisions, which are mostly medical decisions. And of course, this will now have a larger data set. It will build out from there. The critical point here that I want to focus on is participatoriness, which is the idea of participatory AI. When this kind of intelligence machine is being built by Apollo, it is critical, and I'm sure they have done it, I don't know, I'm not privy to the inside information, but that the design not only has inputs from doctors, but has inputs from nurses, has inputs from patients, has inputs from other stakeholders who are going to be a critical part of that ecosystem. So it is important that we think of a design when we are looking at the design of the AI itself that is participatory in its core. If we have that, then some of these principles that he's spoken about, that is something, we want the AI to be non-discriminatory. We don't want it to take decisions on the basis of factors that discriminate. We want the AI to be transparent. We want to know what kinds of data sets they've used it on. I think core to all of this is participatoriness, and that the stakeholder ecosystem has a structured role in the design.
Great. Sunil, you would want to add anything to this?
Just to agree with the previous two speakers, with Vibhav on the principles and what Orgo said about stakeholder consultation or stakeholder participation. I think what Orgo said works both if you are operating in a proprietary paradigm or in an open paradigm. With an open paradigm, it is on steroids. It's not just the explicitly identified stakeholders who can participate, it is everybody. To push on that paradigm, some of the claims made in the open paradigm are more easily verifiable compared to somebody who is making the very same claim in a proprietary paradigm. And it is not sufficient for a company like Meta just to release 650 open models on Hugging Face. We also believe that we should release, and we have released, 350 open data sets. One of the data sets is a data set called Casual Conversations. So if any model developer is building a vision model or a speech recognition model, they can use this data set to check the bias across gender, across complexion, race, disability, the different types of clothing and ornaments we wear, whether all of that is interfering with the performance of the model. So open data sets, also important in this trustworthy environment.
Veronica, to you, anything you want to add? I think EU has done, great research and great work on that. But again, what is you want to add?
So I will just echo what the previous speaker said. I fully agree what was said here. And from our point of view, when speaking of trustworthy AI, it's the technology that should, first of all, protect the fundamental rights, health and safety of the citizens. And we also attach a great focus on the transparency, and there on transparency at two levels. One is when it comes to the data. So basically the data collection, how the data is used and stored, and also the decision-making processes, how the technology is making the decisions or on the basis of which. And at the second level, it's about the user rights, and especially when we speak about the user rights for privacy. So this is for me, let's say in a nutshell, what I would define as a trustworthy AI. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Veronica. Veronica, let me ask you the next question, right? Again, EU has come out with the regulation, I think one of the most comprehensive one. In your view, how will it impact the globe, right? Other countries out of EU, how will it coexist? What's that you see?
Yeah, so as you said, the European Union came up with the EU Artificial Intelligence Act earlier this year. It actually entered into force on the 1st of August, so a few weeks ago. And for us, with the Act, we have become a forerunners at the global level when it comes to regulating of the artificial intelligence. And maybe just very briefly to tell you a bit about the approach that we have taken upon. It's a risk-based approach where we are looking at the regulation proportionately to the amount of the risk which the technology brings to the citizens. And we have basically defined the AI in 4 categories. First is AI that brings unacceptable risk, for example, uses for social scoring. Then we have high-risk categories, we have transparency risk category, and we have minimal no risk. And the main part of the regulation is actually focused on regulating the high-risk cases, which if would not be regulated, would be actually harmful. But as long as they comply with the regulation, they can be in the market. And I also want to say that there is a lot of, let's say, common misperception about the EU being just regulating or even over-regulating, but in fact we invest a lot also in AI development, deployment, and capacity building. And now, coming back to your question, the EU has been working a lot with global frameworks such as G7, G20, Global Partnership for AI, but also bilaterally with a number of countries, be it US, UK, Canada, Japan, and also India. And we believe that the risk-based approach might inspire our partners at the global front when they come and when they will want to create their own regulatory frameworks. Because in our view, the risk-based approach is providing a good balance between the innovation and regulation. And I will stop here.
Thank you, Veronica. Let me move to you, Vibhav. Vibhav, EU has come out with the law, right? Again, from your standpoint, how you see India handling the regulation, AI regulation, and what is in it for us to learn? What should we learn from that, right?
That's an excellent question. So I think there are two parts to that answer. The first part is what exactly has India done so far, and then what could we do? So just to cover first what we've done so far, right? So if you're looking from an AI lens, we have the DPDPA, the Digital Personal Data Protection Act. We have certain IPR laws. I mean, even the parliamentary report review spoke about AI being a discipline of computer science, so which extends IP laws to computer-related inventions. We have the Consumer Protection Act, which speaks about defect in products and services and looking at it from a consumer protection lens. In addition to that, we've had a certain level of cases. We've had the Anil Kapoor case, which sort of gave protection to personality rights because a generative AI tool was violating Anil Kapoor, famous actor's personality rights. So those are aspects that we already have. And in addition to these hard laws, we also have a lot of voluntary guidelines that have been published in the Indian context. I'm not going into too much detail, but to give a broad overview of that as well, because these information will also inform our approach broadly. We have the TEC, the Telecommunication Engineering Center's Fairness Standard and Bias Assessment Framework. We have the Indian Council of Medical Research Voluntary Framework on ethical guidelines on how AI is used in biomedical research. We have the TRAI, the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. It published a paper last year which spoke about, it proposed a risk-based framework and said that high-risk AI systems could have legally binding obligations, but we don't have a formal risk classification in India. We also had another voluntary guideline published, the Complex Adaptive Systems, published earlier this year, which spoke about guardrails, partitions, manual overrides of systems, and transparency and explainability requirements. If we move away on types of AI systems on generative AI, we have the NASSCOM generative AI guidelines that had come out, which is one of the few frameworks which speaks about soft law principles, voluntary guidelines in the generative AI context, which spoke about joint obligations on researchers, developers, and users in AI systems. So that's what we have already, which we can consider. So we're not reinventing the wheel. That's point one. Point two, when we speak about what India could do and what India could learn, well, let's come to the learning part and then I'll answer what we could do. When we talk about the learning aspect, we, of course, Veronica here spoke about the EU AI Act. Now, when you look at the EU AI Act, I think conceptually, there are certain concepts, and I just want to put that out for the audience and for my co-panelists here, which at least there's an application of a legal lens, a technological lens to those concepts. And those concepts very quickly are human oversight, where we're talking about AI systems, where AI systems are being used as a tool. And you're talking about humans, they're being appropriately controlled and overseen by humans. And one point I want to add also here is that in the Indian context also, when we've spoken about existing laws or existing soft law principles, we focused on AI as it is today. AI as a tool, artificial narrow intelligence, keeping away any hypothetical discussions around that, right? So there's human oversight. There's the aspect in the EU AI Act about how there are instructions of use for deployers, which would be users of AI system. That's the second concept. Third concept is risk management, which is there about how one can identify common foreseeable risks. That's the third point. Fourth, being about the relationships that are there in the EU AI Act, which is providers, deployers, intended purpose, instructions of use for deployers, and perhaps legal recognition of concepts which perhaps all technical people would understand, which is stuff like training data, validation data set, input data, testing data. So these are these different concepts that are existing in the EU AI Act and other frameworks. And coming back finally to what India could do. India has a choice. We can take, we have a lot of flexibility. It should be in line with how our ecosystem is. We have an option of going from a risk-based framework, which is a sort of a preemptive mechanism. We could also look at it from a harm-based angle, which is where the IT rules 2021 and the AI-generated content for intermediaries is being perhaps currently regulated. We can use different patchwork legislations that we spoke about and transgress them to AI, or we could look at a comprehensive AI Act. The more important part from an Indian context is I think there has to be a combination of different perspectives because we have a very strong technological strength as a country. So we have to have a technological perspective, legal perspective, philosophical and general perspectives. And fourth, I think till we reach that consensus, we need mechanisms, and I'm going to touch on that finally when we spoke about critical steps, is about what, till we reach that consensus, how do soft laws, market-based mechanisms help us achieve what we want to do when you're looking at the regulations landscape.
Thank you, Vibhav. Let me move to Sunil. So we heard probably the EU, again, Indian lens, right? Again, from the industry perspective. What do you think the measures can be deployed by commercial AI products, AI developers, so that, it's ready, the AI systems are ready?
Okay. Perhaps I can quickly also touch on the previous question, which is the European approach and what India could potentially learn from it. Orgo and I have worked on India's data protection law from the year 2010, so 14 years of working on one law. And I hope Orgo agrees with me that in the early days, we thought that the Indian law would become some kind of derivative work of the global gold standard, which is the GDPR. What struck me, at least at the end, is India took a very different approach. They decided to solve the triple maximization problem. They wanted maximum governance, maximum innovation, and maximum protection of the right. So that's what they tried to do. Of course, different people might agree on whether that is well done or not. The exemption to the law is an interesting one. If personal information is put into the public domain by the data subject itself, then that is exempt. That's a very AI-friendly provision in the very innovation-friendly provision in the law. So it is curious to see that India has taken a slightly different approach this time, though I think foundationally trying to solve for exactly the same issues. On what companies can do, I think a project of ours, Llama Guard, it is a version of the Llama's 8 billion model that is trained to specifically mitigate harm. And the way we see it, you have Llama, and in front of it you put Llama Guard, which will prevent the harms that could potentially arise from the use of the core model. Those are some technical guardrails that we are providing not just for the users of Llama, but for all users. And that is where I see the future, that as industry and as academics and as governments, we build some common infrastructure, the sort of guardrail commons that everybody could use.
Thank you, Sunil. Let me move to Argo. Argo, you are at a very interesting standpoint, right? Again, there are different views. In your view, I think how this, different views between enterprises, governments, policymakers, those gaps, how that can be filled, right? What do you think?
Yeah, before I come to that, maybe just touching on the previous question of what India can do in terms of regulation. And I would simply say at this point of time, do nothing. We have many alternatives, as has been put forward. And I think these are great alternatives to consider. And Vibhav has helpfully said what the various approaches could be. But I think whenever we look at regulation, and regulations such as the AI Act in the UK, in the EU, the hard edge of regulation always falls on the smallest innovators. In India, a problem with our policy making sometimes tends to be, at least in tech, is that we are thinking of Sunil and the big guys when you are regulating. But actually, the weight of that regulation is falling on the smallest of innovators. So when that AI advisory came out, which was withdrawn very quickly, the biggest impact of that was actually on the smallest innovators, not on the biggest guys. So whenever we have regulation that is mandatory, that has definitive rules, then we immediately shrink the market of developers. And we are not in a position to do that today. If you look at simple proxies, OpenAI is a $100 billion valuation company, Mistral is a $6 billion valuation company, India's largest Kritrim is not even a $1 billion valuation company. So, and this is just a basic proxy. So, we are not at that stage where we need to regulate this in terms of any kind of hard law. But one idea which I think we can borrow very helpfully from Europe is the idea of codes of practice. These codes of practice are in some sense voluntary standards that industry agrees on to be governed by. So like the Niti Aayog principles on responsible AI, NASSCOM has done work on generative AI. I think we need to, developers in India need to think about and develop certain codes of practice that cover these principles to ensure that the AI that we are building is transparent and ethical and accountable. So we need to ensure that through codes of practice, we do not need any legislation at this stage.
Great, thank you. I think the last question, probably for all the panelists, starting from you, Argo, is what's the critical step, you think, which is very important, which we all should take so that the AI systems we are developing are trustworthy, right? One critical step.
Yeah, I think there are many critical steps, but I'm going to lay it out as one for developers, one for the government of India, and one for the government of Telangana. So as far as the developers are concerned, I think it's critical at this point of time, as Vishal was saying in the previous session, to get your head down and work on developing use cases where AI can be used. I see a wonderful set of use cases outside on the other side where you're looking at river development of Musi with AI-powered tools. I think that's exactly the critical step, that get down to work. As far as the government of India is concerned, I've already said that the best thing to do at this point of time is to do nothing in terms of legislation, is to continue in that sense, develop the ecosystem through platforms like Darshini, which they have done very successfully. And as far as the government of Telangana is concerned, Telangana has announced an AI city. I think this is a great development. We are sitting in high-tech city. I think the AI city is basically the high-tech city of 20 years, and we'll be sitting there. But I think there is a slight difference, is that we shouldn't think of the AI city only as a physical space, like we thought of the high-tech city. Can we think in terms of what I call a digital Delaware? Can we think in terms of a large cloud-based AI sandbox where there is, for a limited period of time, exemption from certain compliances that just allows developers to come here and build? I think that's the critical step that the government of Telangana can take so that it has leadership in India and globally in the AI space.
So government of Telangana, the AI city, they have 6 pillars. I think a lot of that is covered. But again, I think all those inputs are very welcome by them. Moving to you, Vibhav.
I think the critical step, one critical step if I have to outline, is to get developers in the room, in the discussion, and when this top panel is about building trust and responsible AI. So I think developers at the grassroots level are the people who are going to be implementing, taking steps for responsible AI. So I think actionable steps that developers can take, and this is picking up from Orge's point about the smallest innovator, about his point about perhaps use case approach, but so differing from you a little bit in that is developers in the room, actionable steps, and perhaps a little bit of a use case agnostic sort of a lens, so that it across each phase of the AI life cycle, as a developer, I know broadly, in consultation with other people in the organization, how I have to be responsible. I think that would be one step, and sort of inversing the perspective in what all frameworks we've just discussed.
Thank you, Vibhav. Let me come to you, Sunil, and then Ratnika. Yeah, one critical step you think we all should take?
Yeah, to sort of slightly disagree with Orgo's pure emphasis on use cases, I think at least our founder's vision is that 1 million flowers should bloom, and we shouldn't say that everybody should focus on building large models. The free software community in Telangana have built Chandamama Kadagalu, which is a small model. I don't think they even use GPUs to train that model. So there is the possibility of building models also here, not just, and to of course fine tune and continue pre-training for big models. So not just use cases, we can do model development also definitely.
Great, thank you.
And I will probably just say that, in my view, the critical step is to bring together all the stakeholders. So not only, let's say, the public institutions, the industry, as we have heard, but also the citizens, because they are, in fact, the users. And I think the user's experience is a crucial one in this concept. If we want to really the AI be fit for its purpose, and that's, in my view, being a public good and work for the good of the society.
Great, very pertinent point. Thank you, Veronica. With that, we'll end the session. Thank you, my co-panelists. I think it was lovely talking to you. Great learning. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you so much, guys. So please put a big round of, give them a very big round of applause. It's been a fantastic session, learning about how you build trust in AI systems, how to navigate all those intricacies. So thanks to a wonderful panel moderated by Mr. Ankit Ghosh. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's almost time for lunch, but we've been looking at perspectives about AI in the global sense. We've, please, just 1 second, I almost forgot, I'm so sorry. May I request Mr. Ramadev Lankargaru to come on stage and thank all our panelists here, quickly. Thank you so much, ma'am. So like I was saying, we've heard about different perspectives about how AI should transform India, how AI will transform India, how AI governance should be in India, and so on and so forth. We've also heard perspectives of outside in, from the US continent, from the European continent. Now talking about a different continent, we're going to shift gears, we're going to move towards how the global AI landscape is going to look like. And to have that kind of a discussion, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Darlington Akogu, who's a serial entrepreneur, and moderating and asking him questions would be Mr. Dilip Hanumara, who's the CEO of Trigen. And the topic for this discussion would be the landscape of AI in Ghana and the African continent. Please welcome on stage Mr. Darlington Akogu and Mr. Dilip Hanumara. And I know some of you are getting eager for lunch, so I promise this will be the last session before lunch, last panel discussion before lunch, and then we'll break for lunch, and we'll come back again, and we'll continue with some of the other keynotes and fireside chats and panel discussions. Are you all set?
Yeah.
Over to you, Dilip.
Thank you, Prashant. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I live in New York, and Darlington lives in Accra, Ghana. Looking at the global aspect of this summit. Before we get started, first I would like to thank the Minister, the Special Chief Secretary, Ramadev Garu, Jayesh Ranjan Garu, and then Ramadev Garu and the entire team for setting this up. When you're outside, you hear about India is the fastest growing economy, and everyone want to be part of the India growth story. But when you see a session like this, you get motivated to end up in Hyderabad than the rest of the country. So, Darlington, why don't you introduce yourself and talk about a little bit of, before we jump into AI, how digitalization has taken hold in Ghana, in West Africa, and the African continent as a whole.
Sure. So very, very happy to be here. It's actually my first time in India, so It's quite a remarkable experience. It took almost 24 hours to get here, which was quite intense, but super, super worth it. Hearing all the sessions going on is amazing. So I'm Darlington Akogo. I'm the founder and CEO of Mino Health AI Labs and Kara Agro AI. So essentially, we've been building AI solutions for healthcare and agriculture since 2016, 2017. Currently, we have a generative AI system we've built, so a foundation model for healthcare, biology, and agriculture. So we have this one AI system that can go from diagnosing diseases, prescribing medications, to being used to create new drugs. So using it for biology research to create either new compounds or new antibodies and potentially even vaccines. To bring in the question about digitalization is super, super important. Essentially, AI does not come in if you haven't digitized yet. And I think different parts of the world they have different approach and it's very much effective. So if you take, for example, across African countries, there is a tool that is called DHS. Currently, the current version is DHS2. This is for mainly collecting medical data from facilities and aggregating it. For several years now, a lot of African countries actually have been using this. This goes as far back to like 2008 that they started adopting this. Currently in Ghana, for example, if you look at electronic health record systems, almost every public facility has one. The private facilities also adopt it. So it made it easier for us to then come in and bring artificial intelligence and layer it on top of the EHR. In agriculture, not so much. So that's one area that I think a lot of digitization also needs to happen if farmers are going to tap into the benefits of these transformative technologies. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about DHIS2. I think even in India and South Asian countries, a lot of countries or some of the Indian states use the DHIS2 underlying infrastructure. But going back to your story on the models, you talked about one comprehensive model for the healthcare from the patient data to linking that to the drug discovery. I'm going to go a little bit deep, for a minute and then we'll come up. Is that a foundational model by itself, or is it you took a pre-trained model and then are you fine-tuning it?
It's kind of somewhere in between both, right? So if we try to train a foundation model from scratch, we would have to have a minimum of like $50 million budget to it costs about $100 million to train GPT-4. So we needed to do something a bit more innovative. So it's not really fine-tuning, because fine-tuning usually implies you are really narrowing it down to like one specific domain. It's more like we did continued pre-training, where we took a model that knew how to, write poems and draft emails, and then fed it a whole lot of medical and biological data, and then also data in agriculture, coding, and everything else. So, for example, right now, we have partnerships. We might potentially be the lab with maybe the most medical data in the world, and I'm not even exaggerating. We have over 6 billion medical records from different parts of the world. We couldn't even train everything with all the data we had, so we only had to select a portion to feed to our AI system. So yeah, we did a bit more of continued pre-training before then doing the post-training.
That makes sense. I think yesterday and today we have a lot of guests talk about the difference and the resources that you need to actually build the foundational models. So now that you have a model which is trained on your data sets, can you talk about the applicability, where it is used? Is it primarily used in Accra or in Ghana and West Africa, or is it now looked at across the continent?
Yeah, so this AI system is like super new. We haven't even done the full launch yet. But the interesting thing is that we have a number of partners that have already started using it. So I mean, we are right from Ghana, Accra, so that was like one of the key starting points. So we have like diagnosis centers that actually use this to analyze mammograms as well as x-rays. So one feature we actually built into our AI system is not just diagnosis, it's writing medical reports in the formats that medical reports are written in. And so recently we had a team from Voice of America that came to do a report on how they use this. Essentially, we've brought down the cost of analyzing mammograms to detect cancer to something like 5 cents, right? So breaking that barrier. And then out of it, we have partnerships that are basically all over the world, from USA, Nigeria, Brazil. So a previous version of our AI system was actually used in over 50 countries across like 4 different continents. So yeah, and I'm sure this version is going to go even much wider than that, yeah.
So it looks like the previous model was used globally, and then it's proven there, and now it's used locally for multiple use cases. What are some of the benefits that you're seeing with this model being tried out in mammograms, in other labs, in patients? Talk about some of the benefits, and also, are there imitators? Now that this, if Voice America is picking up, I'm sure the word of mouth and other local media has spread it across. So do you see a lot of imitators also trying to replicate what you and your team did?
Yeah, so use cases are like really, really incredible. The amazing thing about foundation models is that you never know fully what they can do, right? Until you put it out there and people even discover new use cases. So we've been benchmarking every single day, and every new day we discover a new use case. So, and some weird things we find out is that there are certain tasks that you don't really train the AI system to do directly, but it can do it. One is being able to generate novel antibodies. There is actually no data sets that we had that directly did that. However, it usually makes sense. So you can call this emergence capabilities, but it makes sense because if you feed data across healthcare and biology, there's a lot of confluence factors that would lead to making it easier to generate antibodies. So we're actually learning all the new things that the model could do that we didn't train it on, and it's like a true surprise. But as far as imitation, I mean, it's not an easy space. So building a foundation model that is really good in a sensitive sector like healthcare is super, super difficult. Like, you need to really double down on cutting out hallucination, which is no easy feat. It took us, like, internally, we had to train like 5 versions to figure a number of things out. So yeah, there are a few people trying it here, but there's actually has not been one product that has been released that I would say is like a foundation model targeting everything. So someone might just pick one use case and stick to it. So they'll fine tune like some llama model to just do one use case. That's different. Getting it to be good across healthcare and biology is still super difficult. I don't think we fully solved it yet, but right now there are several tasks that the model is incredibly good at. So we just promote that, and then we build newer versions that can do much more.
So you're highlighting that the barriers for entry are very high for imitators to continuously repeat what you're doing. But at the same time, when you hear conversation over the last yesterday and today on creating a talent, creating a collaborative partnership ecosystem to expedite, to increase the speed of innovation in this space, right? Talk about some of the things you're doing. Talk about some of the things that are happening across the continent on increasing, accelerating the innovation on the GenAI and the AI space.
Yeah, so, there's a lot of, especially for foundation models, you cannot really build them in silos, right? You need to collaborate. You need to work with different countries. So that's some of the things we've been doing. To build our model, we needed to collect data from literally all corners of the earth we can get to. There's still a lot of room to expand over there, but we try to get data from Asia, from North, South America, and within Africa, we try to get it from different countries. Even something as simple as clinical guidelines. Every country have their standard treatment guidelines and all of that. You don't want an AI system that just responds to things like everyone is in the US. which is what happens with a lot of chatbots that you pick up. So you need to go get the standard treatment guidelines from different countries and feed it to the AI system. So when someone comes in, they're like, oh, I have this condition, diverticulitis, but I'm in India. Your recommendation for treatment should be different. So we follow a number of partnerships and, for example, I would say some agencies like GIZ also help to facilitate some of this partnership. We have development agencies that encourage a lot of that. Like we work with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. They encourage cross-partnership between different teams around the world. And currently we have partnerships we are forming in Brazil, so in South America, North America, across Africa. And I'm really looking forward to also forming partnerships here. So whilst here at the summit, I've already been having interesting conversations. So I'm sure in a couple of months, we'll also have strong partnership within India. Yes.
I'm sure that interest is both ways, that you'll see a lot of interest even from Hyderabad and from India also to collaborate with what you're doing and with your peers. So no conversation on AI is complete without talking about policy, regulation, or some other risks that you perceive. So talk about those. How are you considering those? How are you mitigating those risks, the policy to come, the regulation and the compliances that you foresee?
Yeah, I mean, it's a super complex topic, especially in certain sectors like healthcare. It's much easier for a sector like agriculture than healthcare, and we do both. So what I would say is that I'm not a fan of, we have to be politically correct because of, a number of points. So I believe some of the earlier speaker just mentioned that, the EU AI Act is not over-regulation. And I agree for the most part, but also there's a possibility that if we are not careful, the technology is so nascent that we might cut down innovation by just going to pro-regulation. And I'm saying this as someone who has worked on like health regulation and AI regulation for several years. So for example, I've been involved in the UN initiative with WHO and other UN agencies in creating AI regulations. What I would say is that it's better we look at existing regulations and put in a bit of an extension for AI than go create a whole new bunch of AI regulations. So what do I mean? In healthcare, for example, every solution is treated as a medical device, so far as it is involved in the clinical delivery pipeline. Now, if it is a software, it is termed as software as a medical device. AI is essentially software. So we got our AI system approved in Ghana by the FDA, and it was just evaluated as a software as a medical device. We don't need to necessarily do a whole lot of extension, but I think generative AI introduces some complexity, which is that you have one AI system that does multiple things. How do you certify that this AI system is approved? I don't think right now any regulator has certified an AI system for health application, because essentially to say that means you've tested for everything it can do and it's good across board. So yeah, it's a complex field, but I think there's a lot of things that we can learn and just adjust from this, yes.
You're essentially saying don't go badass because you don't understand it yet. Wait for the data to evolve and build on top of what already exists. So we're out of time, but last question. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and other Gates initiatives has invested in your entrepreneurial journey, and you got to personally spend some time with the man himself, Mr. Gates. So talk about some of your experiences and a few words of advice to some of the budding entrepreneurs in the room.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very weird but interesting experience, getting to go to Bill Gates' house and spend 5 hours debating AI and, arguing about GPUs and stuff like that. I mean, I'm sure a lot of tech people here, we all looked up to him growing up and stuff like that. But one thing I did learn is that, he's a student of knowledge and he's always learning at his current position, age, and everything. Whilst at the dinner table, he had a notebook where, you know, if you say something and he's not familiar with it, he writes it down. I think entrepreneurship is all about learning, right? Like there's no amount of pre-knowledge you can have that would ever prepare you enough for entrepreneurship. So you have to be quick on your feet, just learn and keep evolving. So for him to still be doing that at his position and age, I mean, I would say every entrepreneur should double down their learning. Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you very much. Enjoy Hyderabad, and we have some spicy food here as well. You can enjoy that too.
Looking forward to it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Darlington and Mr. Dilip. That was wonderful. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we break for lunch. But before you leave the stage, I'd like to request Ms. Ramadevi Lanka to come on stage and thank you for a wonderful session here. Guests, audience, we'll break for lunch now, and we'll regroup back at 2 p.m., sharp 2 p.m. We have a rapid keynote from Dr. Devesh Ranjan and Dr. Vivek Sarkar, who have come here from Georgia Tech, all the way from Georgia Tech here. So please quickly break for lunch, and please come back here by 2 p.m. And after that, we've got a couple of other interesting, exciting fireside chats and panel discussions. So please come back. Just as a quick reminder as well, there are panel tracks after lunch that will be happening behind the main hall as well as on the first floor. PM. On the ground floor, MR1 and 1.1 and 1.2, there will be a session on reimagine the new code of innovation and transformation in GCCs with GenAI. At 3:15, there will be just AI awards in the same room. On the first floor, around AI for social good, innovation for impact by Wadhwani AI and NASCOM. So those are the upcoming parallel track sessions. So please come back here for rapid keynotes, fireside chats, panel discussions, and back to the parallel tracks for a couple of exciting panel discussions there as well. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you back at 2 p.m. get started with the session. So a couple of minutes, and then we'll get started with that. Thank you. Did you all have a wonderful lunch? Yeah? Okay. Super. So we've got some exciting speakers lined up this afternoon. You know, one rapid keynote, and following that will be another rapid keynote. They're going to be on vastly different topics, but you know, you'll be surprised as to how many different takeaways you'll have from each of those. So please buckle up, and we'll get started. All the people at the back, there are more chairs in the front. You can make yourself comfortable here. Please come forward. People in the exhibition area, near the exhibition area and the lunch breakout area, please come back quickly. We're getting started with the post-lunch sessions now. For the next keynote, can we have the clicker, please? All right, guys, please settle down quickly. We are getting started with the next rapid keynote. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Yeah, okay, there it is. I just need the clicker back. Yeah. Oh, you took it? You took it. I don't know why. Okay, good. Thanks. Yeah.
Guys at the back, please come back to your seats. People outside the main hall, please come back to your seats as well. And one quick request. I know some of you have been standing near the console there. Please don't stand during the sessions. It's very hard for the people who are managing the console and the slides here to actually see what's coming up on screen. So please don't block that view on the right-hand side there. Make yourself comfortable, or maybe you can have those conversations at the back of the main hall here. All right, if you have everybody's attention, please put your hands together to talk about an AI for a better world. I invite on stage Dr. Devesh Ranjan, Eugene C. Gwaltney, School Chair and Professor George W. Woodruff School of Mechanical Engineering, Georgia Institute of Technology, and Dr. Vivek Sarkar from John P. Inlay, Dean of the College of Computing, Georgia Institute of Technology. Please welcome them on stage with a big round of applause, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure for us to be over here. We've been really stimulated by all the discussions and conversations today and totally blown away by the hospitality. So following up on many of the discussions earlier today, we'd like to talk about AI for a better world from the context of our home institution, Georgia Tech. So one of the things that I want to share is that in Georgia Tech, we have an ethos where we really want to, as the slide shows, focus on progress and service. So that means build future leaders who both advance technology and improve the human condition. And I find so much synergy with that goal that we have with everything that we're hearing and everything that's the state of Telangana is planning to do. And in particular, our institute president has a strategic plan with 6 pillars. One of them is to connect globally. And we see a great opportunity here in Hyderabad with all the connections that we met across industry, government, and academia to connect more over here. So I think all of you are familiar with the history timeline of AI. It's had some ups and downs. There's some periods that those of us who do research refer to as the AI winters. When I was an undergrad student in IIT Kanpur, I remember doing some programming projects with neural networks and backpropagation, but it was so limited, the size of the image we could recognize. Later on, I actually went to IBM Watson Research Center in New York State, and there one of the exciting landmarks was we built a system called Deep Blue that some of you may remember, it was some time ago now, beat the then chess champion, Garry Kasparov. So that was one milestone over there. And about 14 years later, we had another milestone that came a little closer to our current world of AI, where our system that was called Watson beat, in a trivia quiz program that many of you may be aware of called Jeopardy, beat the reigning champions. So we started seeing these trends of what we call superhuman performance by AI already. And then, of course, we have colleagues in our research community at Google and other places who did AlphaGo to beat the world champion at Go. And then, most recently, we've had, of course, generative AI and with ChatGPT. And I would say that, of course, there are multiple frameworks for large language models, multiple frameworks for generative AI. But for sure, ChatGPT captured the public imagination. And just to show, many of you may be familiar with this, it just took 5 days after its launch to acquire 1 million users. Compare that with other technologies that you may be familiar with that have taken, you know, for example, anywhere from 2.5 months to 3.5 months. So there was something about the accessibility of this interface that anyone could work with it and be really surprised with the results. Frankly, even the creators were surprised by how realistic and helpful some of these results can be. So one of the things that when we look at Georgia Tech, it turns out we have, when I showed the AI timeline, we have a long history at Georgia Tech of that AI research across many dimensions. We have a machine learning center where we work on all kinds of topics, either really immediate ones related to cybersecurity and trustworthy AI, or more exploratory ones related to AI for science and engineering. We also have a lot of focus on interdisciplinary research with these interdisciplinary institutes in robotics, data science, people and technologies. We have a big focus on human-centered computing, which I think gives us the ability to actually convene discussions on the impact of AI and society and the impact of society and AI. So looking a little bit also from the education perspective, what's happening with computing and AI at Georgia Tech. Well, Georgia Tech as an institution has been around for 140 years. It's had some disciplines in engineering that have been leaders for many, many decades. Computing was a small corner of the campus, but the last 8 years, its footprint has increased so dramatically that more than 25% of all students on Georgia Tech campus are in computing and AI. Also, some of you may be familiar with our online master's programs that are worldwide. This connects to our institute strategy of connecting globally. These have already graduated 12,000 students. Currently, we have 17,000 enrolled. This is a full regular Georgia Tech master's degree. There's no difference between what you take on campus and what you do online in terms of the degree. Of course, depending on the student, the experiences might be different, but a degree is identical. I'm just curious, is anyone here currently enrolled or has graduated from a Georgia Tech online program? Okay, see some hands over there. Okay, great, great. Well, I'm your dean, and so it's great for me to see students literally all over. In fact, we've been talking about doing more and more outreach events in India, maybe even do a graduation ceremony over here. The photograph that you see over there are some numbers of online master students coming to our Atlanta campus for the graduation ceremony. And the school pride that they have is just amazing. So when we think of building our network in India, we know we can leverage Georgia Tech alumni, both the ones who visited us on campus, but the increasingly large number of folks in India who've taken it online. And really what we want to do is engage with industry, government, and academia to see, we're also using this visit to learn. We've had a lot of good discussion in the summit of what are the regional emphases, how do you differentiate ourselves. We want to learn from that and contribute in every way we can. Our motto is we want to teach computer science and AI to anyone in the world who wants to learn it. India has a very youthful population. You have the Skill University initiative. If we can contribute in any way, we would be really happy to do so. And then finally, it's very clear to us that the role of AI is really an enabler of other disciplines. So one way of looking at it is to say X plus AI. What does that mean? It means that if you look at any discipline X, and there's no hubris here, I think it's a matter of fact, where you have domain experts who know that discipline really, really well, you see how they're advancing their discipline. It's usually where computing and AI meet their discipline. So as leaders in computing and AI, we want to work with leaders in those disciplines to enable them to be more successful. This is not AI replacing, it's AI enabling. And here are some examples of what we do. And in fact, our vision is that AI and computing can enable really new interdisciplinary partnerships, both on our campus and worldwide. And this spans the whole gamut, from research, education, and development. So in the spirit of AI for a better world and the interdisciplinary focus, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Devesh Ranjan to tell you more about the great things we're doing with interdisciplinary activities related to AI. Welcome, Devesh.
It's okay.
Thank you,
It's
Vivek.
fine.
So I think in the beginning you saw the talk where the vision for the Georgia Tech is really promote interdisciplinary research. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples of what's happening at Georgia Tech. In just last 3 years, if you think about the amount of funding US government has put in the industry, they're very much about AI focus, but they're looking at industry which you can impact. If you remember Minister Sridhar talked about, we want AI for everyone. So I picked 3 examples of the things which we are really making an impact in the society right now. One, in the COVID time, we all saw what the supply chain management disruption can really cause. So we have an AI institute which really looking at changing AI for optimization, which is about logistics, supply chain, what's the supply chain of the future going to look like. But there are 2 which is very dear to my heart because I have a mom who is 70-year-old. We probably have everyone here who has an aging population. So if you think about aging population right now, they need a support for assistive devices. So we have an AI research in the area of caring for elderly population. So that's the AI Caring Institute, which we have at Georgia Tech. And the third one, which is also very important, is we are looking at skilled university we talked about this morning here. The skilled university, if you want to really translate that work to a bigger population, you want to think about delivery mode, which could be different. So we have 10 years ago, one of our colleagues, just to trick the graduate student in the grading, decided to make a TA, which was completely online. So how many of you have heard Watson TA name here? So a few of them. So Watson TA 10 years ago came as an AI-assisted TA program, which is just a person, and to make sure he can trick the student, he decided that there's going to be a lag. So if a student put it there, a question at 2 o'clock in the night, you don't get the answer right away. But what has happened in 10 years, he has shown that you can have AI in the teaching tool, and he took that for online learning for elderly population because we want to make sure we are supporting online learning. So let me just tell you about this one because this is very close to the heart, and this is something which is happening in every country right now. If you look at the demographics of elderly population moving up, we need to think about how we're going to support the elderly population with these devices, that their living is not dependent upon whether your kid is there or not. The assistive care, whether you're doing in the nursing or at home, is better. So we have been thinking in this space for a long time, and AI really provides us as an opportunity to really accelerate that pathway. So how many of you have seen a runner who had an assisted device and he ran in the Olympic? So quite a few. So coming from mechanical engineering background, knowing that robotics intelligence system is a bread and butter of what we did in the automation industry side, AI really provided us a platform to really accelerate that transition. So at Georgia Tech, we have different human augmentation work which we are working on, where we are looking at people, and you can think about somebody who has lost a leg with a lower limb is not there. We are putting a devices with several kind of circuits and sensor, but the limitation in the past was we were really be able to work with these sensors with a very limited data set. You don't have the capability to do those computation on the go. What AI provides us now is we can really make those computation on the go, and some of the models could be that advanced that we can train the model to learn from each person walking rather than a simulated data set of a different person, different scenario, because we know every one person has a sometimes left leg smaller than the right leg smaller than left leg. So the walking is very different for each person. So how do you provide that support? And we are also thinking about this in the industry side. So we had a project which was supported from Delta for a long time, was how do you support the people who are lifting bags? Can you provide assistive devices which supports the spine of the people in a better way? And those are the things which we are looking in this space to really make a big impact. The other one which we are doing is this is more in the agricultural sector. So Georgia is very similar to some of the states here, like Telangana. Our agriculture sector is a big impact to the GDP of the state. So we wanted to do something where we are supporting SMEs and agricultural sector in that space. So we have just received a big economic development grant of 65 million to really create a co-exhibition of our lab plus some of the small-scale industry together, where we look at their processes and see how the AI can help there. So this is open for business for anyone who wants to connect with us, because what we are really trying to understand in this space is how are we going to impact the small-scale industry with our AI work. And what you will see in this one is a chart. Like, think about your different processes you have. We have about 20,000 square foot of space embedded with a lot of different sensors and other AI technology. We are collecting the data, but we are making some business support decision moving forward to those businesses. In the interest of time, I'm going to give you this because as a mechanical engineer, all of us had a screwdriver at home. We used to play things. We knew how to work around those things at home. But if you want to be growing in the AI maker mindset, AI person moving forward, you don't have that kind of computational capability at home. It's not like a maker space 3D printing, which everybody now even have at home. So we at Georgia Tech, and if we have NVIDIA colleagues here, I want to thank them for their support. We just created our first AI maker space in the university environment. What this AI maker space is, basically we have a whole NVIDIA toolbox sandbox for our students to do current LLMs, models, and other things in the classroom. This is really moving forward. It's trying to do things because, I'm going to just skip to this one. What we're trying to do is give every student an opportunity on our campus to think about AI and what you can do with these kind of things in your classroom. This is the first of its kind, and we are really thankful to NVIDIA partnership because they accelerated our request to gift those some of the computers, which is really hard for even some of the companies to get right now. So that's our future, but what we are really looking forward in this environment is to bring together, as Georgia Tech, we talk about together we swarm. So I think the excitement I saw with the young generation here, we really have an opportunity to make a big impact by not just using AI for sensor, but really bigger things together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Devesh Ranjan and Dr. Vivek Sarkarji. That was beautiful, brilliant, brilliant. Now, we have the next rapid keynote. It's coming up. And before we get to that, let's want to quickly announce, the parallel tracks that are going on. At 3:15, there's a Just AI Awards in the ground floor MR room number 1.3 and 1.4. There's also a Reimagine the New Code of Innovation and Transformation in GCCs that started at 2 o'clock on the ground floor MR1, room number 1.1, 1.2. And there's a session at 3:15, which is on AI for Social Good, Innovation for Impact by Wadhwani AI and NASSCOM. So those are the sessions which are going to start or have started. So some of you who may have wanted to actually attend those, you can probably join those. But meanwhile, here, we've got something really interesting coming up. The Jameel Poverty Action Lab, or JPAL as it's known, is a setup. It's a global research center at MIT. And the JPAL is a setup within the economics department of MIT that was set up by 2 Nobel laureates, Mr. Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo. Leading that, as the global executive director at JPAL at MIT, today we're very, very privileged to have Mr. Iqbal Singh Dhaliwal to provide the rapid keynote session here on stage. He's held several different kinds of, he's donned several kinds of hats in his illustrious career. He was an ex-IAS bureaucrat. He's formulated policies, has been provided inputs. He's spoken at Davos, OECD, and several other prestigious conferences. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please put your hands together for Mr. Iqbal Singh Dhaliwal. He's going to speak about evaluating AI for social good. Mr. Iqbal, sir, over to you.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for coming into this session, and thank you, Prashant, for keeping everybody encouraged. All right, so let me get this forward one more time. Yep. So, you just heard that in my past life, I used to be in the IAS, and now I am at MIT. The one common thing in being in the IAS and being at MIT is that I'm surrounded by engineers. There were only 6 or 7 of us who were non-engineers in the IAS, and at MIT, I don't even know what our count is. And I think even in this room, most of you are not mostly from an engineering background. So you might be wondering what an economist like me is doing on the stage. So at the Poverty Action Lab at MIT's economics department for more than 20 years now, we have been working on one simple thing. How can we make sure that policies and programs which are fighting climate change or poverty reduction in the world are based on evidence and hard data and not based on our instincts, ideology, or inertia? And so this is where we come in. So let me set the background for why I think this is kind of an important topic. As you can see, around the world, people are spending a lot of money on AI. It's in India, it's abroad, it's public money, it's private money, it's everywhere. And so what is driving so much excitement about AI? I think many of you know this, but for us, as we think of it from an economics lens, the first thing is it's a general purpose technology. If you think about it, there are very few general purpose technologies. Electricity is one of those, which has as many uses as one can think possible. The second point is it's widely accessible. If you have a smartphone, you can touch and feel AI. All you have to do is get onto a website, even in your Google, your WhatsApp has AI infused into it. So you don't have to do much. You don't have to buy a laptop and deliver it to somebody's house. AI is already in your house. The third thing is that it's a low marginal cost of implementation. There's a very high fixed cost, but once you've built an app, whether that app reaches 500 people or it reaches 600 people, the marginal cost is very low. And finally, and very importantly, the technology is constantly improving. It's a really, really unique feature of AI. Think about it, right? Think of one laptop per child. You deliver a laptop, and if the laptop lives for 5 years, the technology, the hardware stays the same. But here, the technology tomorrow can be very different from the technology today. So this is I think, part of the reason why so many people are excited about the potential of AI. But then, I think I just want to draw you to the attention due to the fact that AI is not the first technology that generated considerable interest and excitement among the world. So I can give you 100 examples of this, but let me take you through one example that happened around the time that I was pivoting my careers, which was this one laptop per child. The entire world got behind this. This was supposed to be a big solution to all our learning outcomes and learning problems. Everywhere around the world this was happening. India was no exception, but then this is what happened. This is fast forward 5 years later, and you see the same newspapers, which were earlier talking about how one laptop per child is going to solve the world's problem, turned into this. There are now actually books written about why this technology failed. Here's an article that I thought would be of interest to you. This is from the Indian Express. In 2013, Akhilesh Yadav launches the first free laptop scheme for students. Here is the Indian Express article from exactly 1 year later, which says Akhilesh Yadav shuts down the free laptop per scheme. So I think I don't want to be, put water over the excitements about AI, but I just want us to be a little cautious that AI is not the first technology that we are excited about, and there is going to be a lot of failure on the way. I'm not going to take you through this example in too much detail, but this is a project that I worked along with another of my colleagues from Harvard in Karnataka on installing these biometric devices in the primary health centers in Karnataka. Biometric devices were the rage of the season, but what the government of Karnataka did differently was to say that let's do a randomized evaluation. While we are rolling out these primary health center, these attendance devices to increase doctor attendance, let's do an RCT. And so as you can see, we went into 5 districts in Karnataka: Bidar, Dharwad, Chitradurga, Dakshin Kannada, and Mysore. And some of the primary health centers got this device, others did not. And then we did this research for about 18 months, and look what happened. So the red line is the control group. In an RCT, there's always a control group, and the blue line is the treatment group. And the vertical height on this graph shows the attendance. So like 0.3 means 30% attendance, 0.4 means 40% attendance. So as you can see, the attendance of doctors is actually very low. Only 40% of the doctors show up in a primary health center when they're expected to. But the interesting part is that as the experiment, the technology rolls out, initially the blue line, the attendance where the technology exists, goes above where the technology is not there. But by the time the experiment ends, the doctors who actually have the technology are attending even less than the ones who did not have the technology. So actually the technology simply reduced the attendance of the doctors. And is it that the technology failed? Absolutely not. The technology did what it was supposed to do. The technologist did not think about how the technology interacts in a society where there's a shortage of doctors. So what happens if a doctor doesn't show up for work? You give them a show cause notice, you suspend them, but there is no other doctor to fill their position, number one. And number two, what happens when the doctor goes to the administrative tribunal and says, a machine cannot give me a show cause notice because there was no application of mind, and the court completely says you cannot suspend this doctor because a machine ordered the suspension order, not a human being. So again, I think these are examples which I just want to caution you that AI alone is not going to be enough if you're not thinking about and incorporating what else needs to change along with the technology. Okay, So this is exactly what we do at MIT. You know, it's one of the few centers which actually has researchers not only from MIT, but from about 100 universities around the world. You see some of the names on the right, including Chicago, Harvard, MIT, Yale, and so forth. And we now have more than 2,400 projects around the world. Each of those projects represents, each of those dots represents a project. As you can see, India and the US are where we have a lot of projects across every sector from health to education. And then as the, you know, and the methodology that we use is always randomized controlled trials. And this is the methodology which got Abhijit Banerjee, Esther Duflo, and Michael Kremer, our three researchers and co-founders, the 2019 Nobel Prize in Economics. I think many of you are already familiar with Abhijit Banerjee. All right, so what does this mean in terms of AI? So I think there are 5 areas where I think all of you are probably already know this, most of you know this, but from an economics, from a development perspective, from a social good perspective, where AI is going to have, I think, a transformative role. The first is improving the targeting of government services. The second is increasing the access to government services. Third is maximizing the effectiveness of frontline workers, reducing biases in decision making, and lastly, boosting government tax capacity. So I'm going to, for each one of these, I'm going to give you an example of an evaluation that JPAL researchers are doing on the ground of AI trying to do this. So here's the first example. This is a project that we have in partnership with Google.org in Bihar. You know, this is a photo from Bihar. As you know, the rivers in Bihar flood every year, and it causes vast amount of damage. Google has a whole sensor network which can give early warning about floods. So what we are doing is trying to figure out what's the best way to deliver these flood messages. Is it through WhatsApp? Is it through other ways? And most importantly, how do you build the trust of the people in technology? These are people who are not, you're telling these people to evacuate their house, leave their belongings, lock their house, and leave because the flood is coming. And if you expect that an AI-generated voice message on WhatsApp is going to convince these people to go, then I think that might be being very, very optimistic. So we are trying to see how that works. We are also trying to weave in, is there a local person who can be the trusted person? So how do you increase the trust in AI? I'm not going to go into the details. All these projects are on our website. You can see them in detail, but there are lots of applications, for instance, entrepreneurship development programs or skilling programs. The government spends so much money in trying to train people to become entrepreneurs, but it doesn't know who are the right people to become entrepreneurs. And I think with ML, machine learning, and AI, there's an ability to do better targeting of those programs. Here's an example of increasing access to services. Telangana is actually a leader in this, which is basically the agricultural extension workers. There are tons and tons of places which need more agricultural extension workers. We just don't have them. Here's an application where you take a photo of the leaf which has a pest on it, you upload it, and voila, AI can give you information about what insecticide to spray. And so again, this is a project that we are doing in Kenya. You can see the names of the researchers where we are evaluating how this AI technology is going to work. But the same thing works for pension, benefits, help desk. You heard from the Samagra people, Gaurav. You know, we are working with them on some of those. The third one is improving the effectiveness of frontline workers. Rocket Learning is actually a social enterprise which is based in Bangalore, along with Ashish Dhawan and others. I'm one of the founding board members. And what Rocket Learning is doing is basically the WC Department of Government of India has said Poshan Bhi Padhai Bhi, which is in Hindi, but which translates to not just nutrition but also education. But then these Anganwadi workers were hired for their cooking. They were not hired for their teaching, right? And so how do you upskill the Anganwadi workers to also teach children and not just cook food for them? And it's a massive undertaking, and using AI and WhatsApp tools, you can do that. What's the effectiveness of that is actually what's to be evaluated. Same thing applies for healthcare workers, teachers, and so forth. So massive applications to that. Here's a fourth example, which is reducing bias. Oftentimes in the newspapers, you hear about, oh, AI is going to have so many biases. And I always tell people the biases in AI is basically about identifying the 7 lines of code which have the bias and trying to kind of remove that code or modify that code. On the other hand, it's the human biases which are the hardest to get over. And so I think this is a project that we are evaluating in the US around hiring and discrimination in hiring, but it has similar applications where the chatbot can actually send these messages to remind the recruiting person not to indulge in their biases. But the same thing is we are also evaluating on housing and bail. Housing, who does the government allot housing to? What is the bail amount that gets set for people? Is it based on our biases when the poorer people actually end up getting a higher bail amount? Okay, here's the last example. This is a project that we are working on with the government of Delhi and the government of Punjab, which is on how do you reduce cheating in GST collections. And so rather than leave it to the discretion of the tax inspector as to whom they are going to raid every day to catch the GST theft, instead you can use machine learning to predict which firm is most likely to be evading GST, and you can do much more targeting thing. And I think this is going to be incredibly important. As many of you know, after COVID, the fiscal situation of states and governments around the world has really gone bad because of the increase in social protection. In India, it's got worse because of the very populist sort of programs being announced by the governments. So I think increasing the tax base of state governments is going to be a huge application for AI and machine learning tools. So I think I just want to conclude by saying that, you know, we are very, yesterday we signed an MOU with the government of Telangana, and as part of that, any of you who works with the government of Telangana on any AI sort of a project, we are happy to do the following things for you. The first thing is, based on tons of years of research, we can help identify what are the areas where AI is most likely to have an impact. So for instance, if you are in education and you're intersecting with AI with education, should you be focusing on teacher training? Should you be focusing on parental engagement? Should you be focusing on reorganizing the classroom or the pedagogy? We have 20 years of research on what are the areas where machine learning and AI can have much more impact. The second thing is about the effective integration of technology with the real world. This is where the example that I gave you from my project in Karnataka. What are the civil services rules? What are the regulations? What are the hiring practices by the government that need to change? Really important to keep that in mind. And having done that, we can help work with you and with the government on designing a concurrent evaluation, conducting a pilot, running the evaluation, and scaling up and down the program that works. I think the biggest impact of this is on item number 6. We have worked with a lot of social enterprises like Pratham and others over the years, where having an independent evaluation done by researchers from top universities around the world, including at MIT, lends a lot of credibility as to what technology is working or not, and what is the learning from it. So when you want to upskill it, raise more funding for it, having an independent evaluation done of your work is actually critically important and extremely useful. And so I just want to leave it on a very, very helpful note. Countries around the world are really, really investing in AI, and I really want to say that we feel that on net, the benefits of AI are going to be massive. We are very, very happy to help in whichever way we can. And just want to end by saying a huge thank you to the government of Telangana for hosting us. Both Jayesh and Ramadevi are just the most inspirational leaders possible. So thank you very much for hosting us, and can't wait to see where Telangana and AI go together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Iqbal. That was wonderful, wonderful. And if you could please stay back for just a quick minute, I request Shri Bhavesh Mishra ji to come on stage and hand over a memento as a token of our appreciation for a wonderful talk this afternoon here. We are really delighted to have you here, sir. If you can. Yeah. And makes for a very good photo opportunity as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while that's happening, let me quickly remind you that at 3:15 in the first floor, MR room number 1.5, 1.6, there is a panel discussion going on AI. There is a panel discussion that will happen on AI for social good, innovation for impact, being led by Wadhwani AI and NASSCOM. It has an esteemed list of people in that panel there. Ankit Bose, head of AI at NASSCOM, will be heading that or moderating that particular session. And in the panel will be Dr. Kalika Bali, Mr. Sachin Malhan, Dr. Makaran Tapaswi, Ms. Amrita Mahale, and Mr. Gaurav Gotwani. So anybody who's interested in understanding more about AI for social good, innovation for impact, first floor, MR room number 1.5, 1.06 is the place to be at 3:15. Coming back. Just bear with me a minute. All right. So you heard from Mr. Iqbal about evaluating AI for the social good. Now, there's going to be another rapid keynote by a person who needs no introduction. The founder and chairperson of Scient, Mr. BVR Mohan Reddy Garu, talking about making India AI talent ready. Please, sir, I'd like to welcome you on stage here today. Sir, would you like to have the hand mic?
Yeah. Well, very good afternoon to all of you. This is one of the most difficult things to do in my life, is to get to sit in a class when I was young, after lunch. And I have the hardest challenge in terms of keeping all of you also awake from sleeping. But then you might ask me this question, why are you here, Mr. Reddy? I believe in karma. Karma told me that, look, this is what you get. So I came here this afternoon. So bear with me for next 10 odd minutes to give you a rapid keynote. I just want to make sure that I have the right time. Yeah. Keynote on what I believe that India should be doing in making India AI talent ready. I think you have seen enough of this, heard enough of it since yesterday morning, and slides don't move. Somebody gave me this, let me try the other one, which is here. Yeah, this is working. This doesn't work, yes. So this is roughly the agenda for the conversation this afternoon. And yeah, this moves, good. So therefore, what we heard so far is the way in which AI is progressing at an unprecedented form, unprecedented speed. The growth rates people are anticipating will be about 25 to 35%, at least till 2027. The question is, why only 2027? We don't know what happens thereafter. My earlier speaker also talked about caution in terms of what happens to AI. But then you'll also find that the people who are leading this AI revolution or transformation is largely from US, China, EU, and then the UK. But what we are seeing all around the world is technology is eating into every industry. Please don't mistake, because I see a lot of youngsters in the back, they all think that, the core engineering will disappear. And I've seen some pathetic numbers on how it is a percentage of people who enroll themselves in non-computer science in the state of Telangana itself. So I like to assure them, core engineering will not disappear, but technology will flow into core engineering too. So therefore, it's not technology will eat the other engineering or other industries. It'll be technology will be in other industries too. The fact of that is being proven beyond doubt. The 5 largest companies in the world by market cap right now are all technology companies. So therefore, there is a proof saying that technology will accelerate very well, but then the core engineering will not disappear. And then we certainly are seeing technology adoption is becoming faster and faster. We thought, when Twitter got 143 million users in about 4 years, they said this is the fastest growth rate. What do we see with ChatGPT at this point of time? ChatGPT got their 1 million users in the first 5 days. They got their 100 million users in the first 2 months. And monetization is equally strong. ChatGPT's annual run rate got to $2 billion in the first 12 months. So therefore, the adoption, which is basically reflecting on the user, is also very high. And then what we are seeing is that it has a potential to transform every industry. I met the two best doctors I can think about. One is a gastroenterologist, the other is a dermatologist, one from Singapore and the other was from Korea in the last couple of months. And both of them were the best, also told me that they have to have technology coexist with them. The work that they were, the word that they were using is that technology will be co-piloting their work. In gastroenterology, if you look at the endoscope that was running through, based on the clinical presentation of the patient, the doctor was running the gastroscope to the point where it's required. But now he doesn't need to do that. There is enough of imagery coming in, and then the AI algorithms running, prompting the doctor to say, hold on, you got to look at this particular piece of the gut of the human being. So therefore, the acceptance of this technology, AI, is all over the place, whether it is healthcare, agriculture, education, every facet of the world, it's all there. But here is the challenging task or the challenge we have. I told you all about the positive stuff, 25 to 35% growth of AI. But you go back and look at an Economic Times article which appeared on the 16th of August, you will find that they have a research done on the top 10 articles that were published in the top 10 AI conferences for the last 5 years. 5 years and a 10 and a 10. And what the result was, the top 10 articles, 30% of them came from United States, 22% of them came from China, and we are abysmally small at about 1.4%. To me, that's also a leading indicator to say how well are we doing in this area. But the other way of looking at it, a positive way of looking at it, there is so much amount of room for us. We're only at 1.4%. There is enormous opportunity for us to grow. Let me move on. That side, yeah. So therefore, I think we need some radical changes to happen if we were to move from that 1.4% of publications to a much higher level. And the first one I'm saying, and I alluded to yesterday in my inaugural address, is that we need to move into this mode, which is the headlines in many education institutions around the world, is student-centric experiential learning. The student now is far different from what he or she was in the past. The student has several options of learning. So therefore, the option that is in front of her or him has to be the best. So therefore, we have to definitely give them enormous amount of flexibility. In IIT Hyderabad right now, where I chair, we have what is called as the fractal courses. There's nothing called a 4-credit course. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. You can take 1 credit, 2 credits, 3 credits, whichever is what you're liking. So give the flexibility to the student in what they like or dislike. The second one is we're saying you can take any time off and do what you like. You can take a semester off, 2 semesters off, 3 semesters off. You want to go to a different college and do some courses and come back, perfectly fine, so long as they're recognized. It's called the ABC, Academic Bank of Credits. So therefore, what the student requires at this point of time is flexibility. You also have to have a class in which you need to build curiosity. Yesterday, I don't know, some of you must have listened to Peter Diamandis, and he was talking about what you need to teach the student is to ask hard questions. That's what is required at this point of time. Not to say that you listen to me, and gone are the days when, the teacher used to verbose for an hour and student very studiously used to make notes out of it. What's required at this point of time is to have curiosity built into him. You have to build in this culture of critical thinking in the student. You got to make sure that the student starts thinking about new things. How do I do things differently? So that is one area that we need to focus on, which means that the student has to move away from the conventional rote learning into a mode where they become much more critical thinkers in terms of what is next. The second one is that we need to improve the pedagogy that we have. You can't, as I said, have classes where you can just talk to them, and talk to them. In 10 minutes we have seen, there's experiments that we have conducted to say that in 10 minutes the student loses interest if you don't interact with the student. So whether it's a quiz that happens, or a group discussion, or there is a assignment reflection that goes by, you got to give that break. So therefore, we've got to learn how the pedagogy has to change as we move forward. And finally, what we also see is that the biggest challenge we have, pardon me if I'm saying something wrong, is all about the teacher too. The teacher also has to improve himself or herself. So therefore, the third thing that I'm suggesting, if we want to leapfrog ourselves, is with the student part of it, is to say that the teacher training and teacher development is important. Can we send our teachers to some of these seminars, some of the summits, just not in India, all around the world? If you want to be in the leaders of AI, it can't be just being just in India or in our hometown. The next one that I have is what do we do in terms of, is making sure that we have did I get the wrong slide up? We need to build a robust product building and solutioning architecture in education. The first one is that we need to get into that model of people getting into a product creation through innovation. Innovation will come only when you start having a challenging environment which says, I question why, some 5 times, very curiously to say what is better than this. How does it work this way? Can something make it work much better than what it is working right now? So the curiosity, our ability to question, our challenge the status quo, our ability to come with alternative solutions, and then ensuring that we have that patience, persistence, and work as a team is going to make a difference in terms of ensuring that we will have more amount of product building and solutioning architectures. We need to provide those platforms for people. Yep, I'm going to be done, I guess. Right. So we need to get to platformization of giving the environment for people for building their products and solutions. So which means that we need to strengthen our labs. Strengthen our labs, implement entrepreneurship so that they will start thinking in terms of implementing what they have thought about in a real life environment. Let me quickly run through a few more slides that I have. As a result of this, we all require a strong academic and research focused environment. We need to have an infrastructure, whether it is physical infrastructure, the digital infrastructure. The education institutions have to have more amount of AI studies and their policies to support them. The second point I made up yesterday also is all about translational research. We need to convert what we have as ideas at this point of time into real products. So every education institution, every research institution has to move into a mode of developing their own translational research offices. We're doing this right now in several institutes, and especially the one which I've been working on at IIT Kanpur, is to build a translation research office to move most of the work that's been done up to TRL 3, TRL 4 to that TRL 7 to 8 and get into commercialization and scaling. The other one is that these centers of excellence, we do have a number of research institutes around us, and these have to be strengthened in order to ensure that they will deliver our AI solutions. Every solution in AI for a different industrial vertical is going to require different specialization. You also have to understand that AI does not mean writing algorithms. AI requires data sets. AI requires compute environment. AI requires hardware which will bring data to you. But equally important is to find a solution, you need the domain knowledge, the domain expertise. That's the reason why I said that we need to have different types of COEs to ensure that we get that domain knowledge. My last but one slide is all about introducing this AI concept to the school itself. If you say, we'll start doing this in higher education level, the students will disappear in 4 years from now. Whereas if you start doing that from the 5th grade or the 6th grade students, just starting to get them into a culture of thinking by themselves, into an AI environment, will have a much larger population of people. So I'm saying that you should definitely be in a position to have schools also start now creating an environment for learning AI. My last slide is that all this would mean enormous amount of collaboration. Yesterday, I suggested some of these to the Chief Minister of the local government. But it's not just the government's responsibility. It's the responsibility of all the stakeholders, industry, academia, research institutions. And it's only when all of us can join our hands together, we'll be in a position to make sure that we will truly become the AI hub for India. So thank you very much to the IT&C Department of Telangana government, especially Mr. Jayesh Ranjan and Mrs. Ramadevi for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That capacity building, the skill building is absolutely required. And sir, if you could stay back for just a quick minute, we would like to thank you for that wonderful talk. I request Ms. Ramadevi Garu to come on stage and hand over a memento as a token of our appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mohan B.V. Reddy Garu. We truly have to catch them young. A truly holistic approach, sir, that was. So talking about, so that was about capacity building and how do we build the skill for AI within India? What kind of framework do we need? Mohan Garu laid out very, very nicely, taking into consideration all facets there. Now, let's talk about a little slightly different subject now, which we call as, again, responsible AI. This will be a quick panel discussion, and it's titled Justice in the Age of Algorithms. So the panel who will discuss about justice in the age of algorithms, I call upon stage Mr. Varun Hemachandran, Senior Curator, Agami, and Lead, Open Nyay. I love how they use the pun for Nyay, N-Y-A-I. Professor Krishna Ravi Srinivas, he's a professor at Nalsar University of Law. Mr. Manthan Trivedi, CEO, Mancorp Innovation Labs and Senior Manager at Tata Sons. And moderating this session would be Ms. Neha Chaudhary, who's a partner at Ikigai Law. So I present to you our panelists of the afternoon to talk about justice in the age of algorithms. Welcome on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, bigger round of applause. Some of the other forums and slightly more casual forums, I'd say, khana kha ke to aaye ho to zara zordar taali bajaye. But here I'd probably say, give them a bigger round of applause, guys. Come on. Yes. Keep up that spirit, keep up that enthusiasm. Do we need mics here on stage? Yes, we have one. We'll have to get 3 more.
Can you folks hear me clearly? Can you hear me clearly? Yes. Is this loud enough? Okay, wonderful. Hi, everyone. A very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you so much for being here with us today, and a big thank you to the organizers for having us all here to talk about the use of AI in law and the judiciary. My name is Neha. I'm very delighted to explore this topic with all of you today. Just a very, and I'll keep this short. We have about 25 minutes, I think. Just a little, you can hear me, right? Okay. Just a little bit of context setting. When we think about the use of AI in the context of law, in the context of access to justice, justice delivery, perhaps if I were to take one step back, I'd look at maybe 3 or 4 broad themes in which we see benefits, right? Perhaps it's in access to justice, especially for underserved communities. It's got an important role to play in increasing efficiency. It's got an important role to play in ensuring that processes are working well, processes are working seamlessly, perhaps in maintaining accuracy as well. This is on one end of the spectrum, and we see a lot that's being done in India and in other parts of the world as well. Everybody from the Prime Minister to the Chief Justice of India are excited about the potential that AI presents in law, in the judiciary. Now, that could be, efforts at translating judgments into Indic languages and making them more accessible. It could be efforts at reducing the pendency of cases. We've got 44 million or something like that at last count. Or it could be alternative dispute resolution and pretty much sort of everything in between. All of this is on one end of the spectrum. Very excited about this. A whole bunch of efforts that I'm sure you folks will talk about taking place at the Supreme Court and a bunch of other, the high courts and lower judiciary across the country as well. And on the other end of the spectrum, we do have various concerns that have been voiced about, hey, what happens, what is the impact of using algorithms in this ecosystem? How does it affect fundamental rights? Fundamental persistent questions around, say, things like accountability, transparency, so on and so forth. Larger themes of AI governance questions that we're anyway asking ourselves across a bunch of different sectors. But I think it gets a little bit exacerbated when you're talking about this in the context that we're talking about here. So maybe I'll start with you, Varun, first, right? Two-part question for you. One is, first, of course, please tell us and the room a little bit about the work that you folks have been doing at Agami and OpenAI. But following that, 2 questions, right? In your experience, what have you folks perhaps seen as some examples of some impactful use cases of AI? That's my first, first question in terms of enhancing access to justice, especially like I was talking about earlier, underserved communities. Is it ADR? Is it alternative dispute resolution? Is it something else? That's one. And second, once you have all of this in place, how do you ensure that AI-driven processes are fair, right? How do you ensure that they are unbiased? What are some of the challenges that we're likely to see or you have seen? Let's start there.
Thank you, Neha. It's great to be here, by the way. Thank you for having us. I'm a part of OpenAI. OpenAI is a public mission, non-profit public mission that brings together a range of organizations, including Agami, ThoughtWorks, AkeStep, Microsoft Research, a bunch of other organizations who've been involved in this space. Our mission started a couple of years ago, and it was based off of some of the context that you just gave us, which is particularly in the justice field in India, we have close to 44 million cases pending. More than 99% of Indians cannot afford to hire a lawyer. On average, it takes about 4 to 5 years to resolve a case in India's courts. And to catch up with the kind of demand for justice in a country as large as ours, physical infrastructure and human infrastructure is never going to catch up to that demand. So you almost necessarily need technology to transcend some of the constraints that exist infrastructurally within India. And we think that AI really presents the opportunity for us to, we missed the infrastructure train, but I think the AI train really allows us to transcend some of those constraints. So a lot of what we do is we realize that the law and justice fraternity in India, there isn't enough capital or the ability to speak to folks in tech. There's a language barrier even between technologists and lawyers to even understand how this technology can apply in the law and justice space. So we felt the need to bring together a community of innovators across these domains who who could work together and identify the powerful use cases in which AI could play an important role. And then how do we work together to build those AI building blocks and then make it available for free and open source so that other innovators could then build on top of it. So almost bringing down the cost of innovation in the law and justice space. We've been at this now for a couple of years, and one of the, I think, most promising and exciting use cases we've seen in the law and justice space has been, how do we touch the parts of India that the court cannot reach? And, India is a very diverse country. We speak many languages, 22 official languages, but thousands of dialects. Law and rules and regulations are usually expressed in English. Even for people who speak fantastic and speak and understand fantastic English, sometimes it's difficult to decipher what some of these laws are saying. So, how do we use AI in ways that makes our rights, laws, rules, regulations more understandable and more accessible in a jargon-free way, in a language that I understand? And also, we're very often dealing with complexities of literacy in various communities. So even if it was written, a large part of our population speak Hindi, but not many of them can actually read it. So how do we make a lot of this information also available in a medium that I can understand? So voice, of course, is a huge use case. And then how do you apply that to a lot of our justice systems, right? So our justice system is very complex. It's multi-dimensioned in its aspects, and so processes are very complicated to navigate. Laws, like I said, regulations are very difficult to decipher. So how can AI almost become like a guide, helping me understand my rights, understand my laws, and help me navigate this very complicated system? So I pause there, but that's what a lot of our work is exploring.
Got it. So perhaps 2 or 3 key use cases, right? I want to turn to you, Manthan, because the kind of work that you do, I think, is slightly different from the kind of work that that Varun was talking about, exploring AI use cases in a completely different context, right? Your organization, you've led the development of, Supace, completely different ballgame from what Varun was from what Varun was talking about. So talk to us a little bit about that, and what has that experience taught you? Same question that I posed to Varun, right? It's a different kind of use case. So what are some of the lessons that you've learned? What are some of the challenges that you've seen? How easy or difficult was it to find acceptance within the community? I thought that was really interesting, this business of community of innovators, right? And it's been, I think, a recurring theme, including in the previous keynote and a bunch of sessions, that you can't really go at this alone. And we were talking about this outside, about how without buy-in from the community, nothing much can happen. So yeah, I've thrown a lot at you. Feel free to pick up on any of these.
Thank you for the question, and first of all, thank you to the Telangana government for inviting and organizing such an important event. Okay, so to answer your question, so I call my company in 2 phases. I call my company ManCorp 1.0, where we are actually developing hardcore technology, which is what the foundation models of today are, right? The large language models. So we were building specifically a legal large language model for the Indian judiciary. We are working very closely with several high courts, including the Supreme Court of India. There was a dedicated committee where we used to have periodic meetings assessing the requirements, identifying what needs to be built, and then extensively testing and doing the quality control of the product that we were trying to build at that point of time. The reason we did not go ahead at that point with what we were doing back then, which was building technology, as you may understand that building foundation models requires a lot of capital and a lot of skilled resources, both of which that we fell in short of at that point of time. So as we know that, the brain drain is a known fact, that we actually lose some of our best skilled engineers to some of the best companies in America. The reason that happens is because there is a lot of R&D fund that goes in countries like the US, which is nearly absent in a country like India. Even today, if you were to go and say that you were going to build something, let's say, as revolutionary as a brain-computer interface, they're going to wait till a brain-computer interface like Neuralink is going to have a milestone like OpenAI did a couple of years back before we are going to be interested to venture in that area. What we realized on the hindsight is that it was a blessing in disguise, because not only did we actually skip the hurdle of building something which is extremely complicated, we also got ourselves out of the rat race, which is still on right now, as to who is going to win the large language model race, who is going to win the large image language model race, who is going to win the best voice model. That's another race altogether, which is going to continue on for the next couple of years. Nonetheless, the great opportunity that India has, and what is right now the second wave of AI, after the first wave of AI of building technology, is to actually apply this technology. So as you said, as you asked, where does the opportunity lie, or where the use cases are, I believe they are in 3 areas. So one would be augmentation of resources, expertise, and skills. As you rightly pointed out, that is what increases access. Second would be automation, right? So you can actually automate a lot of administrative processes, which is true across all bureaucratic processes, all government processes, including all company processes. So India is sort of a self-employed country, where 90+% of people are self-employed in medium to small scale businesses. And this process automation fact stays true even for them. So I think some work that you guys were doing is also around that process automation, where you automatically classify certain type of queries or documents or actions that need to be taken. The third area is actually quality control. So I think some time back we had Iqbal from MIT. Rightly, as an economist, he has a perspective that most technologists wouldn't or wouldn't dare to enter certain areas, where we say that, getting into the domain expertise is not what we want to get into. But I think that's where technology really has great potential, where, we question institutions quite often, especially in a democracy like India. It's very easy to question the government. It's easy to question the court. I think technology can help bring a benchmark and say that there is a consistency of this kind of a decision to be made, or this kind of a reference that is given, or citation that is given. So I think these are 3 broad areas, and we can dive deeper into what specific use cases into.
So a very quick follow-up before I turn to Ravi, right? Is has it been easier or difficult? And I suppose it's the same question to follow up with you as well. We've talked about 3, you've given us 3, you've given us maybe 2 or 3 different examples or sites of use case, right? This question of acceptance is one that I struggle with a little bit. How easy or difficult? Which of these? If you had to rank them in order of acceptance, what's been easy, what's been difficult? Where have you got the most buy-in? Where have you got the least buy-in? Perhaps quick responses.
So okay, so in my experience, the biggest buy-in is actually application of technology, as I said right now. When we were actually building a technology that did not exist at that point of time, it was very difficult to get people to commit to their idea, to actually come in for that meetings, given their inputs as to what works, what does not work. Today, OpenAI is there with their chatbot. Anthropic is there. There are a million other open source models that you can use and download and use it from a computer. So it's very easy to demonstrate to a particular stakeholder how we're going to apply it. So I don't think it's very difficult today. What's difficult is to get awareness at scale. So when I talk one-on-one with any professional, it's very easy for me to convince a professional how it's going to be applied to their business or to their practice.
Sure.
But to be able to do that at scale, I think that's where the challenge lies.
Is this something you folks have struggled with as well? It's this question of scale and, yeah.
Yeah, I think, it really depends on who you're thinking of at the center, right? So lawyers, for example, I think among some lawyers, there's this perception that AI might take away their jobs at some point. And so it's very difficult to get them out of that mindset, because you think of it as a technology that's threatening your livelihood. People who look at the justice space as a system, judges, for example, who see the challenges of not having enough technology in making the system a lot more efficient. People who are thinking about justice as an enabler for other industries. For example, justice operates as a horizontal industry through other industries. Banking, for example, it's very difficult to give out loans if you don't know that there's a strong justice system that can help you collect if things go wrong. So I think people who think about it at a system level see an opportunity. I think for lawyers, some work needs to be done to build trust for them to be able to think of AI as a tool that's actually building capacity and enhancing their capabilities versus something that's going to take away my job in a couple of years from now. Citizens, I think, are maybe in India in particular almost too accepting of AI technologies. Like we've seen, I think particularly when you go into rural areas where AI is still, the imagination around AI isn't fully formed, they think of it almost as, they can't imagine that there's a non-person who's responding to me as a chatbot. So they, in fact, somebody was telling me in the audience that there was a medical bot that they had built for women around prenatal care. And they'd given them instructions saying that, hey, this is a chatbot. You should take some of what it's saying with a pinch of salt. And there was an instance where the chatbot said something that was completely wrong. And this lady actually argued and said, no, but the doctor said that this is what I'm supposed to be doing. So it's very difficult actually to build critical thinking around citizens and get them to say, and to separate AI from a person. So I think we're still a while away from getting to that point.
So. And actually just picking up on that, and I want to turn to you, Ravi, for you've done a whole bunch of work, wearing your hat now as an academician and a researcher. There's a rich body of work. You've thought about oversight mechanisms. You've thought about governance mechanisms. Clearly, I mean, just the very last thing that you said, right? There is, of course, there's a bunch of anxiety. There's a bunch of anxiety around risks that could perhaps be exacerbated. So I want to turn to the other end of the spectrum that we were talking about. What are some of these challenges? What are some of these risks that we need to start being mindful of? That's one. And second, how do you design? What kind of regulatory oversight mechanisms do you design to take care of situations like this?
See, fundamentally, there are a couple of things. One is that you would have known by now the UEA treaty has been signed by both USA and UK, which is very important.
Can't hear you if you want to.
Which is very important because everyone now realizes that AI can be doing a lot of good things. At the same time, it's also possible that when AI is implemented in law and justice, there could be serious human rights issues, particularly by use of algorithms. The problem is also that often judges, people are not aware of algorithms and all. In fact, Nalsar is working with UNESCO in doing a whole lot of capacity building in judiciary. There also we find that judges need to be told that this is a black box, what to rely on, what is explainable AI, what is responsible AI. Then the third question is that how do we deal with AI algorithm and all that with the Indian Constitution? There we need to pay attention to the Indian constitutional values, particularly the fundamental rights, as well as, the way the whole legal system is being structured. Like, you have the right to access to court, you have the fundamental right to justice and all. So we need to really look at the whole thing, not as mere as algorithms, but the power of algorithms as to how they can structure law and justice in a country like India.
Would you recommend, I mean, from models that you're seeing around the world, the EU AI Act is something that you spoke about. Do you think we need that kind of regulatory design, regulatory architecture? I think the AI governance debate itself, there are so many different strands that are pulling at it, right? There is the EU AI Act model. There are some that say light touch, principle based, etc., etc. Given that we're talking about in this law and justice context, there are folks that also say you can't have some kind of omnibus regulation, right? It has to be use case dependent. It has to be sector dependent. Do you have a recommendation or a preference one way or the other based on everything that we're just seeing happening around us?
I think, sectoral wise, yes. But the question is that, irrespective of the sector, there are certain things. Like, for example, particularly when it comes to law and justice, or particularly whether you talk of court procedures, legal or anything, we need to have some sort of technology assessment, value assessment, and also do some pilot testing. I would suggest that, we need to have something similar to regulatory sandboxes for legal technology also, so that, people test them in different contexts, and then go for large scale or scaling up. Otherwise, we may be ending up repeating the same mistakes again and again. And also more important is that given the wider context of different types of cases, different types of needs of the clients and then the judicial system, we need to figure out as to how do we balance innovation with access and also without ensuring that we are not violating fundamental rights. That's a big challenge, not just for us, but for the whole world when we think of AI and law.
Thank you. Just picking up on that, and I'll come to you, Manthan, and I'll come to you, Varun, later. Maybe just quick last words, right? You gave me 3, I think, use cases when we were talking about sort of benefit, right? We were talking about augmenting resources / skill, automation of admin processes, and quality control. If I were to ask you to do a little bit of sort of future crystal ball gazing across each of these, how do you see this shaping up? Anything that you'd like to do differently, perhaps, right? And it's the same question that I was asking Avi as well. How do you minimize risks? I feel like that's the broader framing that I want all of you to comment on. How do you minimize risks while at the same time ensuring that you're increasing the benefits or you're keeping the benefits sort of intact? Right. And I like this framing that you gave, so if you want to stick to that.
Sure. So when you're approaching AI, and especially implementing AI into any institutional level, or let's say at industry level, already like what you said, sir, like about regulatory sandboxes, that is absolutely necessary, especially when if it's a government-funded application. Sure. Or it's a public service application. Sure. It has to be through regulatory sandboxes. Second way is also that you have to phase out the different versions that you're coming out. So like you must have heard of what's happening with OpenAI with the strawberry model, which was earlier known as something else, and now they're coming out with something else. So they're phasing out. The development and advancements can be really powerful, and that power can be both risky and something that gives opportunity, but phasing it out in a controlled manner, that is something which is a wise thing to do, which I think every good company across the world is doing. And that's the way to go forward if anyone wants to implement an AI solution. The third would be to pay very strong attention in actually skilling and support of ecosystem. So, you know, while everyone's talking about AI, not everyone uses AI. Everyone might have used AI. Everyone might have been exposed to AI, but they don't have the skill to actually churn out what we term as opportunity from AI, right? And that is actually because it's much beyond AI. It's there in automation, which does not, by the way, require AI necessarily. It's also in just setting processes straight, so like organizing, right? And so skilling around these areas is what is important. How do you mitigate risk? So there are actually many ways to mitigate risk. So now you have models like the Olama, the latest model, is as good as GPT-4o, which you can run locally on your laptop. And now there are laptops with NPU that you don't really need to compute on cloud. You can train your model on your laptop. You can train your model on and run that on your phone. So these are some ways in which you can actually start engaging with AI, use it in a risk-free environment. And when you are more confident about how they're working, that is the time you can bring it onto the internet or scale it and deploy it for mass usage.
Okay. Bunch of sort of, I think, regulatory design architecture suggestions from you. I want you to talk about technical solutions, right? Because you folks are all about open source, or, you know, that's basically the life's work of the organization in some ways, right? So talk to us a little bit about that briefly.
Technical solutions?
Yeah, technical solutions, open source in particular, right? Because there's a theme that comes up. So how do you ensure, how does that help? How does that help with transparency, mitigating some of these risks that we're talking about? But yeah, maybe that and anything else technical.
Maybe it's counterintuitive, but we don't believe as much in technical solutions as much as we do in our approach to design.
Okay.
So I'll give you two examples. One is when thinking about AI use cases, good question to ask is, does it enhance agency in citizens, or does it take away agency from citizens? And I think that should then dictate whether you design specific solutions or not. The second question, or rather the second approach to design, I think that's really important, is we have, as innovators and entrepreneurs, our tendency is to very often see a problem and almost prescribe solutions. And so we end up going into our little building sandbox, and then we almost impose solutions very often on communities who don't fully understand how these solutions work. And so maybe an alternative approach could be the discovery of ideas. And so there's an entire ecosystem of people who've made it their life's work to spend time with these communities and understand the problem really well. And so I think one of the approaches we could have as innovators and entrepreneurs is to snatch some of this technology away from the hands of technologists and really democratize it and make it pliable and usable by some of these communities who understand and are close to these communities. Just so like any other tool, they're able to figure out how to fashion it for the communities that they work with. So a great example of that is one of the stacks that we built along with Microsoft Research and made open source. It's called Jugalbandi Studio.
Sure.
And it was built on top of another stack that we built earlier called Jugalbandi, which was a conversational AI open source stack where you could build all kinds of chatbots. And we said, hey, communities don't just want somebody to build chatbots for them. They want the ability to build the chatbots themselves.
Sure.
And so what Studio does is you can speak to it in any language and tell it the kind of chatbot you want to build. And it will iteratively keep building and allow you to test before you finally deploy. And it negates the need for a developer or a technologist to be in the room. And so we really think it's these design principles that will really dictate the responsible deployment of use cases, because technological guardrails will always be playing catch up. So yeah, that's really been our approach at least.
Sure. Design, democracy, a bunch of organizational upskilling, etc. Ravi, I want to come to you for the last word because I know we've run out of time already. Institutions like yourself, right? Institutions like NALSA or groups and communities like ourselves, what is the kind of role that you think, what can we do? Again, this theme of community is something that we've touched upon, I think, throughout the course of this panel. What role do we have to play? Yeah.
See, institutions like NALSA are very active in access to justice. We do a lot of law clinics and all. Now with AI, we have a good boost in the sense that, we may be able to do things much better. But then the real challenge comes not in technology. Real challenge comes in translating that into usable, accessible ones. And more importantly, the question of language is one. But then the second most important thing which we also try to figure out is that how do we make this technology accessible, democratize their usage so that, any landless person or anyone affected in any place will be able to access them instead of going to an advocate's house or advocate's place or knocking at the door of someone else, please help me like that. The challenge lies in building technologies that could be democratized, that could be made accessible, and more importantly, the way that could be integrated into the system in such a manner that citizens feel confident to use them. Because unless you bring the confidence of the citizens to use the system in a sector like AI using in law, it will not succeed at all.
Perfect. I think that's a great note for us to stop at. Thank you, everyone. Our endeavor here, I think, has just been to give you a little bit of a flavor of the different kinds of work and questions that I think folks who are working at this intersection of AI and law and justice are dealing with. Some practical examples, some questions that keep us a little bit awake at night and thinking about designing effective regulatory frameworks, everything from design to regulatory sandboxes. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Well, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you did not give them a big round of applause, it would be gross injustice for the panel talking about justice in the age of algorithms. Wonderful, wonderful discussion. I didn't lash on to every single thing that you said, but one of the things that one of the speakers talked about that caught my attention, I think 20 years back when computers came in, people said, oh, they're going to take away our jobs, right? And they didn't. And we have progressed so far. So I think it's just natural for us to, as quickly we embrace a new technology like AI and understand that, I think the far better the progress will be. And it's not just for justice as an institution or one of the pillars of the government, but I think it'll be beneficial for everybody. So wonderful, wonderful discussion there, moderated so very well, Neha, and everybody else on the panel. Thank you so much. And may I request Mr. Bhavesh ji to come on stage, Bhavesh Mishra ji, Deputy Secretary, to come on stage and thank all our panelists here, gathered here, to thank them for their time speaking on this particular topic. And meanwhile, I also request our next set of panelists to come on stage. It's an esteemed set of panelists here. So we talked about Mr. Mohan Reddy Garu, BVR Mohan Reddy Garu. He spoke about, capacity building, skill building a few minutes ago before this panel discussion. So this is going to be the part 2 of the capacity building. It's going to be a panel discussion between Ms. Padma Ramanathan, Director at Mercer Consulting, Mr. Shailesh Kumar, who's the Chief Data Scientist, Center of Excellence in AI/ML at Reliance Jio, Professor P.J. Narayanan, Director at IIIT Hyderabad, and Dr. Neena Pahuja, who's an executive member at the National Council of Vocational Education and Training, NCVET, under the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. And moderating this session will be Mr. Cliff Jurkiewicz, who's Head of Strategy and Evangelist at Phenom. Wonderful, wonderful to have you all here today. Do we need one extra chair? Oh, no, no. Oh, you're good, okay. Do we need extra mic? So we have all 5 mics here.
1, 2. All right. Just checking. Welcome, everyone. My name is Cliff Jurkiewicz. What we're going to talk about today, just sort of part 2 after Dr. Reddy kind of set a great stage for us in talking about how does India become AI talent ready? I mean, what does that really mean? And we think about that just in sort of the context of we'll look at just even the population of India, for example. I'll throw a couple of interesting numbers out there. And we'll look at the US, we'll look at China, we'll look at India, just as a comparison, because that's been the comparison all day today. In the US, we produce about 100,000 engineers that are skilled in artificial intelligence per year. China, about 200,000. India, about 150,000. So on the sheer numbers, India is right in the game. But when you look at where the opportunity is, India is 5 times the size of the United States. So how do we get to every corner of India to access the talent that we know is there and make them part of this initiative? The other thing that we think about, and it has been mentioned when we talk about infrastructure and technology, another interesting stat is, of the 500 supercomputers in the world, 226 or so are in China, 118 are in the United States, and there are 2 in India. So another great opportunity that's been talked about too, and that plays into how do you become AI talent ready? That piece of infrastructure is very important. So it's not just a combination of just people and talent, but it's also about skills and not just about technical skills. And so I think we'll start this conversation with that as the context. For you, Padma, all the way down the end down there, sure. Maybe talk a little bit about your work first, who you are in your work, and I'd ask each panelist to do that just sure. To provide some background. But let's talk about not just the hard skills, but soft skills, and what you see in your work with Mercer.
Right. No, thank you so much, Cliff. And I think that's a very, the last point that you raised in terms of soft skills is definitely one of the core aspects to consider. I'm part of Mercer Consulting. We are actually a global leader in people and consulting domain. We do a lot of work around talent, future work, work in skills, what are the upcoming skills space. We work with industries and clients to navigate, the entire disruption that's happening. We work with them to see how their talent management practices should be shaped up. So that's the kind of work that we do as part of Mercer. Cliff, to your point about the soft skills, right, and that becoming at the core of the discussion here. Definitely, a lot of the conversation focuses around programming and the hard skills. In fact, the softer skills, and perhaps we no longer need to call them soft skills anymore because they are going to be the core skills. If you look at it, what is AI impacting, right? It's not just about working with programming and coding languages. It's about managing the power of it. It's about understanding the use cases of it. It's about knowing what to do and where not to apply it as well, right? Most of the work that's been influenced or impacted by AI is in terms of the automation of tasks, is in terms of taking away repetitive parts of the job, which means that the actual work that humans are expected to do will be of higher order value, which means we are going to leapfrog innovation. We are going to be solving more for problems using GenAI. And therefore, what are the kind of skills that we are looking at? And if you look at the top 5 skills for 2025 or 2027 coming into 4, it's actually problem solving. It's critical thinking. It's about the fact that we are going to have to work with people and with technology at the same time. So the kind of leadership skills, we're looking at resilience. It's, things are changing so fast. Who are the leaders of the futures? Those who are able to lead a team to manage that change. Right? We're talking about empathy in terms of the fact that this could impact jobs. It could, mean change of roles and therefore a long-term impact, how are we able to build in that empathy among people? So I think there's a very core element that while we focus on infrastructure, we focus on hard skills and programming skills, the softer aspects, of the game needs to be integrated into all of the learning programs that we have. In fact, with clients and in the industries, when we build skills taxonomies and we build skill development and we assess for skills, we're seeing a lot more companies look for learning agility more than proficiency of technical skills, because the latter can always be learned. The former is something that's hard to come by, right? When we look at leadership building and pipeline and we develop skills assessment tools as part of our work, we are actually building assessment programs for evaluating problem solving, managing resilience, dealing with stress. In fact, one of the interesting new skills that's come up is also in terms of commitment to society and purpose, because that's going to be a large application of what GenAI is going to do. So I think it's an interesting and it's a great start to the fact that we need to look at skills holistically, not from the technical aspect, but also from the softer side.
Yeah, Shailesh, I'm going to come to you next. I mean, you're a little bit on the inside, I would say, just from a private enterprise perspective. Looking at, what Padma just talked about, I mean, how do you strategize from an internal workforce? You're building skills. How do you also keep the human in the loop in that process? Again, because it can become very academic at one point, but you need to be able to put it into practice to help grow and scale. So how do you do that?
Yeah. So quickly, I wear multiple hats. I work as the Chief Data Scientist at Reliance Jio, so I'm a consumer of AI, builder of AI platforms on one side. But I also teach at ISP and IIIT and Geo Institute, so I'm also kind of thinking of AI from an education perspective, and within the company, outside the company. And, AI is a very horizontal skill, as much as math is a horizontal skill, literature is a horizontal skill. AI is now becoming a horizontal skill. And everybody in the corporate world, in the social sector, in the government sector, has to become AI literate. And that's where the world is going. And what that means is there is no one-size-fits-all way to train people in AI. Right? And now, if I think about the top management, how they will learn AI is very different than how a fresh engineer will learn AI and how the mid-management will learn AI. So the way I will teach AI in a technical school like IIIT is very different than how will we teach it in ISP or a business school. Another thing is now AI becoming specialized for different verticals. So I have seen that domain people coming from telecom domain, healthcare domain, agriculture domain, I think if domain people are taught AI with their domain in mind, that will be a much better way to teach AI, because purely data scientist people have no idea about the problem statements and the use cases, and we have to learn domain, and domain people don't understand technology, they have to learn technology. And I think the real challenge is in customizing AI teaching programs for the right people at the right level of abstraction. And that is where, a lot of innovation is happening in AI education, both at the corporate level, at the school level, at the college level. And, if I ask anybody what is math, everybody knows what is math. But if I ask anybody what is AI, everybody has a different answer, right? And the reason is it's a very new field. It's an evolving field. Every week we have a new model in town, and it's hard to keep up. So I think we need to develop some core skills that we'll talk about in the second round. But I think there's a lot of innovation in how we teach AI to different people in different domains, and it cannot be a one-size-fits-all way of upskilling. That's what I've learned.
That's good. The other partner in this is obviously the government, right? So when we think about, that partnership, I would ask you, Dr. Ahuja, just tell us a little bit about yourself, but also what's happening within the government to help build skills, with these technologies.
Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Neena Pahuja. I represent a regulatory body, NCVT, within the skill ministry. And I think in the last couple of sessions, I've been hearing a lot about skilling. So let me tell you what we are trying to do in terms of skilling, which actually solves some of the problems which we've been discussing. We take our basis from NEP 2020. In fact, that's a document actually which actually started the concept of embedding skilling in education. And I think it's the first time a document like that was created, which says that embed skilling in school as well as higher education, so that our children who are coming out of these education institutes are actually ready to join the industry rather than going through industrial training again. Basis that, we actually came up with something called National Credit Framework. And some of you may have heard about it, but just for information, National Credit Framework says every kind of learning needs to be creditized. Reddy Saab spoke about academic bank of credit, and the credits that you earn for every kind of learning. It could be even hackathons that happen in the morning, or it could be actually a social art. It could be employability skill like a design thinking or anything of that kind, or of course a computer science course or an artificial intelligence course, or even using something like artificial intelligence for hair care, which I think got an award today. Every learning needs to be creditized and it goes into your academic bank of credit, which actually gives a lot of focus on skilling, because I think that has something started a different era of skilling. Something more happened. Our UGC has taken another major step, that 50% of the courses of academics, of the credits earned to be earned in academics, can be of type skilling. The IITs and the NITs and others already had a concept like that, which means there is a lot of focus on skilling by the government. That's the first thing. Now, coming specifically to courses of artificial intelligence, we heard it loud and clear that it's not the courses of Pythons or only algorithm writing which will make us, deliver what needs to be delivered. There's a need for cross-sectoral skillings also. So I think that's what is happening. So in NCVT, which is part of Skill Ministry, we have different areas that we're working on. Can we use AI for supply chain? Can we use it for gems and jewelry? Can we use it, of course, for healthcare, which is, I think, one of the major areas where it can be used? Can we use it for some e-commerce or retail kind of jobs? So we're trying to train people in all these areas, which are very different, and maybe beauty and wellness, yoga for that matter, for rehabilitation of patients. So there is AI focus, which is in different areas, which is coming in. We've already come up with different kind of courses also. Another thing that we've done as government is, we spoke about algorithms. We've actually mandated that every course, a skilling course that comes to us for artificial intelligence, needs to necessarily have 5 to 10% of its area as ethical AI. We don't approve it as a skilling course till the time it has a component of ethical AI as part of it. But just 2 minutes more about it. I think we've been talking about, and Minister also spoke about, grassroots skilling. So we've got skillings at different levels. So one is skilling for all. Even a rediwala or a vendor who's actually selling samosas on the road or cheese on the road needs to maybe tomorrow know AI. And then there's skilling for the middle level, which is usage level. Healthcare professionals or others need to know how it impacts me. And there are some serious algorithmic writers who need to do it. So we're trying to do skilling at all levels, and that's what is the government's focus on. Thank you.
I think it's a good segue into when we talk about, and I'll use my words in this, what I took away from what you just said, through the cross-pollination across sectors, across roles, across communities. That brings me to Professor Narayanan. I'd really like you to comment on what's happening between the partnership around academia and industry. That level of cross-pollination may be the most important in terms of working together, unifying this effort. And I think, I would be remiss if I didn't say this. India is a second home to me. I've been working with India for 30 years. I think if there's any country that could make this happen and achieve the goals that we're talking about today, it is India. And I think a lot of it is also the culture of India that makes this possible. So maybe talk a little bit about, academia and industry working together, but why the culture of India is actually a good fit to make that happen.
Thank you. I represent IIIT Hyderabad. Most of you must be familiar, but we are an institution that was catalyzed by the state government but not funded by it. So technically we are a private institution, but we have been working at the forefront of research. As a research university, it was established along with 5 top corporates of those days by the state of Andhra Pradesh then. So working with industry is in our DNA, and it also is necessary for us because we don't get guaranteed funding from the government even to pay the bills. So we work with the industry quite a bit, and through sponsored projects or skilling the industry, etc. So a lot of sponsored projects come, and we work with all kinds of companies, all you name it, any company in the IT space, we have worked with them. Recently, we also been working with, especially we are as a IIIT Hyderabad is well ranked in computer science among the top institutions in the country. Maybe the #1 institution in the AI areas, computer vision, NLP, robotics, etc. So we have been, for the last 5-6 years, we have started, we train our students well to be the next algorithm designers, next ML system designers, naturally. But we see the big gap in the industry, especially when the AI is progressing so fast. The people working in the industry are not necessarily trained in the traditional way. They learn on the job. So we started a executive education program on AI ML, a certification program in 2018. And it is extremely well subscribed. We didn't make it online because we believe in face-to-face interaction. So it used to be actually on-campus program, weekend program, until COVID struck. Now it's online synchronous program, taught synchronously. So it's a simulation of the in-campus program. And that has, we have trained about 4,000 professionals from Hyderabad, and people used to come to Hyderabad to take that. And so we also believe that AI, understanding of AI is required for everybody. Like she said, there is algorithm development, but there is a lot of people in the industry are going to not develop new models, new algorithms, but tools developed by AI, they need to integrate it and build solutions over it. And this is what probably, 80% of the work will be that. 10-20% will do new tool building, others will adapt the tool and develop new product. Then that next level, there are people who, everybody needs to know what AI can do. Everybody will be using AI tomorrow, if not already doing so. So you should know what it can do, what it cannot do. There's too much hype today, and you think tomorrow AI will solve all your problems, but that's not going to happen. So you need to be able to at least, I'm talking about users of these solutions that use deep AI. This is how you counter deepfakes or other malicious today, because you need to understand at least some level what it can do. So actually we have been taking it as a mission to reach out to more people. So we are in advanced negotiation with the medical fraternity, the National Academy of Medical Sciences. We are about to launch a certificated program on AI literacy for doctors. This is for the MD students as well as the new faculty in medical colleges, aimed at, basically, we are not calling it AI literacy, but it's AI and ML for medical professionals. But this will be the initial level because the doctors today are going to work with advanced AI-backed techniques, instruments, equipment that come tomorrow. They should be able to, understand the limitations and strengths in some way. So it's this way we have been, at IIIT, we have been engaging with different communities. Today, the traditional industry itself has become, there are industries, maybe top 5 companies, which call all the shots in AI. And other companies, even if they are big companies, they are as lost as anybody else. And so this is a very strange situation. So industry itself is running very, very fast to catch up with what's happening with themselves. And so academia is trying to catch up with them. So this is a very strange situation in AI. And unlike the traditional academia industry gap, here is a different kind of gap, a gap that is expanding every day. So we all struggle with that. And in fact, if you ask me, my students kill me on AI because things happen so fast. I can't catch up with it. They learn it and they teach. So I think there's a lot of scope in working with industry and other sectors, especially in AI.
It's great. Now, we only have 6 minutes and about 30 seconds left before I hear that wonderful tone. This must be the nicest way to tell someone to shut up, those 2 little, melodies. But for each of you, maybe take 1 minute. Let's look into the future. 10 years from now, if India achieves this, how is the world viewing India at that point? What is your vision for what India looks like if this can be achieved. Padma, we'll start with you.
Sure, thanks. I do think, I want to make a point, and in fact, Professor PJ, when you were talking about it, I'm reminded of my favorite quote, and I said this yesterday as well. I think the real illiteracy is not going to be those who can't read or write, but really about those who can't unlearn, learn, and relearn, because it's going to go in so fast. Alvin Toffler said that in Future Shock recently. But how India is going to look at, and what I think it's going to be 10 years down the line, or maybe even 5 years. I do think, one, fundamentally, this is not a digital age, but it's the people age and a human age, and I think India will continue to be the beacon of being that people age and be the first example, really, in terms of managing people-related workforce, and blending in AI seamlessly into people's capabilities and increasing the human value of that. So I think fundamentally we could be that example should we get it right. I envision a place or a country where you have democratization of everything in the truest sense, whether that's democratization of work, whether that's democratization of learning, whether that's democratization of skills, in it being accessible to every corner, every demographic, every language, every part, because we are segmented and we have so many personas across the country. Democratization, and GenAI is actually going to enable that at scale. I do envision a country where GenAI capabilities and workforce capabilities therefore will be accessible and equitably available till that last mile. It would mean that there's a tool shift, there's a mind shift, there's a cultural shift that's going to take place across the country, and hopefully we will be the first example. I love the fact that you said that we are probably moving ahead in terms of readiness, and also are optimistic about AI and its ability to improve our lives much more than any other nation across the world. And I think that will continue to be that way. Yeah.
Shailesh, you now have 45 seconds.
Yeah. So two things, right? One is, I think we will achieve success in AI when we will not have conferences on AI anymore. Which basically means, we have achieved it, it's part of our life. We don't talk about electricity and fire right now. We don't have conferences on them. And someday, when every farmer, every teacher, every student, every patient is able to benefit from AI without thinking about it as a special thing, but as part of their normal life. And I think last 20 years, we have built great, search engines and chat GPTs. Next 20 years, we are going to do social transformation with AI. And whenever I talk to students, I push them in that direction and say, hey, it's okay to build another, stock market thing with AI, but it's also important to help our farmers to not commit suicide, and mothers in Odisha to figure out what the problem with their child is when there's no doctor around, right? So I think AI has a tremendous potential, and I keep saying, obviously, AI will benefit India a lot, but I think India will benefit AI a lot more. Thank you.
Professor.
Yeah, the gap between India and the world may be large, but I think AI is a special area where India has huge strength, because AI depends on data, and the variety and diversity of data and experience that you have in India, very few other countries can provide. And I would like to draw parallel to the telecom. Now, I'm sure 25 years ago, 20 years ago, when telecom was spread everywhere, the gap between Indian telecom industry and the global telecom industry is huge, as much as the Indian AI and the global AI. But in exploiting telecom for our own purposes, for innovative solution based on that, we have leapfrogged, and we are probably ahead of many countries in using that, starting with financial services, etc. AI is a very similar technology. Yes, bringing the next GPUs and next biggest LLMs from here, that may not be imminent. Yet, AI is a technology like farmers to doctors to housewives to local people. It can benefit everybody. So in exploiting the potential of AI and building economy around it, India has huge potential, just drawing parallel from the telecom.
That's great. And Doctor, you have the final word.
Yes, we started teaching IT to our school students 25 years back. If you people go back 25 years back, I think that's the time we introduced, simple computer language and concepts in school. We've introduced AI courses in school now. We've introduced robotics in school now. of course in colleges also. So are we ready for AI as a service? Is India going to be the hub for AI as a service? I think the gentlemen and the ladies sitting here need to answer that. Thank you.
Well, my take on this, and thank you all for giving your perspectives on it, I think this is really important. I think India actually may be the only country in the world to take on an initiative like this. It has all the right elements, all the raw elements. You're already the engineers of the world. Why can't you be the center of artificial intelligence that has a focus on great ethics and humanity as well? So thank you for your time. And audience, a big round of applause for my guests.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Cliff, for moderating that session and keeping us on time. Really appreciate that. Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our panelists here. And may I request, we have the gracious presence of Mr. Madan Mohan Rao Garu. He is the MLA from Yallareddy. He has graced the gathering here. I request him to come up on stage and hand over mementos as a token of our appreciation towards the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, the MLA from Yallareddy, Mr. Madan Mohan Rao Garu. We're so happy to have you here, sir. Meanwhile, quickly, a quick announcement. So the last parallel track of the day and of this two-day summit, the AI for Social Good, Innovation for Impact by Wadhwani AI and NASSCOM. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Madan Mohan Rao Garu. Sorry, I got the last parallel track, AI for Social Good, Innovation for Impact by Wadhwani AI and NASSCOM is happening on the first floor, MR room number 1.5, 1.6. That's going on till 4:15 p.m. So you can pretty much quickly get a quick glimpse of what's happening there in that space. Meanwhile, I'd like to also let you know that after the next keynote, we will have a quick break for tea. So without further ado, I'd like to call upon stage a man who leads the introduction of 5G private wireless and mission-critical edge cloud solutions for industrial customers and supporting their Industry 4.0 transformation at Nokia, and a man with a lot of other accomplishments, Mr. Martin Beltrop. He's the Senior Director for Devices, Spectrum, and Applications at Nokia. We're pretty pleased to have you here with us today.
Thank you very much.
And you'll be talking about the connecting workers in the AI era today, right?
Yes.
Fantastic. Over to you, sir.
So thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Martin Beltrop. I'm leading the introduction of 5G, private wireless, and also artificial intelligence inside Nokia. And as you can figure out from my name, I'm a German, right? And Germany is, of course, very much known for industrial production. So what I would like to talk about today is the role of AI on the industrial shop floor. How can we use AI to make the worker on the industrial shop floor more efficient? Let's first look at a problem statement, right? Why this is extremely relevant. Look at the chap over there. Young, energetic, blue-collar worker, probably from Asia. This is not how it looks like in Germany. If you're looking on the shop floor in Germany, then people have become very old, right? In the next 10 years, almost 50% of the skilled workforce on the shop floor will retire. And that actually leaves a big gap in terms of competence, and a big gap that actually has an impact, right, on our economy. So let me throw one number here. By 2030, it is expected that we in the industrial, Western industrial states, we will have a lack of 85 million people that are missing on the shop floor. The economic impact is 8.5 trillion of lost revenue. 8.5 trillion, right? Because we do not have the right people on the shop floor. Think about it. So can AI support us to fix that problem? And which is the better location than here, the AI city of Hyderabad, to get our arms around this problem and to see what we can do. Let me throw one more number, because this shows us, how we need to run this, how we need to do this. By 2030, 40% of the AI insights on the shop floor will actually be locally generated on the edge cloud, on the shop floor, on the OT edge, as we call it, right? So this is what we need to take into account when we build the systems that can make our workers more efficient and that can support them in their daily lives. So let's take a look at the shop floor, right? What do we have there? It's brown fields. You see a lot of unconnected assets, a lot of untapped data. Even on, very modern shop floors that I find in Germany, 90% of the data that is being produced is not even being looked at. It's not used at all, right? So what do we find on the shop floor? We find environmental sensors. We find complex machines, as you see there. They have PLCs, they have industrial PCs. Found one company that had an industrial PC that was still running Windows 95. Think about it. You have AGVs that are running around. You have video cameras that are observing the situation, that do analytics, right? All of this, what we have is big chaos, right? So let's get this chaos a little bit structured. What we actually get from these machines is, first of all, machine telemetry, data, KPIs of the production process. And of course, every machine comes with a couple of thousand pages of manuals, right? Instructions. We get insights from video cameras, video analytics. We can, for example, control a good produce in terms of, does it have the right length? Does it have the right temperature? That's all about video analytics. It gives us a lot of data. Sensor data, environmental sensors, positioning data. Where's the stuff? Yeah, where are my AGVs running around? And of course, also worker data. Where's the worker? What is he doing? Is he standing upright? What is his heartbeat, right? What is his body temperature? All of this is data that we can actually get from the shop floor. And this gives us actually contextual awareness, right? Insight into what is happening. But what do we do with it? First of all, let's capture it, right? We have from Nokia, as I said, we do industrial 5G, so we build a network and we make sure that all the data comes together at one central point, which we call the mission critical industrial edge. That is this box there in the middle, this pink box, right? And there we could just collect all the contextual data that we can hold on. And then, of course, the AI miracle starts. We can use then large language models to actually feed all this data that I just mentioned into a generative AI. And this is what we call the MX workmate. MX stands always for mission critical, right? The workmate. What makes it a mate? Well, we not only produce insights, we of course feed it back into the worker, right? So this AI becomes something like my mate. I can ask him questions, and he gives me, for example, things that I need to do. It's my mate, right? When we build these things, there's one very important thing that I need to mention here. The point where all this data comes together, the mission-critical industrial edge, needs to have a very open architecture. Because this is where we have open APIs, where we have low-code, no-code interface to give access to the data, so that every innovator, everybody who has a software algorithm that really makes a difference, right, with this data, that can make better predictions, needs to be able to get on top of this box. So open interfaces are key if we want to make this a success. So, unfortunately, when we talk about LLMs and generative AI, as we see today, it's not yet really fit for the shop floor. There are a couple of problems that we still need to fix. The first one is reliability and availability. Operation technology is all about availability. We are talking about 5 nines. We are talking really about maybe even, if I go into mine, people may die if the systems are not available. Can I put, the AI that we have right now into this environment? Bit difficult. Some work to do, right? That needs to be fixed. Data security sovereignty. Very important on the shop floor. If I go, for example, to, let's say, BMW, do they want to have exposed the availability of their production lines? That's one of the best kept secrets. Do they want to have exposed the KPI of the production, how many faults are in a car? That's one of the best kept secrets, right? Nobody wants this data to go out. That's why we keep it on the shop floor, on the mission-critical industrial edge. One more, accuracy and clarity. There is no mistake is allowed. As I said, people make die. Hallucination and these things we just need to iron out. We cannot just work on probability, right? The results need to be hardened and need to be reproducible. Last but not least, traceability and moderation. Just said already, reproducibility is important. If we have a mistake, we always have the problem, root cause analysis. Can we please make it such that we know exactly what we're doing so that we can actually address the needs of a real shop floor. So now I would like to make this, this very concrete, right? I give you an example now on how this all works in practice. And it's not any kind of futuristic things. This is stuff that we're actually doing today. So let's think about a complicated hydraulic machine, right? Let's put this into our minds. Who here in the room knows hydraulic machines complicated? Who can deal with that? Anybody? Probably not, right? Me neither. No idea how this works. Now, we would like to look into a use case which is efficiency, boost efficiency in that hydraulic machine. And we do this with predictive maintenance. I have no idea, but all the machine telemetry goes actually into our AI, into our GenAI, that constantly, observes this machine. Now, the GenAI says, oh, I discovered something. There's increased vibration of a sensor, and I see increased power consumption, and the temperature goes up, right? You feed this into the AI, and it says, oh, let's look into some historic database. What is this typical picture? What does this may, hint to? And then you check this out, and then the AI said, I think it could be something about the oil level, right? So let's send somebody there to check the oil level. That's me, right? So I just, go to the machine, and I look at the oil level. I'm not an expert, right? But checking the oil level is something that I probably can do, right? So, and the good thing is I can actually lose my natural tongue, right? So I check the oil level, say, ja, Ölfüllstand ist okay, aber sieht ein bisschen braun aus. Translated for you. Oh, there's no sound. Okay, there should be sound. Anyway, oil level is sufficient, but the color of the oil inside the glass is dark brown. That's additional information that I just can dictate into the MX Workmate, right? He recognized my voice, of course. I mean, that's easy. So he feeds that additional information into the model, and then he comes actually up with a very detailed description of what now really needs to be done. You need, so we checked incident history. Everything what you see here is documented, right? So you have a timestamp, and all of that is stored, that later on, if that decision would be wrong, I can actually go back, look at it, and fix it, right? But it shows you exactly what needs to be done. I need to go and replace the oil.
Ensure to fill up the lubricant reservoir with 12-liter 800-90 viscosity compressor oil. Click on the link to access the oil replacement procedure training video.
That was the voice, right? So I think somebody's turned up the volume. So you have actually something that is read in human language, no matter in which country I am. It gives you very detailed instructions. If you have a digital device, you can actually click on a link if you want to see, for example, a YouTube video, how to replace the oil. And this is something where I'm not an expert, right? I'm an idiot on the shop floor. But this is something that I may be able to deal with, right? So the good thing is, to execute this task, I don't need a very skilled worker that has read all the 10,000 pages of instructions of that machine, the user manuals, right? Or that has something like a 10 years experience with that machine. No, because I can use the GenAI to augment the worker, I can actually use low-skilled workers to do actually expert tasks that experts usually require. And that is the way, now we look back, how we can actually fix this problem with the aging population on the shop floor, how we can actually make sure that we are not running out of talent, we augment low-skilled workers, right? And that actually fixes the problem that I just described to you in the beginning. There's other examples. I'll give you one quick other example. This is about, because it's also like my heart, it's about worker safety. If you think about the shop floor, and you think, for example, about cameras, about environmental sensors, you can detect anomalies, right? If, for example, there comes some green smoke out of a machine, that's a big hint that something is seriously wrong. AI may then, look up what is the typical problem here. If this is some poison gas, you better make sure that everybody gets out of this vicinity of that machine. So the MX Workmate again does a fantastic job.
Warning: hazardous chemical substances released in hull number 2. Start evacuation and proceed immediately to a 1-500 emergency meeting point at the factory parking lot and stay there until further notice. Please see navigation guidance.
That was, I think, loud enough, so everybody is awake, and I think it's time to better run, right? Where is this A1500 emergency point? Oh, I can get rich data, right? The MX Workmate always gives me everything that I need to perform on my task, even if things are very critical. So, better run. And, of course, we can also put it on a loudspeaker. If somebody does not have a digital device, the data is anyway there. The warning can be sent out, and we can evacuate everybody who's in the dangerous zone. So, that's my new colleague, the MX Workmate, that I just wanted to introduce to you. That's a very good and very concrete example of how we can use generative AI with the data on the shop floor to actually generate a huge value and fix this problem of this shortage of skills on the shop floor. With that said, that's the end of the show. I would like to say thank you. Thank you to the state of Telangana and to this amazing city of Hyderabad. Very pleased to be here. Particularly also thank you to Madan for inviting me and getting me into this very exciting community here. This is not the last time I will be here. Really, this is something big that you're starting here. I'm totally flashed, honestly spoken.
Check. Well, Martin, that was a wonderful session. Loved it. And thank you so very much with that demonstration as well, along with your presentation. So thank you. And I'd once again like to request our Honorable MLA, Shri Madan Mohan Garu, to come on stage and thank Martin with a small token of our appreciation here, please. Wonderful. Really appreciate you taking the time off to come here and be with us.
Oh, my pleasure.
Thank you.
A lot to learn here, also for me.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Martin. Thanks for coming to Hyderabad. And I know, Martin, I've requested Martin to come and because he's been with the Nokia for a long time and is an expert in 5G wireless. And the Nokia team is here. And a wonderful presentation. And you really showed how the GenAI can be useful in the shop floor and the worker safety. Thank you. Thank you from the Telangana government.
Ladies and gentlemen, Martin Beltrop, a bigger round of applause. Thank you. I know we've been seated for quite a long time, so now is a good time to get up, shake those sore legs and muscles, and maybe take a quick bio break or maybe a quick coffee break, and let's gather back in exactly 5 minutes because we've got the last set of sessions coming up. Don't go anywhere. Get your coffee back here and then be seated so that we can continue with the next set of sessions. Our panelists are waiting. The next panel discussion would be around how the application of AI looks like in a certain set of sectors, industrial sectors. So please don't go anywhere. Take a quick break and be back. We'll start sharp at 4:20. And while you're enjoying a coffee break or walking across to the washroom or maybe you're seated here, just wanted to also quickly remind you that an event of this magnitude, an event of this huge scale and grandeur would not have been possible without the support and the sponsorship from various different entities. We'd specifically like to thank our title sponsors, the World Trade Center Shamshabad, Evernorth Health Services, both of whom have been our title sponsors, our partners, NVIDIA, Yota, Google, Microsoft, and Meta. Our industry partners, HICC, Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, World Economic Forum, and BAI. Our knowledge partners, NASCOM. Our global partners, the British High Commission, the Consulate General of France, Netherlands, and Australia. Our innovation partners, Ola and Krithrim. Our social partners, GEES. Our social innovation partners, Public Health Impact through AI, and Vadhwani AI. And last but not the least, our research partners, the Dialogue. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for that. And wherever you are at the end of the day, I'd like to also thank every single person on the organizing team as well as the volunteers, because they put in tremendous amount of effort and hours to make this event happen and make it such a huge success. So we'll thank them in a few minutes from now. But yeah, if you do see any one of them there around you, please give them a pat on their back. Say a few good words for all the hard work that they've put in. It'll really boost their morale.
Look at innovation is how can we improve the entire journey for every individual who starts to seek care and reach out.
We touch 100 million patients within the United States through medical benefits management. We are making sure that patients get the right care at the right time based on their clinical condition and evidence-based medicine. So we're ensuring that a third of the population is getting appropriate care.
We take on some of the most complex challenges that are out there today. Healthcare is expensive. Annually, we save our clients upwards of $30 billion.
Because innovation in health means nothing if no one can afford it. We process 2 billion prescription claims a year. Because of our supply chain expertise, we negotiate with pharmaceutical manufacturers to get to the lowest net cost of the drugs. We also have a pipeline of generics and biosimilars that could save between $225 and $375 million, which is pretty significant savings.
The biggest innovation in healthcare is often just how it's delivered. Last year, we did 2.2 million virtual visits. Virtual care has been a game changer in terms of improving access to care and raising the bar for health equity in general.
The role that a specialty pharmacy plays is really about thinking forward, removing barriers to care, but also providing the best outcomes for treatment. Every one of our nurses is within a 75-mile radius of every one of our patients. That's where the wonder and the magic happens.
When somebody has both a chronic condition and a mental health condition, we know that total medical costs increase 2 to 3 times. We have data across pharmacy, across medical, as well as behavioral health, and our ability to leverage all of that data together allows us to better identify individuals before they have more complex conditions.
Every single thing that we do comes back to driving an outcome that helps the patient have a better quality of life. And it is wonderful.
Making healthcare better to make people better. That's Wonder Made Possible.
At Evernorth, we look at innovation as how can we improve the entire journey for every individual who starts to seek care and reach out.
We touch 100 million patients within the United States through medical benefits management. We are making sure that patients get the right care at the right time based on their clinical condition.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please come back. Yeah, I know I said 5 minutes, but it's close to 10 minutes past. We're at 4:25. The faster we come back and get seated, the faster we'll be getting through the sessions this afternoon, this evening here. So request all of you to take your seats. Please come back with your coffee cups if necessary. Please come back and take your seats. We'll get started with the next panel discussion. All the people out there behind the main hall as well, request you to come back. The next panel discussion that we are going to start in a minute from now would be around how do we apply AI. Right? The topic would be about navigating AI disruptions across diverse sectors. We have 2 panelists and a moderator for this session. Our first panelist in this particular segment is Mr. Kevin Plunkett, who's the Vice President, Wireless Cloud Services at Dish Wireless. The second panelist is Mr. Jairam Valiur, who's the Senior Director at Uber. And the moderator for this panel discussion would be Mr. Dipayan Chakravarti, who's a Partner and Associate Director of AI at BCG Consulting. Oh, sorry. That was more of an oxymoron, BCG Consulting. So welcome on stage, sir. Thank you so much. And look forward to a great session. Meanwhile, guys at the back, please take your seats. Those who are sitting behind the barricades, you can come forward. There's plenty of seats. There's plenty of round tables here. You can occupy any of those. Come closer to the panel, come closer to the stage, and we'll get started with the panel discussion around this. Over to you, sir.
Is this working? Oh.
So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you to the organizers for inviting us. This is like one of the most interesting topics I could think of discussing, and I think we have a very distinguished panel here across two very dynamic sectors that are using AI to really disrupt all the parts of the value chain of the business. So before starting off, it would be great, Kevin and Jay, if you could just do a brief introduction of yourself and also mention very broadly about what are the topics of the business that you are applying AI in overall.
Sure. Kevin Plunkett. I'm the Vice President of Cloud Services for Dish Network here in India, but actually in the US known by EchoStar or Boost Mobile. So my job was actually to build the world's first 5G standalone cloud native network. And it's an Open RAN network, which is also a unique factor from us. And we have, right? So we're the fourth carrier in the US. It's officially launched, and we are applying all kinds of new technology, not just AI, but everything else. So from being fully automated end to end, and really only being able to do that from the aspect of it's a brand new greenfield network, right? I don't have any of the legacy that most operators carry with them. And so from an AI stance, right, I can leverage the new cloud technologies, I can leverage the data that comes from these open ecosystem of RAN, I can take information from all those interfaces and put them together to use for betterment of our customers. And that's what we're doing. So anything from customer experience space, network operations space, you name it, and we'll get into some of those details here later.
Great. How about you, Jay?
Thank you, Kevin. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm super excited to be here. My name is Jairam Valliyur. I'm based in Hyderabad, and I've been with Uber for over 4 years. I manage multiple of their core services platforms, which includes fintech, which is basically deals with all of accounting, all of the taxation, and also the enterprise planning. Then I also own the customer support platform, which deals with all the support interactions you have with Uber across the world, across multi-channels. And finally, also have the data labeling platform for Uber. I'm super excited because in each of these areas, we work with, we have been working with ML and AI for many, many years. Whether you're detecting a contact which is safety related and escalating suitably, or whether you're processing supplier invoices, or you're working with bad food or spilled food images to make sure that we are processing it correctly, or or making sure we're detecting all the anomalies that could happen with our financial metrics, or automatic labeling of data across. So across my teams, there's a whole bunch of work that we do with ML and AI over the years.
Thanks, that's great to hear. So brief introduction about myself. My name is Dipayan, and I lead the AI practice for BCG, for financial institutions in India. And at BCG as well, we primarily have been working across the value chain with financial institutions, risk, collections, marketing, operations to drive a lot of business value. So moving on to what are some of the areas, and so let's talk about customer experience, right? Because Jay, in a customer-facing company, a direct-to-customer company, if one will, the biggest asset you probably have is the brand value that the customer has in mind. And how do you think using AI and ML helps you improve the CX to an extent which it gives you a branding differentiator and a moat as compared to your competitors? If you could just talk about a couple of experiences where you've driven that'll...
No, great question, Dipayan. So if you look at, as I said, right, Uber has been as a practitioner of ML and AI for many, many years. It's not now, right? We have been always using it. So if you look at how we calculate the estimated time of arrival to make sure that it's accurate, that's a great example, right? That everybody faces when you're making a ride, right? Or when you're routing a driver to the right location, how do you make sure that the right optimized route is done based on the traffic condition, other conditions, so that it reaches on the time? Or we are doing a batch pricing for our customer delivery. All these are powered by AI algorithms. We have done that for years, and there are many, many other such examples across our value chain. I think, with the we are also super excited about the recent advancements in GenAI in general, and that is actually triggering in what more we can do from customer experience, not just for customer experience, but also how do we drive productivity across the organization, not just for internally, but also for our customers who use our products. How do they reduce it? Some of the areas that we are looking to see how we can apply the GenAI very responsibly into different use cases. I'll talk about a few of them. And I think if you look at, we are definitely, from a customer experience standpoint, we are in the journey of making it more and more conversational, more and more easy for customers to interact with Uber. Whether you take, when somebody reaches out for an issue with customer, how do you make it super easy to ask, hey, what happened to my tips? I haven't seen it on my statement. Or how do I, when am I get my delivery? Or how do I drive in a new city? Makes it really simple with a conversational experience. Similarly, if you are an Eats app, you have a shopping assistant which actually helps you find the best restaurant to order from, or some recommendations for food you may like, or search different thing very easily. So this is from a customer experience standpoint, right? We are not just using it for that. As I said, it's also the productivity side that we are super excited. So we are having co-pilots for different personas, whether it is customer service agents who are acting on to solve a problem. How do you help them actually analyze the problem faster? How do you guide them to make the right decisions adhering to the policies? Or our risk analysts to investigate a fraud issue, or our developers to say, how do they make their lives easier not to do some of the mundane tasks, or some of the tasks which have generally not been very easy for them to do, and make it easier for them to do their job. Or the third one, we are also looking at, the big one from the GenAI standpoint is how, both from a phone and text messaging, how do I summarize this information, especially when a contact escalates to a real agent. Today, there is a long conversation that has happened with the assistant. They need to, instead of going through the long conversation, they get a summary of it. So they can actually quickly understand what happened with the contact so far, and how do you really improve the experience for the customer in solving that contact. So those are some of the examples we are working on. I think super excited about what GenAI can do for us from a customer experience standpoint.
So just a quick follow-up on that. Are these already deployed, or are these still in production?
There are various stages of deployment. We definitely have some early results and early deployments across. There's definitely different stages.
So Kevin, I want to slightly shift the question a little bit. So see, I'm sure across your career, you've done a lot of projects which have succeeded, and you would have done a lot of AI deployments which would not have succeeded, right? So if I were to ask you to kind of take a step back and see what are the key success factors that when you look at the projects that were successful deployments, and what were the mistakes made in the projects that were not successful deployments, what would be the, let's say, the top 3 lessons that you would leave us with?
Yeah, I'd probably start with making sure that you have buy-in from the top down. If you don't have that executive buy-in, and I'm not just talking about chief data officer buy-in, I'm talking about security and governance teams buy-in, I'm talking about the technology team buy-in, I'm talking about the businesses that you support with your technology buy-in, that this is actually going to help them. So starting there is probably point 1. Point 2 is probably getting really clearly defined use cases. Too many people are starting, 100 different POCs across 1,000 different areas and trying to apply it all at once. That's not going to drive success or trust in AI within your organization that it's going to be helpful. So get very clear with your use cases, get very clear with prioritizing those use cases, and then start to execute. The other thing that helps is culture, right? So driving a culture that's prepared for change, driving a culture that's used to prototyping and making rapid decisions, whether it's going to be successful or not quickly, so that you don't have 1,000 things open. You're running through that whip, you're getting through all those use cases quickly and saying, yes, this is going to work, no, it's not, business agrees, no, they don't, and just making decisions faster.
It's a great point, right? And as one would have heard from what Kevin is saying, almost none of the criteria were technology, right? Most of the criteria were standard change management best practices that one do, and that's so true, right? You know, the technology, given a good team, kind of almost sorts itself out, but the business process. So I have a quick follow-up question to you, Kevin, around that, right? The first point you drove, I think, which is very important, is buy-in right from the top down to every department. Now, for a technology like Jay mentioned, which is generative AI, right? There is no precedence. People don't know what value it adds to business, etc. How do you, as a technologist, all of us as technologists are typically excited by doing cutting-edge work, right? But if you have to go and convince the CFO, put your money here, how would you get buy-in for a technology which is not proven in the market, or would you choose to follow?
No, I think you have to lead with the idea, and what a very safe, low threshold of, if I'm talking to my CFO, hey, this is what I'm going to save you, both in either human capital aspect or just the customer experience. And I think to Jay's point, right, customer experience, your customer experience centers, the interaction points with your customers, driving sentiment understanding, and using GenAI to really get that customer agent up to speed quickly with exactly what the issue is, the customer. Those are tremendous value, and if you're not doing that today in your business, you need to start. You're behind the ball for everybody else if you haven't done that yet.
Jay, what are your thoughts? I mean, how would you drive belief in technology that's new?
No, I think it's I think we can't lead just with technology, right? I think there are some key problems for every area, right? There are key goals. Like if you look at customer support, one of the primary goals is how do you continuously reduce your actual agents taking a contact, right? The automation is a big goal. And year over year, we are driving that up. So and with this kind of technology, it is more saying, I have built a proof of concept, say what is the right set of use cases, and then show the value on it. We have to tie it back to what the business will value, and how do you apply a new technology to that. And for every initiative, we have some very, very clear business metrics that we measure, and so that's the outcome, right? Because otherwise, you're not going to get an adoption. It has to do something better, whether it is making lives of our agents better, in this case, in this particular example, or we are becoming more precise in when we are giving away a refund or an appeasement to our customers, so we are saving money. So because we are able to do a better job of adhering to the policies, or better job in understanding the real intent of the customer, whether this person has a real issue, is the person is super frustrated, understanding the sentiment so that we can actually tune our action to that, which gives us a longer term value of the customer. So I think those are things. I think clearly measuring that is very critical. None of the features get launched before without going through an experimentation platform and measuring the success of it, the pre and post. And only if we see there is an uplift, we actually scale the problem. There's always test it out, learn from it, make sure that we can scale it profitably, and it's better than what we have today is a very key thing we do. And that's the only way we scale it.
Great point. So essentially, if I were to summarize, it is sell the story around what the top line or the bottom line benefit of this technology adoption at scale would be, get the management buy-in that way by painting a picture of the future, and potentially that's where your credibility for past success, etc., will start getting built. Yeah. So now, very quickly, just to wrap up, right? Question to each one of you: what is that one project that is not deployed yet that you think is a hidden gem, where you're really, really excited about the potential of AI-driven tech tools really making a difference to your firm? So, Jay, if you don't go.
No, for me, in the context of Uber, right, the evolution of the multilingual LLMs, I think there's a huge potential for some companies like Uber, right, where we have our earners coming from 70+ countries. They all speak in their native languages, come from different educational backgrounds. Not all of them are very savvy with the tech tools. And if we can really make it simple for that population to interact with Uber, it will go a long way for us. Super excited. You can see some of the multi-language LLMs coming up. I think I'm super excited to see how to integrate those into the main platform.
I know, especially in a country like India where English is so less prevalent, I think going vernacular is the way to go to the next 1 billion as we talk about. Kevin, what is that one project that you're doing right now, what you can share that you're really passionate about?
Yeah, I'm really excited to get to a point of using AI for self-organizing networks, right? So traditional telco has been very much so manual, lots of people thrown at it from an RF planning perspective, from a maintenance perspective, right? So getting to intent-driven networks and self-organizing networks where they fix themselves, where they understand that, hey, my neighboring site is down, and change your RF spectrum utilization, your power settings on the sites around it in order to make up for that site being down. Getting all those things together using AI, it has to be done. No human can do it as fast as we need to. So using things like the RIC, RAN Intelligent Controller, both centralized and distributed all the way out to the cell site, to make these decisions quickly so that customers that are usually in these networks are not impacted as often or as much as they are today.
Thanks a lot, Kevin and Jay, and those were great answers. So, we talk about the next decade being the decade of AI, and speaking to you guys, I see where a lot of that is coming from. And I think if I were to just summarize very quickly, the key to using AI to disrupt CX and disrupt other business functions essentially is not focus on the technology, but on the business benefits that we're going to get from the technology and drive that conviction in the non-technical side of the leadership so that you get the full organizational backing for your... thanks a lot, gentlemen. I think I learned a lot in the last 20 minutes, so I'm sure the audience did as well.
Thank you, Divine.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much, panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Kevin Plunkett, Mr. Jairam Valliyur, and Deepayan Chakrabarti, the moderator for this particular panel. And one more time, I request our Honorable MLA, Mr. Madan Mohan Rao Garu, to come on stage and thank our panelists and present them with a small token of our appreciation here. Please, sir.
Thank you, Kevin, from Government of Telangana. Thank you, Jay. It was wonderful. Your point. Thank you. Let's talk about modernization of the telecoms. Definitely we need that. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Give it up for our three panelists. While we talked about the application of AI, next we're going into looking at what a cutting-edge innovation demo looks like. So without further ado, please put your hands together and welcome Dr. Riaz Syed for a lightning demo by Cella Therapeutics. He's also the founder and CEO of that company, Cella Therapeutics. Please welcome Dr. Riaz Syed.
Thank you. Drug discovery is one of the most complex and challenging tasks. And bringing a drug from bench to bedside is one of the challenging tasks, and there are several value chain components and then several challenges. Cella AI Therapeutics is addressing one of these critical challenges through its AI intervention. We are an AI-first company, founded on the basis of the solid foundation of medicinal chemistry and biology. And we would like to accelerate the drug discovery through human and machine intelligence. And we have been funded by ISB Labs and MIT, and also NASCOM has been very supportive of. This is our team. We are traditional drug hunters with medicinal chemistry and cancer biology background. And then we have the entire team from AI and technology, clinicians and bioinformaticians. That's how the typical drug discovery value chain is being covered through our expertise. This is a typical problem statement of drug discovery. For any new drug to hit the market, it takes 10 to 15 years of time and $2.5 billion of investment. And there's a huge chemical data, and everyone can be a possible a drug for any disease target. And there is a huge attrition rate. And if you test 10,000 molecules on mice, rat, chimpanzee, only 2 gets approved by FDA. And this huge chemical data, which is in complex chemistry and biology data, and there is a lot of crosstalk between this. And it's humanly impossible to understand the underlying patterns. When there is big data, the AI comes into picture with which we would like to leverage, and we built our own protein and chemical language models to drug the undruggable targets and design drug-like molecules with desired properties. And this is the digital transformation impact on pharma industry by Deloitte Japan and as well as Pharma Market Survey. And this is the typical drug discovery value chain. I'm sure every one of you, from healthcare and life sciences sector are aware of it. And then starts from target discovery to FDA approval. And then the specific intervention with AI of Cella is going to be from hit to preclinical validation. And AI is already making roads in clinical trials, whether it is new drugs discovery and then whether it is new vaccine discovery. There are close to 67 molecules at various phases of clinical trials that are entirely discovered by AI. And then the specific intervention of Cella AI is going to be in the context of the design, make, test, analyze cycle, where there's a disease target, let's say Alzheimer's. Tau protein is the protein which is actually responsible for the Alzheimer's disease. So you cannot design a drug with a single shot and then with a single iteration and then gets approved by FDA. Humanly, it's not possible. Then what traditional approach is to have multiple cycles of iteration and then a lot of cycles. Each cycle goes to 2 to 4 weeks and costs up to 100 to 400 million. The Cella's AI is integrated approach, which integrates AI at each phase of this design, make, test, analyze cycle and reduce the time and cost by substantially. So this is, here we introduce Cella's AI-supported computational drug discovery engine Cascade, which helps the drug discoverers or drug hunters. The major challenge for any drug discoverers or drug hunters is to how to design and what to synthesize, or what to design, how to synthesize. That's where Cella AI comes into picture, and then with our proprietary protein and chemical language models, we built our GenAI platform, which can design molecule based on the structure of the molecule, based on the structure of the protein as well, and then can optimize multiple parameters of like ADMET, absorption, distribution, multiple metabolism, excretion also. Close to 40 to 50 properties gets optimized through this engine, and then it generates molecule which are patent worthiness. That's the major thing in any MNC pharma looks for. The second one is virtual screening, which can screen billions of molecules under hours depending on the compute capacity. And the third one is the retrosynthesis. For an organic chemistry, what to design is fine, but how do you synthesize that is very, very challenging. You keep on putting multiple chemistry reactions. While I was doing my PhD, I must have kept 2,000 chemical reactions, and only 10% were successful among that. If only I had this predictive tool then I would have wrapped up my PhD under 2 years. So this Cella retrosynthesis platform, which can predict retrosynthetic routes of multiple chemical reactions efficiently, and also not only it predicts, but also the vendor databases also being integrated as to how to buy these compounds very cheaply. And the last one is toxicity prediction. I'm sure this is the major concern. The reason, majority of the reason why clinical trials fail is due to safety or efficacy or toxicity. And that's where we want to ensure that the molecules which we design through our platform pass through these tests. And this is our platform. It takes a minute.
In this demo, we'll guide you through the key features of ADMET retrosynthesis, GenChem AI, and virtual screening workflows. Start by selecting ADMET, then choose a recent project. Enter or upload a SMILE string. Validate it and click Predict. In seconds, your results are ready. Download them as PDF or Excel, or view detailed properties in full screen. Select retrosynthesis and pick a project. Choose single or multi-step mode. Predict routes and validate inputs. Instantly see detailed chemical pathways and download your results for further analysis. Use GenChem AI to generate molecules. Upload a SMILES file or provide input text. Validate and generate new compounds with their respective properties, all in just a few clicks. Select virtual screening and choose your project. Upload compounds or use existing ones. quickly screen and identify promising drug candidates, view results in real time, and download them for further review.
So these are some of the disease targets we are working with our partners under various business models on our yeah, I will be wrapping up in a minute. So multiple disease targets we are working, and then followed by the rubber meeting the road. Not only the algorithms design molecules, but they have been experimentally validated in chemistry and biology laboratory, and then in different cancer targets. This is one of the epigenetic target which our platform designed molecules better than the standard drug that is already there in the market with FDA approval. And then overall, with all these case studies, we could reduce the time by 25% and cost by 40%. Ideally, it takes 9 to 10 months for a traditional process to have a hit-like molecule. We could achieve this under 4 months. So these are our traction with academic institutions. We are working on multiple targets, immunocancer targets as well. Albert Einstein College of Medicine, University of Catanzaro, and then with CROs we are working, and then we are working with Microsoft as GPU partners. So this is our specific business model, and then our target market. We serve MNC Pharma, CROs, where we work with different business models. We can provide our platform to any CRO as a SaaS model, and then fee for service we can work, and then we also work with co-drug development with risk sharing. And these are our target customers, and then these are the academic collaborations which we have. And then thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you for your patience.
That was a wonderful showcase, Dr. Syed. Thank you so very much. And I request Mr. Praveen Mokapati, head of Telangana AI Mission, to come up on stage to thank, sorry, Dr. Riaz. I know some of the people over there at the back, please occupy the seats. We're commencing with the next panel discussion. This is going to be around the application of AI. From molecules to algorithms, AI's expanding role in life sciences. And to talk about that and share their insights, I welcome on stage Mr. Mohit Dhingra, who's the Managing Director at Bristol Myers Squibb, Mr. Pranab Kakati, Head of Data Science Solution Implementation at Bayer, Mr. Sauri Gudlavalleti, Chief Operating Officer at Sai Life Sciences, and Mr. Raghavendra Gaud, Executive Director at Farm Next Biotech. And moderating this panel discussion would be Ms. Priti Surya Prakash, who's a partner at BCG. Please put your hands together and welcome our esteemed panelists on the stage, please. And we'll need one additional chair and a mic on stage as well. Thank you. Our support staff also deserve a bit of applause. Every now and then they have been moving chairs around, providing mics, handing mics over to the panelists here, doing all the work in the background to ensure we're handling this smoothly.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Really excited to be here. I think the prior session set us up very well. But maybe let me say just a few words, right, before we get started. Pharma R&D is extremely difficult. I think it takes about $2.5 billion to launch one drug. It takes 10 years to get it to market. And the overall pharma industry, the productivity is drastically reduced, right? Previously, you could get, for every dollar, 2 cents. And now it's, now it's 2 cents. It used to be 10 cents. And digital AI, ML can really make a difference. And that's why we are here, right? It could probably reduce the time to market by half, improve your efficiency by 30%, and potentially even discover better drugs. And we'll probably know in the next couple of years on how that's going to transition. And so I'm really excited to be moderating this session with folks who are in the industry, living this day to day, and trying to implement it in each of your companies. And maybe we can talk about 3 broad themes. 1, what are some big bets? 2, where do you see some competitive advantage for your industry? And then 3, what are some structural changes that needs to happen and where India can make a difference? So maybe starting off, would love to hear from you, Mohit, on what are some big bets that you and, Bayer from Pranab are making in this space, and how do you see that change?
Sure. So firstly, thank you. So if you really look at how you design a particular compound and how you deliver that to the patient, right, it's a very long drawn process, right? And today it averages anywhere between 10 to 15 years from the time you look at a compound to deliver that to the patient. Now, also the amount of volume that goes into this research is 10,000 compounds to one medicine. Now look at the opportunity that exists. It's got a 99.9% failure rate associated to it. And that's where we are finding a lot of success is, what we refer to as a AI co-assistant molecule development, right? Where we are finding that if you're going to put in the tech behind it, especially from a AI perspective, we are able to see that there's more stability and binding that is coming to the molecules for the targeted groups that we're looking at. So that's one area that is on the design of the molecule. The second area, which if you look at the discovery process or the development process for a medicine, it's also a very long drawn process. It takes anywhere between 6 to 9 years to develop a particular medicine, go through multiple clinical trials, phase 1 to 3, right? And that's where what we are able to, and it's a very documentation heavy process, and that's where GenAI comes in very well. That's around 300 documents that are produced for you to complete a particular development process. We are seeing a good 5 to 10%, 5 to 10x acceleration when it comes to those particular, development on clinical trials. The third one, and then I'll wrap it up with the fourth one. The third one is, it's not about doing the design and the development, it's really getting the medicines to the patients. And that's where the interface with clinicians, which is today the physician is very challenged to deal with so many therapeutic areas, and getting their time is just minimizing as much as we can think of, right? And that's where, where we can get them very targeted information at the right time for them to write those prescriptions is a great opportunity that we are seeing. And every day of that loss is around $1.5 million of revenue loss for any company. And that's the scale that you're dealing, and multiply that over 2-3 years of delay, that just compounds, right? The last one I would say is a lot of success on boosting employee productivity. There, we're seeing a good 20-25% that we can enable an employee to be more effective and efficient. So those are 4 broad areas that we are seeing some good success.
And I'm assuming the employees are also happier. They don't have to do
exactly.
transactional work. They
And especially the manual work is going away, right?
Yeah.
Because they can use these engines to do that.
I use it to draft my emails.
Sorry?
I use it to draft all my emails.
Oh, okay.
How about you?
Thank you all. Good afternoon and good evening, and thanks for having me. Thanks Mohit for the overall summary. I'll be a little bit specific to what are the few things we are doing so that it'll maybe correlated with some of you. I expect that some of you might be in clinical trial or somebody from drug discovery, so we have a mix of audience from all this area. So we do also AI along with any under industry. Pharma also doing this. Maybe I'll give a few specific examples so that it's correlated to everyone. So in the research area, it's much better compared to development area, which is clinical trial. Research is a little bit flexible. You can do a little bit more compared to development, because development is more very, very regulation, tight regulation, FDA guidelines, and where system need to be validated. So it's very, very well controlled. In the research area, I'll give you one example, like 2-3 examples quickly, I think. One is called cell painting. Maybe some of you have heard. So it's basically, in wet labs, we basically try to find out how a cell react with, cell protein react with the various molecules. We have thousands of millions of cell images, and we have so many failed trials. Like in clinical trials, you see more than success, as Mohit mentioned, 95% is failure. So what we do with all those data? So what we're doing is we're trying to create algorithm in AI and finding out which of the molecule are reacting with these proteins. So end of the day, our success rate is not even 1%. If you get 1% success rate, we're absolutely fine, because that will move to the scientists so they can do the further things. The second thing is, like, some of you may already heard called digital twins or digital clone. So what we're doing is we are creating virtual subject. So that we, based on the medical history, based on the past history, we are creating cloned subject and analyzing on those, so that there are lots of rare diseases, right? You don't get it so many patients, because some of the fragile bones, one of the area which people there's no treatment because the ROI is not great. So now we are investing on that, and so that we can able to come up with some molecule so that it help the mankind. Because end of the day, we're in the business of making medicines, not good software. Now, as quickly, I'm come back to the development side, which is a clinical trial. We're mainly using GenAI. I mean, just like many of saying the GenAI, we are doing protocol authorizing, medical writing, almost 100% clinical coding. We all of us using it. Then we have also something called validation. Many of you who's in software industry will come to know. You need to use lots of validation documents, right? With GenAI, we automated those. So last two quick things. One is like, who is from clinical data management in the audience will understand. Ultimately, we use SDGM datasets to ADAM and submit to TLF. So what we're trying to do is, we are directly queuing from SDGM to ADAM datasets using AI. So if that will be successful, many of the SATs programmer will be free, and they can be used in much bigger other work.
Yeah.
So I think.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic to see like real examples of impact, right? And it's not just something that is up in the air, but things that are happening and you're seeing the outcome already. So that's really exciting. I think the next is, India has a large service market, right? And I think would love to hear from both of you on, Sauri and Raghavendra on, how do you think AI can really be a competitive edge for India, and how can we, leapfrog and get there a lot quicker?
First of all, thank you for organizing this and inviting me here. So I would want to divide this into 3 or 4 areas that we would see, right from your discovery. First is discovery, second is process development, third is manufacturing, and the last is, of course, the therapeutics area. So when it comes to the discovery space, like you rightly mentioned, it's about $3.5 to $4 billion is what needed to discover any drug. But unfortunately, after spending that $3.5–4 billion, we are not very sure of the success of that molecule, right? And now, how do we accelerate the discovery process and also reduce the time, effort, and money? So if you look at the traditional models, you start with toxicology studies, and then you get into the clinical phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and that's where a lot of money goes in. Now imagine if I've moved you away from those tools, and move you away from those traditional experiments, and then say, what, here is an alternative that not only reduces your time, effort, and money, but actually gives you a humanized kind of results. So that's something that we are working in Hyderabad. There's a company in Hyderabad that we are associated with, where we use the stem cell models. We differentiate the stem cells into whatever the cells that you want. There are patents around the differentiation process, so you can actually differentiate them into dendritic cells, neurons, whatever the cells that you want. You subject these cells to the drugs of your interest, and then you see the markers, and then you put that data onto an AI. So it's not just one parameter, but multiple parameters at the same time you can actually do it. If you do on an animal, you have to do it a series of experiments, right? But here, on one simple experiment, you can actually get multiple data. As simple as the toxicity studies to as complex as the virulence tests. Cytotoxicity, your cardiotoxicity, your neurotoxicity, everything in one single experiment. I think that's where India would definitely stand out in terms of discovery. And then coming to the manufacturing, from a process design standpoint, the second is actually your experiments around, how do you get those sweet spots in the manufacturing space. So what I mean by that sweet spot is, what is my right amount of nutrients that goes into, in the manufacturing space, especially in the fermenters. Am I adding the right nutrients? Are my cells getting the right aeration? All those parameters. Today, again, you have to use multiple experiments and you have to get to that sweet spot. Again, there is a tool, DOE, design of experiments, again, AI-based tool, where you will actually get that sweet spot using the data that's already stored in. That's the second area where you can actually get a result very soon and then say, I don't have to do these 100 experiments. I do those 5 or 6 and I'm going to get my data, and then I start my wet experiments. And the other area is where you don't have to waste your batches. That's again, today, unlike the chemistry where the mass balance, I put 100 grams here, I get 100 grams outside as a result. But in biology, life sciences, biopharma, that's not the case. You don't know when the batch is getting contaminated, whatever the reason could be. So how do you ensure that your batches are not contaminated? You get your harvest on the 14th day. So there are these digital twin models that we have developed where it will tell you if you have to abort a batch, 3rd day or 4th day, don't waste those times. So I think then this is on the manufacturing side. Now coming on to the therapeutic side, there's a company in Hyderabad where it's more of a sequencing, look at the profile and tell what diseases you have and what kind of genomics, nutrigenomics is what we are trying to do. So I think overall as a life sciences, it's not just one, but these are multiple areas where India can actually leapfrog. I wouldn't say even leapfrog. You can actually pole vault in terms of the knowledge hub that we've been known for. So that's something that I would want to, yeah.
All the workflows, has been set up, say, for animal experiments, right?
Yep.
And we could, go again, basically build infrastructure for, say, lab on a chip.
Yep.
And you could get better safety efficacy because, we're not animals.
Yeah, factor in a box is what we call. Yeah, factor in a box is what we call. That's what we are trying to work on. Yeah. Shauri, over to you.
No, thank you again. Great to be here. So let me a little bit talk on behalf of the services industry, right? As a CRO or a CDMO, the biggest advantage, to build on everything that we've heard so far, is that CROs and CDMOs are businesses of scale. We're able to do a large number of programs in discovery, a large number of programs in manufacturing, through which we generate a large amount of data. So when you are able to generate a large amount of data, it would be wasteful to not use that data. So by using that, the ultimate objective of CRO, CDMO is to reduce cost for the innovator pharma, but more importantly, to accelerate their programs. Because time is money in this business. There are patients waiting. We need to go get them a medicine. So let's take a few examples. When we do drug discovery is a trial and error business, right? So your medicinal chemists design hundreds of compounds, you synthesize them, you test them out, and you see if they're potentially active and if they're safe, and you look at the ADME profile. But we often miss the part about designing and synthesizing these hundreds of compounds. So we have a facility where we're probably doing 25,000 chemical reactions a month, and we're doing 25,000 compounds a year that we synthesize. When you're synthesizing that many thousands of compounds, conducting that many thousands of reactions, you're generating data. So it's very important for us to see how we can use that data to make this entire process more efficient. So we're working on using AI to double the productivity of the scientists, not to reduce costs, but to accelerate discovery programs. So if we can mine the data, can we synthesize a compound in half the time, however complex it is, and they're getting more and more complex because computers are designing them these days. So this is an area that you can use AI to shorten cycle times to accelerate drug discovery. The other extreme, when you go to process development and manufacturing, as Raghav mentioned, we make 2,500 batches a year. In any given month, we're probably manufacturing 50 different processes, and every month the 50 processes change because overall we're working on hundreds of clinical phase molecules. When you do that, you're again generating tremendous amounts of data in terms of your raw materials analysis system, your SCADA system. All of those are pooled into a data lake, and you're able to make predictions. You're able to analyze, first of all, what went wrong when something deviates, and secondly, what needs to be controlled to get to a golden process. Now, this is very important, not just from a cost and yield perspective, but also from a compliance perspective, because we're able to do continuous process validation, continuously improve your processes. You're able to document things much better. You're able to investigate things much better. On top of this, you add a layer of GenAI. It reduces a lot of work that goes into documentation because this entire business is full of documentation, right? So the fundamental challenge is to be able to get the data into a system in a digital native state. The possibilities from there are endless with the objective of accelerating programs and solving problems at scale.
Yeah. No, fantastic. And it's the right time to build on that infrastructure, right? And that very much goes into our next question. We've talked about such fantastic use cases and the impact that it can have, right? But what does it actually take? What are some structural changes that needs to happen to actually enable us to, unlock the full potential of AI? And Mohit, maybe you can start on how do you actually get this to scale?
So I'll break this into two parts, right? One, if you start looking at, as Shauri was mentioning, right? The fundamental thing of doing AI well is to get your data right and to get it right with integrity. Now, if you look at, the companies making decision, they only rely on 0.5% of their data to make a decision. 99.5% of the data in large enterprises or any large company is not even used, and this is research. This is not me saying it, right? So I think that has to come in first and needs to be, then you come put the compute power, which is what AI is giving you, and go behind and throttle, right? And given the next 1 to 2 years, the transformation is going to be so rapid, right? When ChatGPT 2 came out in 2019 to the new version in 3 and 4, they have all gone 100x in 1 to 2 years. So what I would say fundamentally we have to also think about is we need to be nimble, humble, and decisive when it comes to these things, because if you don't have those combinations, you just cannot make those decisions. And you have to know that you're going to fail along the way. Now, coming to what can happen from an India perspective, the two things that we touched upon earlier is there's a huge, of course, life sciences is biology, chemistry, and technology. The mix of it is just changing over the period of time. That's fundamentally what it is, right? Now, one thing that India does well is to develop talent when it comes to this skill, when it comes to this ecosystem, whether it's the academia, it's about the companies that we partner with. And the second thing that we can do is how do we digitize these health records? Today, you walk into a hospital, go do a diagnostic, it is so difficult, there are no digital. We've done this successfully as a UPI in finance. Maybe we do a unified patient's interface or a people's interface or something along with it, right? Maybe that's the UPI that we have to invest in. I think that's going to be a huge opportunity given that we are coming a bit later compared to the developed countries. So I think those are things that come to my mind, which are huge potentials for India too.
And on the data, the scale is amazing at India, right? And the difference in epidemiology that you can get access to would, it's all a circle, right? You can use the data basically back into discovery and research. Yeah. And accelerate that. Yeah. Maybe something on talent, right? Pharma is very nuanced, right? We've talked about documentation, regulation. While India has like a large pool of data scientists, how do you think about building, pharma-specific talent, and how do you keep them at the edge of, innovation all the time?
So maybe I'll quickly, while Pranav comes in. See, this is all about connecting the dots. We have good people who know pharma. We have people who can analyze data. But if they're on two sides of the table, it doesn't really help. So what we really need is a data scientist to understand different functional areas. I'm sure pharma is just one such. But people can't say, I've gone to a data science college, this is my life. They need to do real world work. Similarly, people in the industry, whichever industry it is, pharma, aviation, engineering, need to understand the possibilities the data can do and ask the right questions. When you bring these two together, that's when the magic happens.
Just to add an extension to it, this is while on one side, we are trying to do everything possible in terms of integrating the data, bringing in the AI and trying to, speed up the process. But the other interesting thing is, what does the regulators or the authorities talking about, do we see the acceptance from them? Today, we've seen Modernization Act 1 coming in, Modernization Act 2 coming in. These are all the FDA acts, and most of you know that, they have got away with a lot of these traditional processes. How open is Indian authorities, regulatory, whether, all the regulatory authorities that we're talking about, how open up are they in terms of looking at this as a, as an accelerator or even as a supporting exercise in terms of the discovery, in terms of various parameters. So that is something that structurally, I think, we need to look at. Otherwise, I think, we will be talking about this, but unfortunately, if it's not accepted or if it is still followed the same old traditional process, then I think that's where you're stuck. You do everything. Unfortunately, the drug is not moving forward because, regulators want 1, 2, 3 as per the pharmacopoeia, which is, like 40 years, 50 years old. So those are those structural changes I think we need to talk about at a high level and then say, this is what AI has brought and, into the industry, whether it is pharma or biopharma. Unfortunately or fortunately, pharma and biopharma goes through these lot of hassles of lot of these approvals. So that's where I think there needs to be very critical observations and critical look at these kind of new tools. Otherwise, we will be doing the same things and expecting different results.
Yeah, I'll be quick, I believe. I think one of the challenges we face is data governance, because if you don't govern your data properly, then any AI you do, it will not give you the correct things. So you need to have a controlled machine learning environment to do AI, and that's what many times we don't do that part. And second thing, I think we have lots of technology specialists, especially in India. We have the Microsoft, Amazon, and the other area. we need to be constantly in touch with them, with the platform companies, because we are pharma companies, so all the cutting edge technology which is coming, we need to be really hands-on with those companies and startups, because we don't know what's going on in the latest things, because we're in the pharma domain, even though you know few things. So collaboration is very much important. And the third things I see, at least in my area, we have lots of good scientists, but when you consider AML area, is that most of the people think that they are for techie, so they don't have the domain knowledge, and sometimes you don't get respect if you don't have the domain knowledge. So it's a both-way game. So you need to also learn the domain knowledge quite well, because otherwise you're not able to develop it. It's like in short, you have the solutions and then you're looking for a problem. So many times it's happened, we just find the solutions, then asking everyone what is the problem. So I think we need to work on that if you have to be successful.
No, this has been fantastic, right? Like really trying to understand what are some actual real life use cases that big pharma companies are doing to design better drugs, accelerate time to market, impact that you're seeing, improving the detection of antibody binding to the cells. Those are real life use cases that we're seeing right now, and it's amazing. And and it's fantastic to also hear about how India can use this as a strategic advantage, right? Either CRO and our services industry is still pretty nascent, and there's a huge potential for us to use technology to leapfrog and really make a mark here. And so it's been fantastic to hear from all of our panelists, and thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks for listening to us.
Thank you.
Please give it up for our panelists who talked about molecules to algorithms. Wonderful, wonderful to hear about all those things. I've been enriched about life science. I don't know much about it, but this was insightful. So thank you so much for moderating it, and thank you so much for all your insightful contributions there. I do request Ms. Ramadevi Lanka ma'am, okay. I request Mr. Bhavesh Mishra ji to come on stage, please, and thank our esteemed panelists here with a token of our appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We've got something fun coming up later on as well. And the next up is going to be a quick demo, a cutting-edge innovation. All the demos that we've been seeing since yesterday, they're relatable in some way or the other. They touch upon our lives in different ways. So I'm so happy to see that these kinds of innovations are coming up. People are pushing the boundaries on each one of them. So glad to be learning about all those different kinds of innovations happening beyond the territory that we typically work in on a day-on-day basis. So glad for it, isn't it? Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. So talking about a cutting-edge innovation, let me call upon stage Mr. Ankur Srivastava, who's the founder and CEO of One Simulation. As soon as he gets the clicker, there you go. Okay.
This one, the next one.
Fantastic. Give it up for Mr. Ankur Srivastava.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ankur, and I am one of the founding members of a startup organization called One Simulation. So before I jump into what One Simulation does, a quick background on what healthcare simulators are. So healthcare simulators are, the techniques that provide healthcare professionals a safe and controlled environment to practice their hands-on skills without actually impacting the patient's health. So just like the pilots have to undergo a simulation training before they actually can fly out the real airplanes, similarly doctors can also practice it on the simulators. Now what One Simulation does is we are working on a super specialized healthcare simulators that to enhance the hands-on experience of the health professionals. That includes doctors, nurses, technicians, and everyone. So a classical example which I would take, one of the smallest case studies, is that with a country like India where there's a huge population, the number of radiologists in the country is only 20,000 or maybe 25,000. That's somewhere in the range. And if I further drill it down to the intervention radiologists, that number comes down to 2,000. So imagine if someone has to undergo a lung biopsy procedure, they have to really find out that 2,000 doctors in the entire, to cater the entire population. Now, that's a scarcity. That's the problem number one. The next problem is why there's a gap of that 18,000. The gap exists because there's no machine, that they get to get their hands-on skills trained up upon. Because there's such a high patient load, all the focus is to get the patient's, treatment done rather than practicing themselves. If they get time to get the machine, there is a lack of the complex cases. So lung biopsy doesn't come up every day where people can practice it. So there's again a problem. Now, with all this, when I'm not trained or I'm not exposed to any of these complex cases, what will happen is even if I get to perform some of the cases, the time efficiency will actually increase, which means some scan, which I'm supposed to do in 1 minute, I will end up doing, and if I'm a very good learner, I will end up doing it in 2 minutes. So if I'm doing 100 scans per day, the first time if I'm doing it, I end up doing it in 200 minutes. That's the double amount of time. The error rate will increase because nobody can be a first-time an expert. So considering an error rate of let's say 10%, that's another 210 minutes that I will have to spend. And for a radiologist, the CT and the MRI machines, as we all know, they emit the radiations, which means where I was supposed to expose myself only for 100 minutes towards the radiation, I end up doing 210 minutes. And that's not only me, the patient, the trainers, that's the added number of things. So that's the biggest, which means to cure a patient and enable myself towards the learning, I have to really compromise towards my safety as well as a health professionals, because I'm getting exposed to the radiation, which in turn can cause cancer in future. So we have come up with a solution, Symptom. That's the first of its kind radiation-free simulator that enables the healthcare professionals to enhance their hands-on skills. It has got a real-time CT gantry, the motorized table. We're using the navigation and haptic technology to, really know where the needles have to be put upon, where the scannings have to be done. We are using the AI-based learning management software and the self-evaluation software because we already know there's a scarcity of the professionals. So we really have to eliminate that aspect as well. And then as a next phase, what we're working upon is a GenAI-based realistic mannequin, because as a healthcare professionals, if you probe it correct, that's half of the battle is done. So the realistic mannequins will actually communicate, people can practice the counseling sessions and everything, and that will actually solve the purpose. Now, we believe that education is quite similar to food. If you're hungry, then only you would like it. So education is also similar way. And the hunger can only be increased when your sense organs work. So considering that, we have focused upon the real feeling that you can see, the actual CT gantry, the table movements you can actually see. You can feel the mannequins, which means if you have to do a biopsy procedure, our simulators or the mannequins are designed that you can actually feel them just like a real human being. If you put in the needle for a biopsy, you can actually take out the sample that can be, that can be replicated as a sample which can be sent out to the lab for the testings. And last but not the least, that you cannot have every day the same thing, which means we are, enabling that software to go ahead and continuously upgrade itself with the new sort of cases so that the people have that hunger to learn on their skills and improve their skills again and again. So that's, I think, if you can just turn on the video. So this is one of the skill labs which we have a pilot lab which we have deployed at AMTZ in Vizag. We have already
Welcome to One Simulation, an advanced skill lab where innovation meets education in the realm of medical simulation.
So this is just a quick highlight. This video is available on YouTube. You can search for One Learning Healthcare and you will get to see this video. What I really want to tell that we take a pleasure to announce that this is the first of its kind of simulator which exists in the world. We have trained a pilot batch of 20 radiologists, and out of them, 5 of them have started doing the interventional procedures just after our training. And the second batch we are going to do in October, which means we are trying to reduce that gap as much as possible. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. I mean, these are the kinds of innovations we'd love to see more and more of. So thank you so much for that wonderful demonstration, Ankur. And I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Bhavesh Mishra, Deputy Secretary, to thank Ankur on behalf of the government of Telangana here and present him with a memento.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, get up for the next panel discussion, which is about, applying AI in the space of healthcare services. It's going to be an esteemed set of panelists here again, walking up onto the stage. Please join your hands together and welcome Dr. Anurag Meral, Adjunct Professor at Stanford University, Dr. Karthik Adappa, Regional Advisor, Digital Health, World Health Organization, Dr. Nageshwar Reddy, Chairman, Asian Institute of Gastroenterology and AIG Hospitals, Mr. Ashok Venkatachalam, who's the Managing Director of Evernorth India, one of our title sponsors. And moderating this session will be Ms. Ritu Mehrotra, Founder and CEO, United We Care, whom you saw making a demo yesterday. All right, thank you so much. Welcome on stage. Over to you, Ritu.
Thanks a lot, and a very warm welcome to all the panelists here, and a big hello to everyone in the audience as well. These are super exciting times, and since yesterday we've heard a lot about how AI is going to be changing the world. One of the things that kind of got stuck with me is $15 trillion in economic output by 2030, and it's no joke, because that's the kind of output we see by, top leave US aside, but the next two economies combined together, right? So, and healthcare is going to play a very, very important role. And when I look at some statistics as well, by 2030, 50% of US FDA approvals are anticipated to involve AI, discovered and developed drugs. And that's not just it, right? I mean, we're looking at an era where a lot of these things, the time to market is going to be super crunch. So my first question actually is to Dr. Anurag, wherein at the pace at which things are going, how do you think AI and machine learning technologies are going to revolutionize diagnostic accuracy and early disease detection? And I would like to get your flavor, Dr. Anurag, in terms of what are the kind of tools that you're seeing as well, right? Being at the forefront of innovation that you are.
Yeah, that's a great question. Before I give a couple of examples, and those examples are going to come from India, because I feel India is going to be use case capital of the world as far as AI is concerned. A lot of investment is going on in AI in Silicon Valley, in OpenAI, and other organizations. But I think the only way AI is going to do something meaningful is at places like India. And I think the opportunity that AI has in healthcare is really about flipping the healthcare system from tertiary care-centric to primary care-centric, where you catch 80% of the patients, 80% of the conditions. It reduces the cost, increases the outcomes. With that context in mind, the three examples I very quickly give. One is Cure AI, which is actually diagnosing screening and diagnosing patients for stroke, for example, using CT scan images. Stroke patients actually die or have lifelong disabilities if they don't get caught within the first few hours, and they don't get the interventions in that time, similar to heart attack. So that's a very important and really advanced solution. Another example is Forus Health, which is focused on ophthalmological conditions. And in fact, I believe Telangana and Andhra Pradesh and other states have deployed that in the community setting for screening and diagnosis of ophthalmological conditions using hardware AI combination. So fundus camera with AI in the back end to analyze the images. And the third example I'll give you is TriCog. All of these are Indian companies that have done phenomenal work, which is really screening patients for cardiovascular diseases in the primary care settings, so that those patients actually move on to secondary and tertiary care for intervention. So those are three really good examples.
Maybe if I can take an opportunity to add one more there, United We Care, we are doing mental health at 94.7% accuracy intent detection scores.
That's a great example. Mental health is one of the most important unaddressed areas. I'm really glad that you are addressing that problem.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Anurag. I'm actually looking at Dr. Karthik at the next. You know, as we are looking at, and I just sort of cited the data in terms of how US is looking at, you know, their FDA approvals. How do we make sure that this innovation is equitable? How do we make sure that every country kind of gets its own share of this? So would love to have your thoughts there.
Firstly, thank you so much. I think this is almost the end of the second day, and to still see a lot of enthusiastic participants is wonderful. I'm actually glad because I, as a physician, trained in AI and machine learning and applying AI and machine learning both in global north as well as in global south. What is very interesting is this question of how do you solve for equity and how do you really increase the access. So I know there is, as a member of the World Health Organization, we are an evidence-based, science-based organization. So the first thing is, what is the evidence that it takes to improve access to AI solutions? Now, there are clearly three basic strategies that have worked, that are working right now, but they're not of very high evidence value. The first one is essentially on community participation, community engagement in designing and developing AI machine learning solutions. So all AI machine learning developers, companies, startup organizations, and governments have to really look at how do we start mobilizing communities, what kind of problems do we want to solve, because essentially when you take a problem that's really worked in the US and you want to bring the solution here, it's certainly not going to be scalable. It's certainly not going to be adopted. So the first is enhancing community participation, community engagement, and the second thing is localized AI adoption. So how do you really promote low-cost AI machine learning models, but that are also localized again? So at both community engagement as well as in localization, the key thing is going to be how do you use these curated data sets that really work for our population. Now, the other aspect in terms of equity is a lot of evidence, especially in global north, suggests that when a patient, let's say an African-American patient, when he goes to a white physician, a lot of diseases get underdiagnosed, right? But imagine it's an AI machine learning application using an image or a computer vision processing method. It does not differentiate whether the patient is a black patient, African patient, or a Latin American patient. So what AI typically does, and that's the reason why I think there's a lot of technological optimism in our country, and we need to leverage that, especially in low resource settings, that the very fact that we now have these advanced models that are really not going to distinguish between, you know, the class, the caste, the creed, and the race of the patient, but if they're supported by evidence, they're supported by science, the chances of them going to be adopted and then therefore becoming scalable would increase. I'll pause it for now.
Thanks, Dr. Karthik. And you know, you raised a very, very interesting point, actually, yeah, that how AI is going to be at the forefront of it. At the same time, you know, I also worry about the way AI kind of hallucinates, right? The risks that come with AI, and by the way, I'm a big proponent of AI at the same time. But at the pace at which we are innovating and making sure that innovation continues, but we address the risks, Ashok, I'm going to come to you for that. That what is it that, you know, a company as large as yours is kind of doing at that level to make sure that you continue to press the paddle on innovation and looking at the risks of AI as well?
It's a good question, and as everyone wants to do in AI, the entire talent base and everyone wants to, okay, AI is the next one, we want to learn, we want to do things. At the same time, it's fun and it is dangerous. So thanks for the question and thanks for the opportunity. Since we are one of the title sponsors, I would like to take this moment to thank each one of you for staying this long and supporting us. Going back to your question, within the Cigna Group, Evernorth Health Services, we have come up with ethical way of handling this AI request because of the size and the large organization we are. We didn't want this to go out of control. So we formulated an enterprise model governance team, so which primarily oversees, establishes standards, policies, and provide guidance to ensure that the augmented intelligence, the predictive analytics algorithms that we use for our models, make sure that the related risks are identified in such a way that we mitigate. We at the same time ensure that the risks are identified earlier and bias are identified as well and mitigated. Now, this enabled us, as we started going in this path, this enabled us to form an artificial intelligence center of enablement. So between the two of them, they are essential. It's a cross-functional team, which is under the principles of they can understand what is the associated risk and how potential of GenAI can be leveraged at an enterprise level. Then, using their guiding principles, they formulated, because they want to be transparent, they want to be ethical, and they want to be safe, and take accountability for our solutions that we are offering. So that's how this cross-functional team was formed. So that provides thoughtful leadership, strategic solutions, and at the same time, we can formulate GenAI solutions that are defensible, ethical, and compliant to our healthcare and privacy laws in US. So we translated in such a way that these cross-functional teams always provide that oversight for our solutions. Now, this is all controlled because healthcare data in US is very critical, and we don't want that to be exposed. So there is an API gateway that we created as a platform where the access is restricted and all the interfaces to our AI models are well maintained within that platform. So if an organization, because we are such a large enterprise, if they want to formulate a use case, they have to go through this committee, and to ensure that they have to define what is the reason they are doing it, what is the ROI we are going to get, and there are like 38 definitions that they have to oversee before they could be approved. So that's how we have formulated it, and it has worked well, and we were able to control and minimize any exposure of this solution, and which is something that's working for us, and none of our solutions are in such a way that it's always a human touch is there. We don't want anything that comes out of AI without a human touch be there to approve it. And we don't use AI in the clinical decision process at this time intentionally, but AI is used safely in other areas, which we'll talk.
Very, very insightful, Ashok. And maybe Dr. Nageshwar, from your standpoint, how do you see this playing out in India as a market?
I think it's very important to realize that your AI is as good as the data you send in to train it. Unless we have pure data, and coming back to what Karthik said, there's a huge variation in disease pattern in India versus Western world. Typically, for example, I'm an endoscopist, a gastroenterologist. I see polyps in the stomach, say early cancers in the stomach. The type of cancers or polyps that you see in the Western world is totally different in India. And the data would be biased if you feed those data and try and get. So it's very important that we generate our own true, pure data. And this is the most difficult, challenging aspect in India, because there's lack of uniformity, there's so many institutions. So we'll have to work to get this very well, particularly. The second important part is, I think in India, we're still immature in certain areas. For example, cyber security is going to be a problem. Recently, you must have heard in the news that the whole health data of All India Institute of Medical Science was hacked. Somebody had the whole data. Now just imagine if all the top, say, politicians or scientists in India had the data in that institute and everything goes to some other, it's going to be a big mess, And more important, we are now having a system where some of our machines are run in AI. For example, even ventilators are run on AI now. So if somebody hacked into this ventilator system, he can artificially control an intensive care patient on a ventilator from outside. So it's very important, cyber security, so you have to make it very strong. The third important aspect of AI in India is going to be the ethical considerations. The issue is even, I think, in Western countries, it's still not very mature how to regulate and so on. We'll have to develop proper regulatory systems. And again, I'll tell you an example. In United States, 80% of gastroenterology units have AI into their endoscopy systems. The reason is they have a system where they screen the patients for colonic polyps. And those who have a polyp get it removed so they don't develop cancer. So there's a program in US. Now, recently what happened was one of the patients had a polyp detection missed by the AI and the doctor and developed cancer after a year. So the patient sued. Now, whom should he sue? The AI company, or does he sue the doctor, the hospital? So both, the court was confused, everybody is confused. So I think it's time now, because of all this, we have to have proper regulations and ethical systems so that you can be very sure as you go forward.
Very, very, because here we are playing with lives of people, and I fully kind of appreciate, because sometimes even your last name has something to say about your genetic pool, etc., right? So I fully agree. How do you see this, Dr. Anurag?
So I think, you know, somebody was saying this earlier today in one of the sessions that I think Sal Khan said about knife, right? It can be used to cut fruits, or it can be used for violent incidents. And I think AI is the same way. We do need regulatory framework. We do need guardrails. And what I would add to that is that it needs to be an iterative framework, because AI is changing so rapidly. ChatGPT itself has gone through 4 generations, and we don't know where it's going to go. AGI is still, they used to say it's about 40 years away. I believe it's less than 20 years away now. So it's the entire space is going to evolve quite a bit, and we don't know many of the things that we don't know. So regulatory framework has to take that into account, and it has to be a learning regulatory framework. And it needs to iterate quickly. And I don't think policymakers are used to doing it. So I see real concern in deploying these solutions in the healthcare system, because we just haven't built the capacity in the society, in the healthcare system, amongst the policymakers to appropriately guide usage of this really promising but also very powerful technology that can go awry very quickly. But at the same time, I see glass as half full. And I think especially for LMIC settings, the 5 billion people in the world who do not have meaningful access to healthcare, for them, this is not a question of, you know, are there risks? They are facing risks every day today in the lack of access to healthcare. And if AI helps address that to a certain extent, I would actually go ahead and deploy that and learn from it and then kind of iterate on it.
Great perspective there. You know, one of the things, one is, of course, the job of the policymakers in this situation becomes extremely interesting. At the same time, I also believe that at the pace at which the change is hitting us, right, it's equally important for us to look at that how do we train the next generation practitioners, you know, the employees that are working with us. Ashok, I'm going to come to you for this. How are you seeing this play with Evernorth? And what are the what is the kind of steps that you're taking? Because traditionally, healthcare is known to be a bit, I don't want to call it laggards, but, you know, it's been not as active as it's in other, disciplines. So, yeah.
I wish you could have asked the physicians rather than the...
Sorry,
I'm going
Ashok,
there.
You need to really have, you're really in the border because you have 2 physicians sitting on this side.
That's the reason. So it's an interesting conversation because from a technology standpoint, Evernorth is our technology arm for the Cigna Group. So we work with providers, we work with healthcare professionals. So how we are augmenting is primarily more from an administrative standpoint. So I'll give you a couple of examples that we have successfully launched and which my colleague Chuck did mention yesterday. From a provider standpoint, how are we augmenting that administrative effort? Because we want them to spend more time with the patient rather than documenting the visit summary and the transaction and the encounter that happened with them. So AI is introduced there, and they are able to spend more time with the patient in providing the care that they wanted. The second piece is around agent interaction with our brokers and potential members. When they talk about benefits and coverages, AI is helping them provide that information in a systematic way, and that way the call time that the agents spend with the brokers and our members are reduced. That gives a better user experience as well. And the third angle is more around the predictive analytics, because we want to be preventative, we want to predict the next best action, and at the same time provide recommendations based on the insights and the opportunities that we create for our members. Because the more treatment and illness we reduce, the more access of care can be provided to our members. So that's how we are trying to connect AI and GenAI to our technology, from the technology side to our stakeholders.
So I'm coming to you, Dr. Nageshwar. How are you looking at this from the clinician standpoint, or in general? Like, how do you see
actually, doctors are most notorious for taking up new things, and especially anything to do with AI, because we have a distrust for machines inherently. We feel still it's a human touch. So it's important to demonstrate the low-hanging things to them first. And I'll tell you an example here, is this to carry on what Ashok said, that one of the most problematic things now, as we are transiting from conventional medicine of a physician-patient relationship, writing on the paper and then talking to the patient, they're all becoming electronic medical records now. So we're spending 15 minutes of our 20 minutes consultation time looking at the computer, typing out all your things. The eye contact is gone with the patient. And it has been shown now in several studies in US, for example, the reason for burnout syndrome among physicians is this. They have to do so much of this data entries and all that. So a simple thing would be that if we start going into, say, use AI for speech-to-text and segmentation, which is going to be quite not so difficult, immediately doctors take it up. They're very happy to do it. And then they start falling for other things also. I think that's the way to go to develop this. Yeah.
I would get Dr. Karthik's.
So thank you. I think the first thing is, see, look at the surprise that most people have when I say that I'm a physician by training, but trained in AI. So essentially, in terms of our medical education curriculum, we don't really encourage an interdisciplinary approach, right? We don't really focus on a competency-based model, both for digital health and AI. So that is essentially a place where organizations like the World Health Organization come in, where we're essentially talking about building these digital health competencies and creating a dictionary of the competencies that we would want healthcare providers, frontline workers, and everybody involved in healthcare to get trained on certain competencies. So essentially, building on what Dr. Reddy was talking about, if a physician, right from the medical school, gets trained on how do you really have this engineering side of thinking. You know, it's just one is, medicine is both an art and a science, right? So the fact is, you want to build in this thinking of both, not just from a randomized controlled trial, which is of course a gold standard, and anything that we want to do in science and in medicine has to be evidence-based. But the other part is, can we also develop this engineering style of thinking? You know, there is always an engineering way of approaching a problem, right? So that is a skill that we need to have. And so therefore, globally, what you would see is, about a decade back, the US started not just medical students learning just medical, but also engineering. So you have med engineering schools, which have emerged now. And I'm actually glad to say now that in India, IIT Bombay, IIT Madras, Indian Institute of Science Bangalore, and IIT Guwahati are now running medical schools. So the key thing is, medical students, where we need to tap them fairly early, so that they learn the engineering side and the AI side. So AI, I don't think is going to solve all the problems, but it's going to certainly solve some problems. If you start using AI for diagnosis, maybe today I would be very circumspect about it, but if you start using it to augment the work that I do as a physician, for example, a neurologist shouldn't really spend 1 hour taking the history of a patient, but you can certainly use some foundational LLMs supported by RAG to help you document the physician and the patient conversation, and that summary could be sent to the patient. So you would need to build skills like that. I think we have a pointer here. So, but the key thing that I want to say is, just by ending one thing, now the organizers have essentially placed health at the end of the summit. Well, health is for all, but the very fact that healthcare is an extremely resistant one to technology in general. So I completely understand that the audience is actually hearing more challenges and not really the exciting part of AI, but I think there is more exciting times ahead in healthcare too.
Fully agree with you. With that, I think we'll wind the panel up. It was fantastic talking to all you fine people, and thanks.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you so much to all our panelists. I request Mr. Ramadevi Lankagaruman to come on stage to thank our esteemed panelists here. Thank you so much, panelists. It was a wonderful, wonderful discussion. Insightful yet kept it lighthearted too at times. Love the engaging conversation. All right. So with that, we come to the very last segment, which is going to be another panel discussion here, but it's going to be an interesting one. I want all of you to, pay a little more attention. What if I said the next panelist is going to be an entry-level Python programmer? Plus, he is an Edge AI certified by ARM. Plus, he's the world's youngest Arduino certified professional. Plus, he's the National STEM Champion of 2024. Plus, he has received proclamations from the Mayor of Frisco and the Governor of Texas, a certificate of recognition from the US Congress, congratulatory letters from President Biden and former President Obama. And all of this at a tender age of 13. Ladies and gentlemen, the true embodiment of AI is not a child's play. Please put your hands together for Siddharth Nandyala, our next panelist. 13 years of age and going to be talking about AI and what he's doing. He's the founder and CEO of STEM IT, and he's a visionary leader. He wants to promote STEM in the field of learning as well. I'll leave more to him to talk about what he's doing at STEM and so on and so forth. And talk to him, to talk to him, I'd like to invite on stage another phenomenal talent, somebody who's filed 6 different patents and 1 generative AI chatbot. Please put your hands together for another youngster, Mr. Ram Karthik. You'll be blown away by our panelists today. And joining them on stage will be Mr. Madhav Bisa, who's the program director. And Mr. Bhavesh Mishra, who's the Deputy Secretary at the Department of IT, Electronics and Communications, Government of Telangana. Please, sir.
Thank you.
It's such a pleasure, wonder to see such young kids up on stage here. I wish we were all like that at their age. So inspiring.
Okay. Just to share one small coincidence, I and Karthik happen to be from the same district, Jhajjar in Haryana. So, world is small.
Wow, fantastic, fantastic. All right, over to you. Let's see what's in store.
presentation. I did not send them in.
Thank you so much. So, Siddharth, we would like to understand from you the journey, your journey of success. So, would you like to share that with the audience first?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. So, I've always had a passion and a love for coding and engineering since I was 7 years old, and I've always been very interested in the fields of technology. But as I continued in this field, I realized that there was a gap in this field, and that was that there was a lack of proficiency in the field of coding and engineering. And being in the paradigm of technology, in the era of artificial intelligence and technological growth, I knew that this was a real problem with students because there was a lack of proficiency in the field of computer science, in the field of coding and engineering. So that's really what inspired me to create my own startup, STEMIT, where we skill the students of the future, making them proficient in the fields of coding and engineering and artificial intelligence. So I'm the founder and CEO of STEMIT, where we skill students to be future ready and proficient in the fields of coding and engineering. So what really got me into the fields of artificial intelligence was really by viewing real world problems that I faced myself. Seeing when my grandfather had fallen in 2019, as well as seeing a young boy without an arm and many other real world problems, it really inspired me to get into the field of artificial intelligence because it's truly an amazing field. It's one which is constantly emerging, rapidly developing. And I think it's really important, and I think it's truly an amazing field that's essentially able to solve many of these problems, allowing for so much growth, immense global change and global impact, which is truly what I'm all about, and that's really what got me into the field of AI.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you for sharing with us your journey.
Thank you so much.
So, Ram Karthik. So,
firstly, Namaskar, Ram Ram, Pranam. A very warm greetings with holding hands to all the dignitaries, speakers, esteemed guests and delegates. Thanks for giving me chance to speak. Firstly, I want to introduce myself. My name is Karthik. My father name is Riyajit Singh. I am from Jhajjar, Haryana, Bharat. And today, in this Global AI Summit, I want to tell some brief introduction of myself. My good days, I have 5 India and 3 world record, and I have filled the 6 patents. So now I want to introduce that what is Raghurai bot, that is the India's first generative AI that create. Could I present the slide?
Kindly load that slide, please.
So we can start. Yes. So it is the brief introduction that I have now told, that 5 India, 3 world records and filled 6 patents, and also wrote a book, The World of Future Tech, that got the copyright. Now what is know about the Raghurai bot? This is the Raghurai bot. Empowering conversations and living across India. It is a proud moment for India that also India have many AI technologies. In this Global AI Summit, we have seen how many AI innovations are being innovated in India. Many big speakers, experienced speakers are here. So now we want to know that what is the Raghurai generative AI, how I created it. So firstly, it is the India's conversational AI. This is working in 67 languages. I have uploaded it on character.ai using the 1400 plus HTML wordings that I wrote by using the coding, delegations and other development tools. This is used. Also I want to prove it more with the voice working feature, currently not added, but the generative AI has used. This provides personalized real insights. This could be helpful in the corporates also. I have integrated 2 plans that normal is used. Anyone can use it on the mobile by searching Raghurai bot, just logging it on the character.ai. After that, my website opens. After that, on the character.ai HTML delegations, it could be open. Next, it is the transformation communication through the conversations, like the communication, efficiency, and other problems are being solved by this. How this can be used in the corporations? This could be used to make customized AI chatbots also. This used to be as personal assistant, personal healthcare assistant. Like yesterday we have seen a AI that named as the Mitra, the delegation, like the chatbot. We also used it as specifically scalable solutions designed for all of business sizes, omnichannel support through the text, voice, and videos. It also could use the advanced dialogue management introductions through the chatbot. This is as the, what is the opportunity for it? What is the opportunity for use it in the market? This has the various biggest opportunity because there are many, like the Gemini is also used by the Google. It is created by the Google. But in this Raghurai bot, I have not added any OpenAI API, or like the many chatbots are being built on the API key. But this is not built on the API key. It is built as customized. So let's take a step with the Raghurai and all the technologies. Also, I have created the Srikunj, world first audio video playing smart e-newspaper. That is AI lip syncing e-newspaper, like we read the e-newspaper now. That we have to read. But the Srikunj, that I also filled the patent, that is audio and video AI, like the design format in the e-newspaper. We could get daily news, I have put them, and after that we have read through AI, the lip syncing and like the AI avatars through Moyo and other platforms, we could read and get the news by audio also. So thanks by the delegation, giving me chance.
Thank you, Ram. Thank you, Ram Karthik. So now back to you, Siddharth. Is there some demonstration that you have, some presentation that you would like to share with us today?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. So I'll just start off by talking a little bit about myself. So I'm the founder and CEO of STEM IT, where we skill students on the field of STEM, as I mentioned earlier. So I'm the world's youngest artificial intelligence certified professional by both Oracle and ARM. Through my, thank you so much. Through my ventures in the field of artificial intelligence and being a young entrepreneur, I've received proclamations from President Joe Biden, former President Barack Obama, Congress, House of Representatives, Governor Greg Abbott from Texas, as well as my city mayor actually declaring September 19th as Siddharth Nandiala Day in my city. So that's a little bit about what I've done in the fields of entrepreneurship and artificial intelligence. So I definitely think artificial intelligence is at the forefront of technology. It's where the VCs are heading. It's where global growth is really pivoted towards. And I definitely think through the power of harnessing AI, there's so much global development, growth, and global positive change that can be made. A little bit about what I've done in the fields of artificial intelligence is develop this fall detection band over here. So for example, this was inspired when my grandfather had a fall, which led him to the ICU, and I thought, why is there not a better solution? So I created this band, essentially using gyroscoping and accelerometer data running through a Keras-based classification neural network. We're able to detect falls at a 96.1% accuracy rate. And in our testing, we're actually more accurate than the industry-leading Apple Watch in detecting falls, I'm very proud to say. And I've recently published a research, thank you so much. And I've recently published a research paper about this through the Research Archive of Rising Scholars. So the newest project that I've currently worked on is, after realizing the diabetic retinopathy is the highest reason for visual blindness in adults, I've created a machine learning based algorithm that can diagnose diabetic retinopathy more accurately than an optometrist can by standardizing it using artificial intelligence and mitigating human error in the diagnosis process. Furthermore, what I've been able to do is I'm currently working on a prosthetic arm that, using electroencephalography, EEG methods, we're essentially able to create a mind-controlled prosthetic that's able to be made for only $300 compared to traditional $300,000 prosthetic arms. So using electroencephalography, EEG methodology, we're essentially able to run that through a a machine learning algorithm running the data from the motor cortex of the brain, the prefrontal cortex, the node that controls voluntary movement, and close or open the arm, just like how you or I would close or open our arms for an amputee who doesn't have one. So this is a significant breakthrough in the fields of artificial intelligence, and I definitely think and I envision seeing the state of Telangana as a global leader in the fields of AI and ML. I'd love to add on to what Mr. CM Garu Revanth Reddy Garu was saying earlier yesterday, that he's working on bringing artificial intelligence into schools. So definitely, first of all, hats off to the state of Telangana for integrating AI and being a global leader in the field of machine learning, bringing it to youth. But to add on to this, this is what the world needs. Artificial intelligence is at the forefront of technology. I mean, we all know it, right? Technology is what's taken us to the moon in the past. It's what's going to take us to Mars in the future. So it is very, very crucial and important for students to be in and engaging in this field now more than ever. We are in the era of technology, the paradigm of global growth in the fields of AI, ML, and many more. And I definitely think that the Telangana government is doing amazing to bring artificial intelligence to all. I mean, pointing a little bit about what this event is all about. Make AI work for everyone. Now, what does that mean? We're bringing artificial intelligence into all sectors, into all fields. In healthcare, revolutionizing the healthcare industry in preventive diagnosis. For example, in wearables, we're able to use ECG data to detect heart disease and different cardiovascular diseases before they occur. Isn't that honestly, that just blows my mind. Think about the potential, the possibilities that can be made harnessing the power of AI for good. And that's really what I wanted to talk about. So I'm the son of the soil. I was born in this very state of Telangana, in fact, this very city of Hyderabad. So I would love to give back to my community, which has helped me grow into the entrepreneur and the inventor that I am. Thank you so much. So I would love to provide trainings and skilling students in schools in the field of artificial intelligence and machine learning so that students can be ready to be proficient for the industry of coding and engineering. And I'd love to bring this into schools in Telangana, hopefully working with the government itself. So that's a little bit about what I'm looking forward for the future. And I'd love to give a special thanks to Ms. Rama Devi Garu, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan Sir, as well as Honorable IT Minister Garu and Honorable CM Garu. And today, honestly, has truly been an amazing day. I'm never going to forget it because I was recently just with IT Minister Garu, talking to him a little bit about my inventions and the work that I've done in the field of artificial intelligence. And I love watches, I'm just adding this. So I commented saying, Honorable IT Minister Garu, I just wanted to say I really love your watch. And he had gifted it to me, the one on my very wrist right now. So I just wanted to say thank you so much, Honorable IT Minister Garu, as well as the state of Telangana as a whole, for having me, as well as hosting this amazing event where we're really shaping the future of artificial intelligence. I definitely see Telangana being a beacon of hope, not only for the rest of India, but around the globe. I see it being a global leader. I see it being an innovative place where it's the hub of artificial intelligence, hub of venture capital and startups in the field of ML and AI. Not only that, but I definitely envision them tackling real-world problems, making tangible progress in the field of machine learning and more through the AI city that CM Revanth Reddy Garu had recently unveiled yesterday. I think it's truly an amazing mission, and it's creating real impact and real change around the globe, which is what I aspire to do, my ultimate goal, being to create a legacy of inventors, innovators, and entrepreneurs to create real change around the world. No one person can create global change and a global impact, changing the lives of millions of people. It's a team effort. And I would love to invite every single one of you to come together and make a cumulative impact to really make real world change, real world and tangible impact around the world, changing the lives of millions. And that's what I wanted to end with. Thank you so much. So innovation is the heartbeat of progress, taking the journey from imagination to transformation. Now, what does this exactly mean? It means that every journey starts with a dream. For example, Bill Gates never envisioned Microsoft to be the billion-dollar company it is today. The founder of Amazon never thought that it would be the billion-dollar company it is today either. He started off as selling books, as an online bookstore. And now look at where it's taken him. He's in artificial intelligence through AWS and cloud hosting. He's the world's biggest e-commerce platform. So I wanted to end by saying, it all starts with a dream. Every entrepreneur, every single inventor starts somewhere. So go out there, bring your ideas to life, and make real change. Let's all work together and make the world a better place by harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, working together to make cumulative change, cumulative impact globally. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you, Ram. So with you guys being there, we are sure of our future. And with the kind of innovative mindset that you have, I'm sure that we are going to see a better world tomorrow. So thank you so much for your time. And thank you for gracing us with your presence over here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Boscaro.
I'm blown away, literally blown away. Aren't you guys all blown away too? This deserves a standing ovation, if nothing less. This deserves a standing ovation. I was wondering, sitting over there, thinking, you know, what would it have been if I was thinking the same way as these two young, brilliant kids are thinking at their tender age right now. It requires a lot of clarity of thought. I just couldn't help, but I was awestruck thinking about the eloquence with which both of them spoke. Ram Karthik came across as a very shy person off the stage, but the moment he took on that presentation, he just nailed it. Brilliant, brilliant work, Karthik. Fantastic. And the less I say, the better. I mean, oh my goodness, you are so eloquent, Siddharth. Wonderful, wonderful speech. So measured, such mature heads over their young, tender shoulders. Inspiring would be just an understatement. Guys, one more big round of applause for these young, brilliant minds from two opposite sides of the earth, one coming all the way from Dallas, Texas, and one from our own Jhajjar, Haryana. Two brilliant minds together on stage here. And thank you so much to the Department of IT, Electronics and Communication, Government of Telangana, for introducing us to such brilliant minds here on stage. And yes, I request Mr. Bhavesh Mishra ji to thank our little presenters here with mementos. And I'd love to pick one of your lines that you said, innovation is the heartbeat of progress. Very well said, very well said. Encourage them, applaud them, and make sure that we raise our kids the same exact way, that they become brilliant innovators and brilliant minds. As we talk about this entire AI being the next gen or the current generation as well, we have to think about how do we raise our kids. We can take a leaf out of the booklet to raise our kids the same way. Thank you so very much. This was brilliant. Appreciate that. Thank you, Karthik, and thank you, Siddharth, and thank you, Mr. Madhav Bisaji, for moderating that session. Thank you. Wonderful, wonderful having you here on stage. With that, guys, that was the last of the discussions that we had. A glorious two-day summit has to come to an end. But before we leave, I'd like to request Mr. Bhavesh Mishra, the Deputy Secretary, Department of IT, Electronics and Communications, Government of Telangana, to present the closing remarks.
Yeah. Thank you, Prasanth. Good evening to all. Andarki namaskaram. So it has been a long two-day session. I hope the amount of knowledge that I gained about AI was more than what I could have gained from a traditional course, either on online or maybe attending some college degree program also. Don't you think so? Okay. So we started with our remarks by Honorable CM, Honorable IT Minister, regarding the vision that Telangana has about its AI journey. We started with unveiling of our AI city logo, the declaration that Telangana would be setting up a 200-acre AI campus, along with our AI strategic framework. Then our dynamic Special Chief Secretary, Jais Ranjan sir, took us through all those key areas in which we'll be working in the upcoming 1 to 2 years. We also had MOUs with more than 20 organizations. Apart from that, we had very energetic participation from our startups, more than 100 of them. The stalls were also visited by Honorable CM. Then, over the last 2 days, we had participants from across the world, international speakers, researchers, professors, senior civil servants from Government of India, Government of Telangana, startups, industry leaders. We had parallel sessions. So it was like an amalgam of everything that AI has to give. Generally, what has happened is that after post-COVID, we have restricted such physical meetings. We have gone more into the online mode. But as far as I am concerned, nothing can replace such gatherings, because one-on-one interaction is something which is irreplaceable. I think I came to know about so many individuals. I met some of seniors from my own college, own university also, which I was not knowing about. For example, you saw Mr. Karthik, who comes from my district only, but I did not know that he's an AI innovator from my district only. To thank, we have our MOU partners, Yota, CDAC, Path, Nazara, Next Wave, Viswam, AWS, Microsoft, JPAL, NVIDIA, Meta, Bhasni, OpenAI, Indian School of Business, IIIT Hyderabad, NIT Warangal, Nalsar, BITS, JNTU, Sweksha, Uber, Savit AI, WTC, HICC, and NASCOM. We thank all of them for being our MOU partners. You must be thinking about what is this. So this is just for a quiz. Anybody can guess? What logo is it? Any guesses from your side related to AI only? Okay, you can Google it then. So basically, it's a logo of a very famous AI library called PyTorch, which is used by OpenAI also. And I put this slide because one of the creators of this library happens to be from India only. Towards our journey for creating AI city, I recall one paragraph from a very interesting book called An Idea Whose Time Has Come by Pramath Raj Sinha. So basically it takes us through how Indian School of Business in Gachibowli was set up. The paragraph goes like this, that on a damp summer day in 1998, a small column of cars pulled up at the side of road next to a low hill in Gachibowli. So it was mostly a hillock area, it had nothing. Then there were a set of people who were looking that area with some kind of hesitation as to what it will pan into. And today, you know what is the stature of ISB. So when we are saying that we are having an AI city plan for us, currently it's an idea whose time has actually come. So 20 years ago, the time was for ISB to come and be set in a city of Hyderabad. Now we are going to set up the AI city. In this journey, since the theme of the event has been AI for all, so a long time ago, Gandhiji had given a talisman. So basically it's a formula, or you can say a mantra, that whenever we do something, we should remember these 4 lines. So what these lines basically say is that, I'll give you a talisman. Whenever you are in doubt or when this self becomes too much with you, apply the following test. Recall the face of the poorest and the weakest man whom you have seen and ask yourself if the step you contemplate is going to be of any use to him. Will he gain something out of it? Then you will find your doubts and yourself melting away. So that basically means that whatever technologies that we are creating today, whether it will help the people who is standing at the bottom of the pyramid. If the answer is yes, I think we should go ahead with it. If the answer is no, basically we need more of soul searching to find the better solution. So the concept about AI for all is basically also to bridge the digital divide that we are going to have. Now, in order to make this whole event successful, a lot of effort has basically gone. We have been working for last I think earlier the session was planned for some other day, but due to some other reasons, it had to be postponed to September. But for the last 2.5 months, a lot of people have worked. I will not be able to, I think, name all of them, but I would like to call some of our colleagues on the stage. Ms. Rama Devi from Emerging Technology Wing, Ravi Kiran sir from Mi Seva, Lakshmi from ET Wing, Anant, Praneet, Sukirti, Praveen from AI Mission, Kiran, Anand, Rahul from Math, Anirudh, Srikant, MSR Garu from T-Hub, Rahul from Math.
A bigger round of applause, guys.
Raghav Chari Garu from...
The whole reason we've had such a huge event over the last couple of days is all their efforts.
Raghav Chari Garu from our e-governance team, Venu Prasad from T-Fiber, our partners, RBC, Mark 7, Mr. Sinhaji from Task. I would like all of you to please come on the stage, and I request Jay sir to also please come and felicitate them.
A loud round of cheers, guys. They're the very reason an event of such scale and magnitude has been possible over the last couple of days. They deserve that kind of an applause. Let that not stop. Let that not stop. Keep applauding them, guys, please. They have made sure that they brought together academicians, researchers, industries, social organizations, everybody from around the globe to be able to talk about and spread the message of AI. So wonderful, wonderful summit that they have been able to put together. They deserve a much, much bigger round of applause, everyone.
I think this event has been successful primarily because of our leadership by Honorable Jayesh Ranjan sir. He has been the, he has led the entire program and has guided us. There have been some arguments, some other things were there. Everything has been sorted out. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you for giving us the opportunity. We as a team, we feel privileged to be part of this Global AI Summit, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. And so,
Announce that we close.
yes. So with this, we'll be closing our session. Our website will be live. So what are the key takeaways? Where are we heading to? I think we expect that from this gathering, from the industry leaders, the startups that we have, certainly we will see some unicorns being set up, founded in our state of Telangana. And through this, Telangana wants to become take a leadership position in the field of AI, and in turn, making India also a leader in the field of AI. Thank you all of you. I hope you had great stay in Hyderabad. You had good food in our summit also. Good evening, thanks, good night, and Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we come to the close of the two-day Telangana Global AI Summit 2024. Thanks to everyone for being here with us both the days. We look forward to seeing you again pretty soon. This is your anchor on host for both the days, Prashant Ivaturi, signing off on behalf of the Department of IT, Electronics and Communications, Government of Telangana. And thank you once again, a big round of applause to the entire organizing team and all the volunteers who have put countless hours of efforts over the last several weeks and months to make this happen.
Yeah, last but not the least, I would like to thank Prashant, who has organized it so well, you know. So, no, come on. So, in fact, most of you may not know that he's actually a product manager in Oracle in AI, you know. So, we wanted somebody who is working in AI because that would be the right fit for this entire conference. That's what we thought. And he actually, you know, somehow we got him, and he has done a great job. I would say big applause for him, please. So.
Thank you. In fact, I should be thanking you for this wonderful opportunity, ma'am. I truly loved presenting. I truly loved anchoring and hosting the event. It's my pleasure, my privilege to be here and being in front of such wonderful audience. Thank you so much for the opportunity.